Hello, how are you? Leo ni siku ingine njema. Tumepatana hapa ili tuweze kusemezana. Thank you very much. Najua we are really talking with each other so that we can be able to discuss what is good for us. So karibuni sana. So I appreciate your involvement and nafurahia sababu ya who you are. Thank you, Darren. So leo kuna mkereketo anaitwa Dr. Kitini, lakini ni kama linki yangu inakataa kuingia kwake, sijui ni kwa nini. Huyo ndiye tulikuwa tunataka kuongea, so I don't know how. Wacha nimpigie nisikie. Karibuni sana. Let me call Dr. Kitini. Alafu nyinyi watu mtaniambia kama mtamsikia, wapendwa. Karibuni. I don't know if my phone is clear. Yes, hello. How are you, daktari?
Mzuri kabisa. I'm very fine.
Yeah. Sijui kama wapendwa mnatusikia. So, Darren, can you confirm if you can hear that telephone conversation? Daktari, how are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah, so pole sana, tumejaribu kuconnect lakini ni kama umekataa kuingia, lakini in the future tutaangalia tuone how we will make it. So okay, Darren anasema anasikia, ni sawa. So kwa wale ambao hawajui bwana Kitini ama Dr. Isaac Kitini, ni mkazi wa Marekani na ni mwanaharakati wa heri jema, na anafanya hii mchango ambayo tunajaribu kufanya hapa wa kupigana na ile ubepari ambao umeanza pale pande yetu nchini taifa letu la Kenya. So daktari, maybe nikianzia na kukuuliza swali, hebu tuelezee, maybe ayope, unataka kuongea Kiswahili ama Kizungu? Maybe nimekaa hata bila kukuuliza, unataka kuongea lugha gani?
Naweza ongea zote mbili, lakini
haya ni sawa.
Mimi napenda kuongea Kiswahili, ndio watu wa nyumbani wanasikiza waweze kusikia, lakini kama wale wako hapo wanasikiza ni wenye wako hapa Marekani, naweza ongea Kizungu.
Bwana Alex, tumejaribu lakini ni kama link imemletea shida, sababu hii sio siku ya kwanza ya bwana daktari kukuja hapa. Wacha leo tu atuongeleshe kwa simu, sababu pia ako na mbio. He will be here like for the next 20 minutes kuliko tusumbukane na maneno ya link for the next 20 minutes. Wacha kwanza ongee na sisi, siku ingine sasa tuta make sure hiyo internet hiyo simu yake inafanya vizuri ili tuweze kufanya. So but for now he is in the phone. So Budi anasema ati you need to subscribe first. So sijui kama maybe kama amesubscribe ama hajasubscribe, I don't know, but maybe ata confirm you. But for now, so daktari, introduce yourself.
Asante sana, nashukuru sana kwa kunialika kwa mtandao huu. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Daktari Isaac Newton Kinity, not Kitini but Kinity. Mkaaji wa Nakuru, Kenya. Nimezaliwa Rift Valley, nikalelewa Rift Valley, nikasomea Rift Valley, nikafanya kazi Rift Valley kabla ya mimi kuja hapa Marekani.
Good. Aya, daktari, hebu tuambie ni shinda gani kwa Kenya?
Ningesema kwa kifupi, sababu sina muda mrefu wa kuongea, ingawaje ningependa nipewe kwa sauti hii kama masaa mawili hivi ama matatu niongee, sababu niko na mengi.
Okay.
Kenya iko na matatizo mawili makubwa ama matatu ambayo inasumbua Kenya. Mawili ya kwanza ni matatizo ya mashamba.
Okay.
Na la pili ni tatizo la ukabila. Lakini yote yamezaliwa na mama yao anaitwa ufisadi.
Okay.
Ufisadi ndio imezaa ukabila, na ufisadi ndio imezaa hata wakati sababu kufika saa 12 mimi nitakuwa nimeondoka. Ningependa nipate kirefu kidogo niongee kwa hiyo matatizo, ndio niweze kueleza kwa nini inasema ya kwamba ufisadi ni mama ya matatizo ya mashamba na ni mama ya ukabila, na hiyo ukabila na mashamba ambayo imeletwa na ufisadi ndio imeleta matatizo yote kwa Kenya.
Okay, ni sawa daktari, hiyo ni mzuri. Maybe ili nisikukate sana, maybe kwa leo najua hiyo maswala umesema mbili tunaweza ongea katika show ingine, lakini kwa sasa si unaweza guziria kidogo tu kuhusu maneno ya governance in Kenya, shida za uongozi Kenya, maybe kwa dakika zilizobaki kama 10 utuambie kama Kenya unaona kukuwa na shida ya uongozi ama Kenya kunaendeleaje?
Asante sana. Matatizo ya Kenya, wengine walikuwa na vision, wameona zamani, wameona kwa umbali ya kwamba wakati Ruto atachukua uongozi Kenya itafilisika na itakuwa na matatizo mengi. Kwa sasa tukiangalia tunaona ya kwamba Ruto akiendelea, nafikiri Kenya itakuwa vigumu sana kwa kiongozi yeyote ambaye atakuja baadaye kurekebisha Kenya ama kurudisha Kenya kwa laini, sababu Ruto mwenyewe ni mgaidi, na kutoka kwa kiti akimaliza miaka 5 na aenda kwa miaka ingine 5, itakuwa ni vigumu sana yeye kutoka kwa kiti sana. Na nimeeleza wengi ya kwamba kama hakuna mbinu sasa imewekwa na watu wa Kenya ili wajue vile watafanya mtu akiiba kula 2027, nafikiri itakuwa ni shida sana kwa mtu yote kupata hata kushinda kula, sababu yeye mwenyewe na watu wake wako tayari kuiba kula kwa vyovyote. Wataiba kula kwa vyovyote, hata kama ni vita, yeye iko tayari. Nafikiri kwa wengine ambao wanafikiri sana, na amesikia hata Oscar Sudi akisema na akajustify ama akaimiza pia ile ina warudia kuiba kula. Amesema ya kwamba hakuna kiongozi Kenya kutoka enzi za Jomo Kenyatta hakuiba kura kwa muhula wa pili, na akauliza ni nini basi kitazuia hata hawa waibe kura, na ni nini kitakuwa kibaya kwa hawa kuiba kura kama wengine wote wamekuwa wanaiba kura. Kwa hivyo wako tayari, na sijui wale ambao wanajikazana kujipanga kwa kura wamepanga nini ikiibua kura. Mimi nasema hivi, kama ingewezekana William Ruto angeondoka kwa uongozi sasa. Sikumruhusu aondoke kwa kutokea uchaguzi, no. Kuna sababu za kutosha sasa yeye aondoke kwa uongozi sasa. Kuna sababu za kutosha za kuondoa kwa uongozi. Na mimi naona watu ya diaspora wanakosea watu ya Kenya sana, sababu ndio hao wako na nafasi nzuri ya kujiunga, wako na nafasi nzuri ya kuweza kujiweka pamoja, na wako na nafasi ya kupata pesa ya kutosha, na wako nafasi ya kuongea na nchi za nje ya kutosha, na wakijiunga vizuri wanaweza kuleta mageuzi katika Kenya. Lakini wengine wanasema hiyo ya Wakenya ikae, wako na furaha hapa, wanakaa vizuri, hawataka kujiunga na wengine kusaidia Kenya yetu.
Okay, daktari, hiyo ni kweli. So umeongelea mambo mawili, umeongelea maneno ya wizi wa kura na uongozi mbaya wa Ruto, na unapigiwa okay, umeongea maneno mbili, wizi wa kura na uongozi nduni wa Ruto na vile watu wana respond, na ukasema ni kama watu wa diaspora ni kama hawajashikilia vizuri. So kwa muonekano wako, wale watu ambao wako katika taifa la Kenya, wewe unaona wamefanya vizuri? Unaona kuna mbinu, kuna mambo wameweza kufanya kuhakikisha ya kwamba yale makali ambayo Ruto wako nayo wanayamaliza, ili na unaweza himiza watu wa diaspora wanaweza saidia aje kwa wale watu ambao wako nyumbani?
Kwanza kabisa nielewe kidogo, wale watu wako nchi ya Kenya, hasa mimi nasema Gen Z, walijiunga vizuri sana na walikuwa na uwezo wa kuondoa Ruto, lakini hakuna kwa dunia kundi lolote ambalo liweza kuleta mageuzi kama halina viongozi, kama halina kiongozi ile mkuu pamoja na timu yake ya kutengeneza nchi. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema hivi, walikosea sana kusema tu wataenda kwa kura bila kiongozi. Haiwezekani hata kidogo kufaulu kuongoza Kenya ama kutoa mtu kama Ruto kama hakuna kiongozi, sababu hakuna nchi nyingine ama hakuna mfano mwingine ya watu ambao walienda kupambana na kutoa kiongozi bila kiongozi wao ama bila timu ya wangu viongozi wao. Hata juzi Bangladesh iliweza kutoa ile alikuwako, sababu walikuwa na kiongozi yule mzee ambaye aliwekwa. Kwa hivyo lazima wajiunge na watafute viongozi kabla ya kupigana, na hata sasa wako kwa mapigano wawe na kiongozi wao na viongozi wao. Hata wakiwa ni kiongozi ya kutoka Kenya, wanataambia basi tumechagua wewe, lakini ondoka kidogo, enda kando kidogo, kama nchi nyingine kama Uganda, Tanzania ama wapi, lakini tutakutambua hata kwa Ruto akiwa ndio kiongozi, basi utafaulu. Lakini bila hiyo sifikiri kama unaweza faulu.
Okay, sawa daktari. So naona umebakia dakika 5 maybe ili niweze kukurelease. Hebu sasa ongelesha wa Kenya vile, sababu tunasikia kwamba bwana William Ruto anaweza toka. Sio kumaanisha ati yeye ni Mungu pale. Aliingia na vile aliingia anaweza toka. Hebu sasa tuelezee Ruto anaweza tokaje?
Kuna mifano mingi katika dunia ambao tunajua viongozi kama waliondolewa. Lakini kiongozi ambaye anaweza ondoa Ruto na ambaye anaweza kuondoa hata ufisadi, lazima awe ni kiongozi ambaye ni shupavu na ni mtu mjasiri na ambaye yuko tayari kufa kwa wananchi. Nisema kufa sababu iko wengine wamejaribu kabisa kuwatetea wenzao nchi zingine na wakauawa, na iko wengine walitetea watu yao na wakafaulu. Tukiangalia kama Nelson Mandela aliteta kabisa na akafaulu, akatoka jela, isipokuwa pengine hata angekufia huko, lakini alitoka na akaongoza. Lakini tuna wengine kama Benigno Aquino wa Philippines ambaye alitoka nje kwenda kuomboa watu yake, lakini kufika huko Philippines hata hakuchekanyanga mchanga huko, akauawa. Iko wengine kama Ayatollah Khomeini ambaye alikuwa nje ya nchi yake, lakini alipigana na kaenda nchi yake na kufika huko akakomboa nchi yake. Kwa hivyo iko njia mingi sana ya kukomboa nchi, lakini lazima watu nao wao hata kama ni wa Kenya ambao wako nje waungane pamoja, watafute viongozi yao hapa ambao wanaweza kwenda kukomboa Kenya. Kama wa Kenya nao watafute viongozi yao ambao wanaweza kukomboa Kenya, sababu sifikiri wale walioko Kenya wengi ambao wamekuwa kwa siasa ni watu wanaweza kukomboa Kenya. Wote ni kitu moja. Akiingia hapo lazima utasikia mwingine ameita Ruto, tusalimiane. Hii masalamu hii ni ya kuficha ile maovu imefanywa katika nchi. Kwa hivyo lazima watu wafikirie na waungane pamoja, watafute viongozi ambao wanaweza kuokoa Kenya, wajasiri. Na mimi nasema wajasiri sababu kama mtu hako tayari kukufa kwa nchi yake, huyo si mtu ambaye atasaidia nchi hata kidogo. Inatakuwa wale wanaweza kuwa tayari kufa wauawe kwa nchi yao, lakini wanajua wakifa watawacha mfano ya vile wengine watakuja kuchukua hiyo nafasi mara moja. Sababu hata huyo Benigno Aquino wa Philippines wakati aliuawa kwa ndege, hii akauawa akitoka ndege akiingia kutoka uhamishoni, mambo yaliwaka zaidi, yaliwaka moto zaidi. Sababu gani? Sababu watu waliona huyu alikuwa anakuja kusaidia na ameuawa, lazima kuja toke. Na basi wakakuwa kali sana mpaka Marcos ambaye alikuwa mkali hata zaidi kuliko Ruto akatorokea pande nyingine
Haya daktari. Sitaki kuendelea zaidi ya hiyo sababu ya muda. Naona 5 naona 6 imefika upande yako. So I think wacha tufikishe hapo kwa sasa. Na nimeshukuru kwa mchango wako. Maybe kwa dakika moja unaweza ambia watu unafanyanga nini ama mchango wako ni mgani katika hii vita?
Mimi katika hii vita nimeanza kitambo sana, na wale wanajua ni Kenya ni kwa Secretary General wa Kenya Civil Servants Union, mkuu wa wafanyikazi wa serikali kwa kutetea, na tukasumbuana sana na Moi mpaka nikadungwa sumu, nikaanza kupoteza macho, nikaanza kuwa pale pande moja, na hata hivyo nikaenda nje Uganda nikatibiwa na nikarudi Kenya. Bado Moi akanifuata, nikaona nitakufa, nikatoroka, nikakuja nikaenda Uganda, nikakuja pande hii. Sijawahi kupigania Kenya. Nitoroka Kenya 1998, na bado kutoka siku hiyo nikuja hapa. Sijawacha kupigania Kenya. Nakumbuka nitoka huko 1998, lakini nikuja hapa 2001. Mkutano ya kwanza nikaenda huko Boston. Ilikuwa ya Kenya Community Abroad. Ilikuwa naongozwa na president alikuwa anaitwa Matunda na chama. Na nikaongea sana kwa mkutano. Na kutoka siku hiyo mimi huwa naigana sana kuleana sana kusaidia watu wa Kenya. Mimi huenda mikutano ya international corruption conferences. Mimi huitwa kila every 2 years kwa dunia. Sababu inatumika katika sehemu mbalimbali kwa dunia. Na tena hata kwa Kenya mimi changia sana, wale watu wananijua, lakini changia ni mkubwa, inachangia sababu kila mtu wa Kenya anatakiwa kuchukua sehemu yake ya kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Sisi wote tukichukua sehemu, kila mtu achukue sehemu yake na ajiulize ni kitu gani atafanyia nchi yake, tutafaulu na tutasaidia Kenya na Kenya itaokoka.
Ni sawa. Thank you bwana daktari. Anaitwa Dr. Kitini. Amesema ni kutoka
Dr. KINITY.
Dr. KINITY. Anaitwa Dr. KINITY. Na ni kutoka pale Nakuru, na ni mkereketwa wa Heri Jema. Amejishikanisha na taifa letu tukufu la Kenya kama mzaliwa wa huko, na ambaye anapigania uongozi huko. Maybe in comparison just in 30 seconds, enough a minute. Uongozi wa Moi na uongozi wa Ruto, sababu wewe experience maongozi zote mbili ukuwa vizuri, can you compare in maybe half a minute Moi na Ruto?
Moi alikuwa mbaya kabisa, na alikuwa mhaini na mwizi wa mali ya umma. Ruto ni sawa na Moi kwa sasa, amefika kiwango ya Moi, lakini inaonekana kwa muda Ruto atazidi Moi sana. Atazidi Moi sana. Sababu kwanza hii njia ya kutosha watu, abductions. Moi hakuwa nazidi hivi waziwazi kama huyu. Ile yake ilikuwa ya kujificha kidogo. Teknolojia imezidi waziwazi, na tena mtu anatosha watu, anabaki watu, na anasema hatiachi watu ambao wanatosha watu. Hata polisi anasema haijui nani wanatosha watu. Hiyo ni mambo ya kuofisha sana. Yaani sasa Kenya imeshavamiwa kutoka nje, na kama imevamiwa, nani atasaidia Kenya? Kama president ajui nani ambaye anafanya abduction, mkuu askari ajui ni nani, na hawa ndio wenye kulinda watu, ni nani atasaidia wananchi wa Kenya? Kwa hivyo Ruto atazidi kuwa mzaidi kuliko Moi sana, atakuwa ni mgaidi kuliko Moi, sababu yeye ni mchanga, si kama Moi, na tena yeye ni mtu ambaye ameumbwa na ugaidi. Moi alikuwa mwoga kidogo, lakini huyu hapana mwoga. Kwa hivyo watu wawe na ujasiri kabisa, na watu wajitolee kufa. Na mimi naambia watu ya diaspora, kama diaspora inaungana kabisa na ichague watu fulani ambao wana ujasiri ya kwenda Kenya na kuokoa Kenya, wataokoa Kenya.
Ni aigira
Kenya kwa tegemea sana, na ikiwategemea hawa watu ya diaspora na waondoke hapa. Mimi naambia wewe, ama mimi naambia wanaosikiliza ya kwamba wataingia kwa kuja ndege ya Kenyatta, na Ruto sasa kuna torokea kiwanja kiwanja Eldoret kutoka. Inaambia wazi.
Haya, good daktari. Ni asante bwana. Huyo ni Dr. Isaac Newton Kitini na tumeshukuru, tutakuwa na yeye tena, ni vile ako katika hali ya mbio, lakini daktari, I think we have now a point of discussion. Nitakurelease kuwa na siku njema, hata kule unaenda mikutano, enda vizuri. Nitatafuta siku nyingine ya tuongee, maybe that time video itaweza kuongea. Asante, sina lingine.
Asante sana, shukuru sana, Mungu awabariki wote, Mungu awabariki nchi yetu ya Kenya na watu wetu wa Kenya.
Thank you very much, sir. Nimeshukuru. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Huyu alikuwa Daktari Isaac. Nimeshukuru sana, poleni. Nilijaribu kumpata. Shiro, usitokezee. Wewe lazima tukue na wewe hapa. Usihepe. Siwezi kutoa, lazima urudi. Ulikuwa umekuja wewe. Unaweza samidia watu waje alafu upotee. Anyway, thank you brothers and sisters. Daktari hakuwa na wakati mwingi siku ya leo. So, but based on vile mumesikia wasia wake and the way he thinks, it is true our nation has gone to the dogs and it's serious. Taifa letu lishaenda kwa maumbwa, nikitumia hilo neno. Mambo mingi yafanyi kazi. Bwana Ruto anafikiria akitafuta watu wa karibu, maybe kutoka mlimani wapi, anafikiria mambo itarudi back to normal. Sasa tuko pia na pande ya Marekani wanabadilisha regime yao. Nimeanzia kuona pia akina Itumbi, uongozi wa Ruto wanasema ya kwamba Trump amekubalia kushirikiana na wao katika ile project yao ya Haiti. So now as Dr. Kiniti atakuja tena, ni ile sikutaka kumzuilia, nilitaka at least a form your point of discussion, but soon we will have him here more and well. So Bwana Eli, karibu sana. How are you? Unajua Eli, watu wengi wanaitwa Eli, tunaoitanga Elikana. Wewe ni Elikana?
Hapana. Mimi walinitoa kwa sijui kitabu cha sijui ule alikuwa anaitwa nani? Kitabu la Samuel.
Uko na system mbili Bwana Eli. You have two systems,
Hebu acha nitoe moja.
Wacha kwanza nikaribishe mrembo ameingia hapa. Leo nataka kusikia akiongea Kiswahili. Adomewira, how are you? Adomewira, how are you?
I'm fine. Na ndiko ndagutida ng'ang'ana ndaigo ngeithanie. Ndono kana ningia kira ndo wira ifini ndikumenyaga wira ifini ndahingo rimwe.
Yeah, ni ndaigira live. So mambo ndio hii. How are you? So huyo ni Shiro, yule wa Shiro in Hockland, one of the biggest commentator in Kenya.
Kenyingire uguo tondu gutiko kwa nie guko ndiko itigirite tondu andu othe mehithite. Nda kundiona andu. Kwa kuyariria.
Hapana. Unajua
huko. Ndahinga fast ona ndirite irio na ndinywite mai. Ningie kikoro wera andu wira ndinamenya. Ko ngikumenyete ningiriria andu njirwa ari ora ifini tucemanie iku. Ndaigareke ngugeithio ngihetukaga.
Okay, no problem. Tatuire cia Kasongo ndagika igire.
Sikuski?
Ni unajigwa ndiakwira atire tatuire cia Kasongo ndagika igire. Acha nie ndi mute.
Ama ni mimi niko mute.
No, ni ndirakuigua. I can hear you.
Makanya mwino ni ndio operator no ID ya kiongo. Taru ndirakuigua.
I can hear you very well. Like gwandikira.
Na siko mute.
Yeah. Just talk. Ndakuandikira comment ini. Just talk, nilikuwa nakusikia. Endelea tu kuongea tu. Just rudi tena. Wacha nikutumie link hapo. Finya link alafu ingie tena. Keigire. How are you people? Watu wapendwa wa Mungu. I hope mmebarikiwa. You feel good. You are here to attack Kasongo. Nasikia siku hizi watu wenyu wamepewa kazi sana. Na pia I also want us to interrogate your statement ya Uhuru. Uhuru ameambia Gen Z wajipiganie. Msikilize tu mtapotea. Let me tell you, Uhuru Kenyatta knows that, this one is my point of analysis. Uhuru Kenyatta anajua ya kwamba watu wataki maneno ya Ruto. And Uhuru knew that he had so many questions to answer hapo mbele ya watu. Sababu huko ni kwao, watu wataki maneno ya Ruto. So that was a calculative statement ya kuruhusu Uhuru kuongea kama hamuna habari. Sababu Uhuru asingesema hivyo, watu hata wangenuna hapo. Wacha niingize ile kidogo. I want to explain the reason why Uhuru, okay, huyu anaitwa Martin Law. Wow, watu ni wengi leo. The reason why ilibidi Uhuru aongee hivyo aliongea, alikuwa anajisaidia wewe mwenyewe. He was not sincere. That is my own analogy. Because remember, huyu ni mtu alikutana na Ruto, na tumeona baadhi ya watu ambao wanaegemea upande wake wameenda kusaidia Ruto kwa kazi. Lakini lazima Uhuru in the meantime pretend ama ajifanye hayuko pande ya serikali. It is the same conmanship ambayo bwana Raila Odinga anatufanyia. Raila Odinga anatuambia sisi hatujaenda pande ya serikali, ni maexpert tulipeana. It is the same script. Nataka watu waelewe hapa bwana. So what is happening, Kenny Ban, hiyo nimeona, we will interpret that. So you know, in politics you don't look at things on the service value. Unaangalia vitu on the side, unajua ni kama kada, side A na side B. Uangaliangi side A, unaangalianga pande fiche. Maana fiche ya hiyo kitu ni gani? Najua hili, unajua hiyo kwa Kiswahili maana fiche. Unajua kuna maana ya juu. Hata ukipewa msamiati mwenda tenzi na omo marejioni ngamani, kuna ile service meaning, na then pia kuna kitu kingine tunaitanga maana fiche. Kwa mfano, nikiona Eli amevalia miwani, maana ya juujuu ni nini? Maana ya juujuu ni kuna uwezekano anaweza kuwa aoni vizuri. Hiyo ndio maana ya juu. Maana fiche anaweza kuwa kuna mtu anapimia na miwani. Kuna mtu Eli akiwa amevalia miwani anamwambianga unakaa sawa. So lazima avae hiyo miwani ili yule mtu ambaye anamwambianga uko umevaa miwani unakaanga sawa, ili aone huo usawa. Hiyo ndio maana fiche ya jambo. So kuna maana ya juu na maana fiche. Sasa vile Uhuru alifanya, maana fiche ni Uhuru anajua ya kwamba hawatakikani, Ruto hatakikani, na mtu yote ambaye anafanya move yoyote ambayo inaenda kusaidia Ruto ana face resistance. So Ruto atafanyaje ili aweze kuleta watu Uhuru atafanyaje ili aweze kupata that bromance ya watu? Lazima sasa hajifanye yuko pande ya Gen Z. Lakini wacha niwaambie, Uhuru is a political class. Uhuru ako upande wa hawa mabapeli, hawa ambao wanatuletea shida. He knows he is part of the problem. But in the meantime, he has to flow with the flow. Sababu Kenya mzima ni hiyo wave, the tribalist wave is very strong. Watu ambao wanadai chao. Na ndio unasikia Uhuru sasa tena anataka kujifanya ni kama anaongea katika hiyo lugha ya hao vijana ambao wanasema ati mpiganie chenyu ama kiende. Because so in other words, maana fiche ya hiyo ni Uhuru knows the revolution which is happening in Kenya. He knows there is a wave of revolution in Kenya which is bigger than them, which is bigger than tribalism. He knows. So it was a confirmation of revolution. That is what people do not understand. Si ati Uhuru alikuwa anaongea hiyo kusema ako pande yetu, hapana. Uhuru was confirming that there is something bigger than us and we can feel it. Sababu Uhuru angekuja anzie kusema yenyewe kulingana vile naona tunaanzia kuona nyinyi watu. Uhuru hata yeye mwenyewe ameanzia kuona iko kitu hata which is happening in the waves of Kenya, which is bigger than us, which is even bigger than the government. And based on what Uhuru said is there are rough days ahead. That's all what I can say. And na ile mambo ambayo Ruto anapigana nayo sio yale mambo ambayo, na ile wacha kujificha na kupea nafasi, wacha kujificha. Uwezi weka hiyo swaga alafu unajitoa. leo utatuongelesha kwa kamera. Na Shiro na kungojea hapa, lazima you have to tell us something. So Ellie, go ahead. So but that was my overall evaluation. I don't take Uhuru serious. I know that he is doing that as part of resignation process yake yeye mwenyewe. He is trying to associate himself with the changing Kenya, but he cannot be part of that changing Kenya, unfortunately. Uhuru is not part of the new Kenya. He will work a lot, including Raila Odinga. They will do everything possible to associate themselves with the new Kenya, but they are not part of the new Kenya. Part of the new Kenya is us, and Uhuru is not us. Uhuru is them. The aristocrats, the oligarchs of Kenya who have taken everything, who have taken the Jewish phenomena of Kenya. So Uhuru is not part of us. I'm so sorry that he thought that Kenyans are naive, but he needs to, for us to agree that Uhuru is part of the revolution, he has to disown Ruto. He has to publicly, alimsalimia publicly. He has to get out publicly and he has to disown Ruto. That is how you enter the revolution. And in the wave of revolution, if you disown revolution, you are taken as the enemy. That is the problem. And during any revolution, people take sides. When a country is taking revolution, you have to take side. Are you for the revolution or against the revolution? But you cannot be on the balance because the revolution comes to change events. So sasa sahi in Kenya, we have that silent revolution, which is happening within us, and soon it will bombard into a round revolution. Na kile ambacho kitakuta Ruto, you will be unable to solve it. This revolution is not ending now. Whether he is projecting to steal the election or not, Kenya has to undergo that revolution. But the problem is he has refused to obey the silent revolution. Very soon, the river is going to break the bank. And the time when the river is going to break the bank, it will now be a real ouster. Ruto is just having that grace period to respond. But he has refused to respond. But now, Sasa, thunderstorms and lightning are coming. And once thunderstorm and lightning will come, they are followed by the rain and floods, damage of greens in the farms and everything. So when you don't respond early, that is what happens. So nothing can save Ruto because that revolution cannot be stopped. It's a mental revolution in Kenya. It is something you cannot stop it. It's a revolution which is happening. People are denying it, but there is a mega revolution in Kenya. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you. And ati nimevaa miwani ya nini?
Aya, niambie maana fiche ya miwani.
Actually, hiyo tu ni prescription mpya nilichukua jana kutoka kule kwa optician, so hakuna maana fiche hapa. So acha nikwambie, nimefurahi sana umeongea mambo ya silent revolution because I believe that is what is happening. You caught it and articulated it so well. Because even when you see a lot of people who are being handed out these jobs, chairman of this, chairman of that, you come and be an ambassador, wamekataa. Hiyo ni rebellion in itself. Because if you're a head of state, and me, I come to you, Mwaura, I tell you, I actually put a notice that you are the preferred candidate to be chair of NCPP or whatever you call it, any organization, or a board member. Then soon enough, you are gazetted as a board member or a chair. And you say no, you have family issues, personal issues. Personal issues are usually a way of telling you, just piss off, I don't want that job. And I think that is where we're at. It's actually a form of rebellion, a silent rebellion that is taking place. And I applaud Kenyans for doing this. Some people are yapping on social media saying that Ruto will be in charge of Kenya until, when they decide that's enough, because they think we still live in the tribal system where because they come from his community, this is what will happen. It's shameful because there are also many, many people from Rift Valley who are from Ruto's community who have had enough. They have had enough. So I think that because on your title there you said which way governance for the future, I think Kenyans are having a good momentum for this problem. Now, I was discussing the issue of Mungiki, this so-called Mungiki, and Maina Njenga, and how he is now very bold. Is attacking any person he deems as an enemy of the status quo. And it is very shameful, his actions today, where Rigathi Gachagua's wife was attending an event by the Akorino religious sect. As I say, Akorino are known to be one of the most peaceful religious organizations. They profess by their ethic is just to be pacifist, you know. Even during the colonial period, they faced a very difficult time. The Mau Mau did not like their their peace actions, you know. The Akorino preferred to be arrested by the Wazungu police, taken to court, and be silent, not to answer any questions in court during the colonial period. But they refused to bear arms. Of course, some of them decided to rebel from Akorinoism, and they joined the Mau Mau and so on and so forth because people wanted independence. But to see that a violent group in the name of, I say violent because of Maina Njenga rather than the youth that are following him. But I am talking about Maina Njenga, right? To go to a peaceful organization such as Akorino, and then he wants to, profess his word about where he's taking Kenya. Sijui he'll be there to pray for Ruto, sijui for who. So, I was actually surprised that the Akorino leadership could let Maina Njenga infiltrate their event today. They could have just invited him. He can have a peaceful talk there. But the way these people came into that meeting and showed, even without using any form of arms, but causing fear and consternation. There was people talking, you could hear the audio where people are saying, this is very sad. How can they be allowed to do this? And apparently Maina Njenga is now protected by the state police, you know. So I wonder whether Akorino is now part of Maina Njenga-ism, or Maina Njenga has managed to show his force that he is unstoppable. This man, if it was me, ati mimi ni security minister ama niko na cheo kingine hapo cha maana cha polisi, ningemweka nini korokoroni mbio sana. I would not have wasted time, because this man is going to cause big problems in Kenya, because some youth will follow this man blindly. And most of these youth don't have any jobs to do. It's a very serious situation. And I just wonder, Raila Odinga is this man's neighbor in Karen. Can he even stop? They are friends. Siaongee na huyu mtu, amwambie wache hii ujinga yako hii. But the problem is now, they're all together with Ruto. And as you said, Uhuru Kenyatta. It's a very sad situation where these political elites, they can rub on us whichever way they like their filth. So me, I think that the media, number one, should the so-called mainstream media should give this organization a blackout, a major one. I know that's not going to happen anytime soon. But these Kenyans who are following Maina Njenga, do they not have anything else to do? Are they given like 300 shillings, 500 bob to run around with him? I'm not saying that Rigathi and his wife, they were saints, they were supporting Kenya Kwanza and UDA, and they have their own follies, yeah? But there is freedom of worship, freedom of expression. They're hounding this Gachagua everywhere he goes. Some people are saying, these are all gimmicks being plotted by Gachagua to show us that Gachagua wants us to believe that he's under threat and is being intimidated.
Eli, to ask you, hiyo story ya Maina Njenga na bibi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Who was the owner of the meeting? Mkutano ilikuwa ya nani? Was it a meeting for everybody? Was it? It's
an annual celebration by Akorino, because you remember the last one, Uhuru Kenyatta was there. So this is the one then, for this year.
Also,
it was open. Sorry.
And also, kuna picha imeservice ya Wakorino line kubwa wakuwa wamepigwa State House. Are they still the same? Sijui kama umeona hiyo picha ya Wakorino line kubwa sana. And we always associate Wakorino with the Mount Kenya community. That's where majority, I think 90% of Wakorino is a religious sect from
Mount especially Kenya. In Nakuru. Yes.
Yes. So Wakorino wengi sana ni wa Mount Kenya. I don't think sijai patana na Mujaruo ako na kilemba. Maybe I would.
Sasa acha nikwambie. Akorino is actually the oldest such organization in Kenya. 1920s when it started. Akina Lejo Maria, Waro na wao wengine in Western, Akorino is still far much ahead in terms of their pioneer work as an alternative to Christianity, Western Christianity. They have been there since the 1920s.
I agree, because Wakorino was that religion which was coming as a blend. It was not a Western religion, and it was not fully Africanized religion. It was like a blend where people could, because like if you look like those turbans, those turbans we also had other groups in the world which were also doing those turbans. So we cannot say like the turban is a Wakorino thing per se. They might have inherited somewhere, because we can see turban with the sheiks in India. So like that, and I don't think if the Indian sheiks who wear the turban, I don't think that they inherited from Wakorino. Maybe Wakorino, they might have seen those turbans somewhere and they felt that these things could be good. We can adopt them. We can adopt this. That's what I think. What do you think?
Yes, no, I actually know. The Wakorino, if we're trying to look at their culture and the way they dress and all that, they were professing peace through wearing white robes, and they didn't say that it's only their priests or if they had like in the Catholic system, nuns or sisters. No, all the Akorinos, vile unajua, was white robes was their symbol of peace. And this is why I gave you the example, if you read in history, that this organization, whenever the wazungu waliwapeleka kotini during the colonial times, walikataa kuongea kabisa kwa koti. They were being asked questions. You can whip them, you cane them, whatever. This was their form of protest. Unaona? So, in fact, you find out that Jomo Kenyatta himself was denied, to participate at the Lancaster House negotiations, or the pre-independence. he went to London with all those leaders, those nationalists like Oneko and so on. But him, the colonial people alleged that he was a senior Akorino, Jomo Kenyatta. And that made it difficult for him to be given audience to be the core part of that Lancaster. Just something as simple as that. They made that allegation. Because Jomo Kenyatta praised the work of Akorino from way back in the 1940s, late 30s when he was in England. And what I'm saying today is that this is such an organization in Mount Kenya that can actually be part of forging peace, not only amongst the people of Mount Kenya, but with other communities. And now they have definitely done the opposite, to be joined up with a man who is a terrorist, basically. Maina Njenga, his history is known. It is out there. Why even people like Raila Odinga entertain this person is something I don't understand. He adds nothing. If it is about politics, he adds nothing to the basket of any political organization. Nothing. Nothing. This man killed so many people in Kikuyu land during Kibaki's time. People were butchered by Mungiki. Do you know that there were some people here in the UK who actually sought asylum, political asylum, because they claimed that they were afraid of how Mungiki was terrorizing their communities back there, So this man is internationally known for the havoc he wreaked in the community. So how is it that a government, let me ask you a question, right? How is it? Unasikia rumors ati sijui hakuna ofisi huko kwa nini ya Kindiki, pale ofisi ya Kindiki. Ati Maina Njenga has an office there. Now me, with rumors, I always prefer to get facts. But if it is a fact, how did we even get there? That Maina Njenga is now part of state machinery, honestly. So that thing that...
Like 1 minute earlier, you will continue to kwawili hapa. You see, hata mimi ile kitu inanishangaza. Number one, now Maina Njenga is among the elite in our society, because he has been upgraded. There is this word we call elite. Elite, you can be an elite through scholarly work. Like umeenda shule ukasoma sana, ukafanya vitu mingi sana, you can become an elite through hard work, your personal initiative. Number two, you can become an elite, like what happens in England. You can become an important person through being knighted. You can be knighted.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that if you get knighted, you are the best of the best. Unajuanga hiyo kuwekelewa fimbo kwa kichwa ama wanafanyanga.
Hiyo ya sijui king ama una become saa. Wanakuita saa.
Ukiwekelewa hiyo fimbo unaitwa saa. Oh, I've been using saa all my lifetime. And nikaja kujiuliza, hey, am I not saa? Watu wanaenda kuwekelewa kijiti wakuwe saa.
Yes.
So I was not trying to bring that was just in a light note. So what I'm saying is another way of becoming an elite is you can be elevated through the government system to become an elite. Who is an elite? The meaning of the word elite from the German society, because they were the first people to use elites in government management. Elites meant they were people who it was like a parallel government outside. That's when the Germans were using that system. It's like they were people before the government goes into a disaster. Those people could already understand. Like that's why you see like some of the there's elites who confused us a lot, like Adam Smith, all those guys. You know the work of elites in the society and what they did, and we school about them today. So the problem which I have, Bwana Eli, is any person who has been upgraded into an elite, he becomes a scholarly object. What is a scholarly object? A scholarly object ni huyo mtu lazima anzie kuingizwa kwa vitabu mumusome. It is just like the way watoto wetu wanasoma about Jomo Kenyatta. Watoto wetu wanasoma about Jomo Kenyatta because he was an elite. That is why they are not schooling about my grandfather, who used to be called Karigi. He is nowhere in the books, but Kenyatta is in the books. But the level at which Maina Jenga has reached in Kenya through the government systems, he will now go in the annals of history, and we will be discussing him in our history, including our children. Watakuwa wanaambiwa story ya Njenga. They used to live one man. The year is now 2080. I'm talking of the year 2080. There used to be one man by the name Maina Jenga, who his work was this and this and this and this. And kids of that time are busy taking notes. And this I want you to see how destructive that thing is. So we are forced, or our latter generations will be forced to school about people who did not make sense because they were upgraded to become elites. Because they will be told that this person, he was used to bring government order and so many other things. So that is the problem. Just like the way you see, like even places like Mexico, because of the level in which they have reached even to negotiate with some of the drug lords, they had elevated somebody like El Chapo, who is a criminal. Can you imagine now, even kids in their schools, they were schooling about that El Chapo, huyu jamaa alikuwa anatoroka na nduthi kwa mitaro. You remember that time? Can you imagine subjecting your kids to learn about those people? Huyu mtu see, he is not like Wright brothers who did the aeroplane. He is not like the guy who brought penicillin. At least I deserve to be told the guy who brought penicillin. I deserve to be told the guy who brought the economic models, some of the ones which we were taught. At Darwin, I deserve to be told about Darwin, even if I don't agree with him, because of his level of deception which he brought in the world. I need to be told about him. You understand? Because he was part of the elite system, whether he deceived the world or not. But can you imagine our kids in 2080 being subjected to information about Maina Jenga, and they are busy listening, and they're being told that there is a scholarly object. You know, we call them scholarly object. Anything which you study in the future. It's just like the way we study about Alexander the Great of the Macedonian Empire. The reason why whoever is teaching us about these people, and they want us to interact with this scholarly object, it is because they feel that this scholarly object is important to us. That's why they want us to know about Constantine, of the time of Jesus, and all these people. So these are the problems which we have. I don't agree. Maina Jenga becoming a scholarly object in Kenya. Go ahead.
Yes, but just for the sake of the silent revolution that you were talking about, these people like Maina Jenga, they are the ones who are now obstructing hii revolution hii yetu hii. Yani, the thing that they are doing now is confusing young people. If these young people are being thrown sijui shilingi 200, 300 hivi kila siku ama kila wiki, weekend nini, this thing is going to obstruct the pace of this silent revolution. And this is a problem. A couple of weeks ago here, I told you that we could just do the same in every region in Kenya. You know, there was Angola, Msumbiji, huko Bungoma, sijui Kakamega, huko Kisumu kulikuwa na Taliban. And Taliban was big, my friend. Alafu kule Kisii, bado wako na Chinkororo, but nobody is running around there looking for Chinkororo to do something on behalf of William Ruto, because that will not happen. Even those other organizations in different parts of Kenya, they cannot revive. The people will not allow. So I am asking, you know, you're from that region. Why? I asked this question here a few weeks ago. Mbona amwendi hiyo njia, mtoe mng'oe mtu. Nani anasema hapo Alex ati tuongee Kiswahili ama anatoka.
Anasema ati unambona hiyo kizungu mingi, ni kama ati unaenda mtihani.
Kizungu mingi, huyu Alex huwa anakuja hapa anaongea kizungu ya William Shakespeare.
No, unajua
kwanza yeye ndiye akikuja hapa anaongea kama Shakespeare.
Bwana Eli, there is something you
thou shall sijui what.
Budi is an elitic attention seeker. So you wanted us to note him, na tumemnote. Sawa Budi,
lakini ni jamaa mpoa. Ati tuongee Kiswahili ama nakimbia. Jesus. Next thing atasema sijui. So
siku ngapi Budi amekuja hapa hadi mpaka hata anatusalimia na kikisi.
Atajiita bogongo, kitu kama hiyo. Sasa kile nilikuwa nasema hapa, just to be the problem, if these organizations start, because that's what will happen. Kila mtaa anakuambia hata hii kitu mnaitanga nyumba 10, this thing does not exist. Lakini kila mtaa anakuambia, kila district, wilaya yoyote huko nje hapo Kenya, people will revive their organizations. This is what's going to happen. There's already vigilantism imeshakuja. People are looking after themselves. You saw what the Maasai did in Narok yesterday. It was quite unfortunate. But that is what is spreading. Alafu napata mtu anatoka huko. So nyinyi shida yenu ni nini? Mbona kumngoa mtu mtoe kwa ile nini ya platform ya public platform, yani mumekaa tu hapo ati Maina Njenga anawaambia what to do. I think the people of Mount Kenya, you're letting us down. Those who are listening to this, because this person should not have public space hapo kwa hiyo region ya Mount Kenya, honestly, because it will cause a lot of trouble in that region and it will affect other regions. So it was something mimi niliona vibaya sana, nisikia vibaya kabisa. Nataka atolewe kabisa, chapwe viboko, apeleke huko Kamiti. Kwanza his cases should be revived zote. If we have some good prosecution people and judges, hizi cases za Maina Njenga zote zikuwe revived. Ama pengine nyinyi nyote mlichukua hiyo oath ya Mungiki, sasa mnaogopa. Because we need to know what is happening in that part of Kenya. It can't, this is not, it's not a laughing matter bwana. What is happening there? Ati Mungiki wamerudi. Alafu mtu anaharahara hapo maneno, sijui anatapika maneno mabaya sana huko. Anapiga kifua. Something has to stop, man. Anyway, acha nisiwabona stories za Mungiki. Tuendelee ndugu yangu.
Yeah, I understand. There is an explanation I want to put here concerning this silent revolution which is happening in Kenya. You see, Maina Njenga is not aware that he is obsolete. He is a spent cartridge. There was a time when he could be effective. But Maina Njenga cannot be effective right now. I don't think Maina Njenga is one of the individuals who can be effective in a digital world. Let me call it that way. I don't think because number one, I want to explain here, digital world means exposure. That is what digital world means. The digital world means visibility. Vitu zinaonekana. And I don't think much of the things which Maina Njenga used to thrive in, he would want people to see them. I don't think he would want people to see them. So that is why I see it is a bit difficult for Maina Njenga to actually work with the current new generation. If this new generation is the generation of the TikToking generation, the generation of phone, I don't think Maina Njenga can fit in that generation. I don't think he can fit. He will try hard, but I don't see how he can be able now to convert his group into that level. Because
so hao vijana wote walitoka wapi leo?
You see what is happening, eh?
Because there was a big number. Yeah.
Okay, it's good amekuja. You see what is happening, eh? Bwana Eli, Mount Kenya region is a highly populated place. The amount of people who are with Maina Jenga, even if they are 100,000, it is still a speck of the same population which we have. Yes, it could sound that he has a following. I don't denounce that. There are still some people who follow him. But large of Maina Jenga following are not people who want direct exposure. That's one thing. I don't think Maina Jenga is able to work with the digital wound. I don't think. And that is one of the biggest undertaking which he might not be able to survive. Because remember, part of the reasons which have even reduced criminality in the modern world, let me tell you, hata sahi si ati watu wangekuwa wanaangamizwa, watu wangekuwa wanaangamizwa sana. That's why unaona they even resorted to abductions. Because what are abductions? Abductions is invisibilities. You want to cause harm on somebody on pretext whereby there cannot be any image which can be gotten. The only image which we can get about you is when people are carrying you. But if they resort in direct attacks on people, there will be some images somewhere. Just like the case of America when that guy who knelt on Freud, and it became a serious circus because there is evidence of what happened. That's why I'm saying, if you are a criminal, if there is one thing which you don't want to get near to, is anything which can give photographic or camera evidence. And that is one of the problems which Maina Jenga will have. And there's no in which he will be able to blend with these young people, minus this gadget. So if his intention is not good, maybe his intentions are mutated, but I don't think. People change, but I don't think. Saul became Paul, but I don't think in this whole scenario. I still believe Mr. Ruto is bringing Maina Jenga for scare tactics and to cajole Mount Kenya people to support him, because maybe there is somebody who can do something, who can do so it's a scarecrow which is being put there, what nini kunguru siziende kwa shamba. So he has been put there methodologically, somebody who is fearful ili watu waogope. Ili nisiongee mingi sana, let me allow Mr. It's good, and I want him to speak Swahili or he leaves the studio. It's good, go ahead.
It's good. Ongea Kiswahili bwana.
Sasa tumepata mrembo hapa anatuongelesha vizuri, but hatusikii kitu yoyote. Umefurahi mpaka tunashangaa, umefurahi aje na sisi hata hatuelewi kitu yoyote. Sasa I hope she comes back. I'm saying hi.
Nani huyo Shiro?
Yeah. So that's a good question, Njiro. It's very easy to think that you can know a politician's mind, and their rhetoric can sometimes sound sweet to us, especially when we play emotional politics. And if we don't get to a point we become aware and mindful on how to deal with this situation, they will play ping pong on us. And that is why, for me, the issue of Uhuru's lying to us that our daughter can even go for maandamano does not even make sense. Ikiwa tu makarao wawili watatu waliendea kijana yake and Uhuru had to rush there and he was breathing fire. Do you think Uhuru can undergo what Muturi underwent? Anajua kuna vitu zingine when I hear, I'm like, shut up bro. I mean, just go to the nearest dustbin and throw yourself. Wacha kudanganya Kenyans. Because it sounds so good, but on practicality, you know, you're just lying to vulnerable people to just do what you want them to do, and lives are lost. And that is why some of us, we changed our stand so badly, and until today, people may not understand why we fully support ODM, some things they are doing, even though we are out of it. For instance, hii maandamano ya kuenda openly, sometimes we found our people are being killed, and then some people walikuwa wanasema they are protecting their businesses. So like it was never really a corporate fight. It was a systemic fight for a few people, and they paid the price so heavily. And then we kept on asking, how long will that, Bob Marley used to sing, how long shall we stand while our prophets are being killed? I think Uhuru is speaking from a bad side. He needs to become what Hama in Botswana did. Hama went to exile. Kama was outspoken for 4 years. Kama fought Masisi with all his resources, with media, with everything, until Masisi was taken out. So Uhuru is not doing that. There are times we really expected Uhuru even to make a statement. Yani, we were yearning. Sangida, even we say that Uhuru may have said this, but the guy kept quiet, silent, pin drop silent. And I think today the mountain is more confused because Uhuru refused to take the leadership. Trust me. There was a time the mountain had decided, this is our leader. We are not going to leave him. We made a mistake. These cracks ya kina Maina Njenga munaona nini, it's because Uhuru refused to take the leadership. And now that somebody else is coalescing his people and making sure that they come out of the problems they had already made, it is in bad taste for Uhuru now to come up again to start, speaking from both sides, as you have said. I don't know if you saw this week, my former party had a big problem to explain. First and foremost, why Raila said Ruto anaenda wapi. I've been hearing Sifuna's noise, and I've had a lot of people supporting Sifuna, but there is something Sifuna is not saying, which I want Sifuna to come out and say openly that it was a mistake, it should never have been done, and for us to forgive him. I don't know, Eli, if you saw him struggle to answer the question, the reason why we could not take Ruto out at that particular time. The bottom line he was trying to tell us is, if Ruto left, which probably the pressure was a mountain dew was able to take him, the person that was to take the presidency was not suitable or was not the right tribe, which was Gachagua and is a Kikuyu. He is really struggling. He is really struggling, to be honest. And whether he struggles or not, we know it. And until they resolve that issue of thinking that a certain tribe, we can't come from this tribe to a certain tribe, and therefore this tribe is the one which is supposed to take, if we go to the streets, that's going to be very difficult for us corporately to fight together. So I think that mentality must be put on the side. If they want Kenya to coalesce, within that structure of fighting and getting Kasongo out. But nimeona is direct attacks, yeye na Orengo. To a point, he's telling us that they have called these people privately to a meeting and asking them some of their rhetorics. They themselves told us they donated experts there. So what do you expect those experts to do? Go against the current government? Okay, why did they refuse those appointments? Just as Timothy Bosira has refused those appointments. Or the party completely dissociate itself. But you see,
And
I've
it's
seen them
not
several
Bosire,
times.
it's not Bosire alone. There are people who have been appointed ambassadors wamekataa, and the chairpersons
No, we
of
are
Suji
talking.
what and what.
Yeah, I'm talking specifically the leadership of ODM. Unaona Mbadi was a leader within ODM, ranking member of ODM party. Okay.
Yeah, Timothy
Oparanya
treasurer.
Oparanya was a ranking member. Okay. Wondanyi was a ranking member. So you are looking at Ruto intentional and desperate attempts to completely make sure that the top leadership of ODM has to change and has to weaken. So that's why I'm saying like
he
Ruto
did
is
with
not
Jubilee
foolish when he's doing that. So I don't care about others, but I'm looking at a party that Sifuna is telling us that Baba told him like, make sure this party is left intact. If that is true, if you're telling us that was the word that Baba left him with, how do you leave a party intact when you take the cream and the top of the leadership at a time of a revolution and donate it to the president? Eli, do you understand why I'm speaking about these two people, these 3-4 people specifically? Okay, so and that is why for when being ambassadors, it's okay. I mean, whether they take or not, but you must understand the reason Ruto desperately had to do that is the same thing that he was doing to Jubilee. So
he has infiltrated ODM so much. In fact, even that new chairperson of ODM, Gladys Wanga, is a Rutophile.
Yeah, so Sifuna argument falls short of convincing Kenyans, because ultimately what Sifuna should do, if he feels that his party has let Kenyans out, if he wants to do even him an honorable thing so that we can understand that he's fighting for this country, he also ought to resign. That's my conclusion. I don't know about other people, because he seems to be the odd one out now. He is fighting people who almost made deliberate decisions that we tutakuacha tu hapa, you make noise, and there is nothing that will happen. And his noises now are not even making any substantial force that we want to see to give pressure to this man Kasongo. But after, but overall, when you're looking at Kenyans, even this week that we are going to finish, the truth is that we are sick and tired. People like Waiguru don't know even what to tell us. We don't trust them, but now they understand whether they keep quiet or talk. We are tired. Okay. But I'm still confused, Mr. Moderator. I don't know what Maina Njenga is trying to do. Honestly, I don't know. That one is something you have to really go deep and tell us, because it doesn't make any sense at this particular time. When you look at the rate of abduction of your people, including watu kama Ishungwa wenyewe, hata hao wame open up their eyes. If those clips were true, if it's not AI,
was that a true clip? I heard that audio today of Ichungwa. Is it fake or is it true?
That's why I'm saying, if it's not an AI clip, if it's truly a clip from Ichungwa, and you see Maina Njenga also doing this on the other side, I really do not understand the mountain politics. So I want that explanation, that even psychophants have come to see that your people are being killed. Why would Maina Njenga allow to be used openly and in a more arrogant way that I saw today? Doesn't he know, how history will judge him badly? So that is one of the reasons I came here to learn from my mountain brothers. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good. Thank you. Let me jump in on that one. Ili tukipata pia Eden react. You see, Maina Njenga, and for those people who do not know the meaning of the word jenga, jenga ni ile mahindi kubwa kubwa tunakatanga. So unajua ukienda kwa kisiagi kuna magrades kuna ile unga yenyu mnatumia kutengeneza ugali. Hiyo ni unga. Sasa kuna jenga. Sasa jenga ni ile mahindi kubwa kubwa, unaenda tu unaipeleka, inakatwa vitu kubwa kubwa ya kukulwa na kuku. Hiyo ndio tunaitanga jenga. So sio ile jenga ya Kiswahili ya kujenga. Sisemi hiyo. Unajua pia ukichukua hiyo jina uiweke, sio jenga kujenga. So what is the history of Maina Jenga? Because it's very key, we need to learn from that, because you know history can inform the future. This is what happens. Maina Jenga has never been interested in being in politics of originality. When we talk of politics of originality, politics whereby you come with your own ideology, you convince your people, and they follow you. That is politics of originality. Maina Jenga politics is the politics of use. Yeye anakuanga pale atafutwe. That is who he is. So he is let me call him, he is like a gun for hire. Let me use ni kama zile, ni kama you know, in my villages where wale watu wako na mashamba kubwa kubwa, kuna watu wanakuanga na matrakta na hapo nyuma yake iko na jembe. Mnajua ile trakta iko na jembe. So Maina Jenga ni jembe. Kazi yake ni kungojea kuwe mobilized by whoever. So yeye tu ako pale, and he is a trickerist. He poses as a threat. So that one he has to make sure that he looks as a threat, because if he doesn't look as a threat, you will not look for him. Unajua hata ukienda kutafuta jembe, unatafutanga ile jembe iko na meno kubwa mzuri, ili ikiingia kwa shamba ni kugonga ikitoa. So that's how it is. So he still needs that name so that you can go and look for him. He is not there for any political ideology, for any unification of the society. Is not there. Kazi yake, he is there to be used by whoever wants. That is why at one time he was with Raila Odinga. He has no problem there. At one time he is with Uhuru. He has no problem there. This time round he is with Ruto. He has no problem. Wakati wa Moi, sijui kama alikuwa na Moi. That one I need to read about that history. Nijue kama Maina Jenga and Moi, they worked together or not. I need to know about that. Although nasikianga
that was Ndura. Ndura wa Ruinga.
Yeah, so that's how. So I don't know their quality
before Maina took over.
Yeah, sure. So what there is, when you look at, so we need to look at Maina Jenga on that lens, not as somebody who is coming with a political ideology. He is there apewe kazi ya kufanya. Maina Jenga kazi yake ni, so he is like a Maina Jenga ni kama hizi makampuni zinakuanga na watu, sijui mnaziitanga aje, bureau. Maina Jenga is like a bureau. Let me, that's a good Bwana, the name has come. Sijui kama mnasikianga, Maina Jenga is like a bureau. Bureau, kazi yako ni kuenda kwa bureau kusema nataka watu 10 welders. Unajua, because unajua hatutaki, you see, like in organized society hatutaki story ya kushinda kuulizia mawelda wako wapi na masons wako wapi. Unataka kuenda pale wewe useme nataka welders wawili, nataka plumbers wawili and 3 carpenters. Niletewe hapa. Wewe tu kazi yako tu ni kuongea hapo na unaangushiwa hao. Wanakuja and you are not the one who is responsible to them. Those people are they are reporting to the person who is sending them. Wewe kazi yako so that's how it is. So the government is reducing responsibility. Hata hao watu wakifanya maovu sio serikali imefanya, ni Maina Jenga amefanya na watu wake. So is like the same system which was being used in Russia when where they use proxy military. Kama unakumbuka, sijui kama mnakumbuka, huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Pogzin, and there was a time when it's good he was talking. There was a guy who used to be called Pogzin. Na nasikia kijana wake alichukua hiyo military. Pogzin, I think he was commanding like almost 50,000 Russian machineries. Alikuwa na gang, alikuwa na watu 50,000. So how was Pogzin operating? Pogzin, for the government to mobilize, there is a lot of bureaucracy. For the government to mobilize, there is a lot of bureaucracy. But with the Pogzin here, Putin's cook, kitchen man, so Putin tu anamwambia, I need 20,000 men in Belarus border. I need 20,000 men in Belarus border. And within 2 days, how watu wako hapo. And those are the people who will do the groundwork of invasion. Because when for the government, there is a lot which is involved. So that is the same thing. Tukiangalia historia ya Maina Njenga, by the way, we need to look at it as a long range exercise. Maybe Maina Njenga is being put there to make sure that Mr. Ruto has a safe first passage during the next election. Maybe the reason why Maina Njenga is being mobilized is for fear and scare wakati wa kura. Maybe that's why it's being kuna jeshi gogo tu inaongea. But there must be an elaborative plan for that guy, and I think he has been mobilized to do the dirty jobs, which could actually put because already this is a person with a damaged name, Bwana Eli, and some of the things zile ambazo serikali kijihusisha na vitu kama hizo, it could come with a big turn-down. So hebu sasa nikuulize, what worse can Maina Njenga do which he has not done in this life? So Maina Njenga anangojea kuharibu jina ingine gani tena? Bwana Eli, niwe nauliza which name that Maina Njenga wants to pick up?
No, look, that Maina Njenga apparently, sorry, right now is just immobilizing Gachagwa's efforts, because as you know that Rigathi Gachagua was also supposed to attend that function today, and he got intelligence that it was not the most appropriate place or thing to do, Leo. So so that means because of Mungiki also organized to go there. So unaona hata huyu Maina Njenga mwenyewe alisema juzi kwa runinga ati yeye kazi yake ni kudeal na yule mtu kwanza, yeye ndiye alinirudisha jela, kesi zangu zikarudi nini. He was talking specifically about Gachagua when Gachagua was the deputy president. But what we know from the actions of Maina Njenga is violence, and enforcing some form of tax on matatus and things like that. This one is not a person who robs Peter to pay Paul, the sort of Robin Hood wa zamani wale, ati anataka kusaidia wale watu wanyonge sijui nini. Hapana, huyu ni yule mwizi sugu, unaona. So even just the fact that he's maintaining a threat, you could hear the voices of those people who were lamenting today. You couldn't see their faces, but they were really shocked about how these youth came and took over the event. And you can tell that these people are afraid of this man. Like you tell me, any violent what's the word? Any person in any community right now in Kenya ambaye tunaweza kusema huyu ni warlord saizi, mtu gani hapa saizi? Maybe in those sub-clans of Somaliland, in northeastern and maybe parts of Baringo. Those people were dealt with, this kind of people like Maina Njenga in different communities. They were dealt with during between 1997 and until 2007. And these were hardcore people, hardcore criminals. You are not answering the question. Why is it that the people of Mount Kenya are giving this person this sort of entertainment? Is it because of the second reason, the second question you asked me there, Ati, what else can he do apart from everything Buddy has done? Then if we take that route, then that region is in for a bad time, even in terms of economic activities. Watu wanamwogopa tu, wanakaa tu wanaogopa Mungiki. The way Mungiki killed young people And then they turned it into a song at TCG. Michuki and the government killed young people and then called them Mungiki. Is what my Nanjenga is best well known for, because that's what they're going to say, that these are people who are part of, these are Gen Zs. In fact, I had some stupid remarks from some people from Nyanza, from our province, who were saying that these so-called Gen Z were generally Mount Kenya people. You know, sometimes Kenyans can talk some really, really stupid things, you know, and but it's good to just listen to them and see why they are saying that. There is a vacuum. There's a very powerful. There's a very bad vacuum of power in the country. We don't have a strong leader. Okay, I am not expecting us or proposing that we have a dictator, but we don't have a strong leader who can stop this kind of nonsense. This is the problem, because when Kibaki came into power, I'm not talking about his ministers like Michuki, but Kibaki himself, he gave Kenyans a free run. You know, we don't have a strong leader. You know, and I think maybe that's part of the problem. Uhuru is very disappointed. Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta told Ngina the other day at the CG, you people, you must fight for the things that you have, you know, you've worked so hard to build. The Kenyatta family are lecturing people about the things they have stolen that you have worked so hard to build. A family which is known for the public theft that they did ever since independence, and still continue to do. This is institution of a family. I was ashamed on behalf of this guy, you know, parroting about that people should now have, young people should get out and exercise their rights. This is the same guy, even in his government, Uhuru Kenyatta, he terrorized people. Uhuru Kenyatta, he terrorized people. Me, I've never had time for Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, I never called him president. Kibaki pia hakuwa rais wangu. Huyu wa sasa pia. I never even called Raila Odinga prime minister because I did not even recognize that position, you know. But that's my personal, you know, I could have been even more comfortable to call Arap Moi president because the constitution of that time, the way it was made. But these other people, they breached the constitution. They stole elections and things like that, you know. But I think that there is something quite strange happening where Uhuru, Raila, and Ruto are involved in this strange thing. I don't know what it is. I'm a bit like it is good there saying he doesn't really know what is going on in Mount Kenya. I find this whole thing very, very strange, whatever is going on in Kenya right now. It's something very strange, you know. I can't pick it. I don't know what it is. And I hope that Rigathi Gachagua, wote ambao, I don't care what Rigathi did in the past, but I am on his side because I think that the way this man was removed from power unceremoniously like that, ati wanamwita ati mkabila, and you can hear these people, they're the worst. They take the public platforms, wanaongea vibaya sana na matusi na ukabila ile mbaya sana, and they declared Rigathi Gachagua, you know, as a tribalist. At he employed sijui how many Kikuyus in his office, as if that is something that only Rigathi Gachagua. What is the measurement for that? That we can say this one, his was just ridiculous compared to Ruto's or compared to other leaders, you know. So those are the points I wanted to. I'm still not happy about what is happening. You know, I don't understand what it is that is happening in Mount Kenya because it's going to affect the country. The way, the speed at which it is going. it's going to affect the country a lot, and it needs to be stopped.
Yeah, good Bwana Eli. Maybe kabla niingize keep kidogo, let me put a point here concerning Maina Jinga. Maina Jinga, you see, there is one thing which we need to understand, that people from Mulima, they don't want to be confrontational. I never like using the one, let me be the devil's advocate, because I will never be the devil's advocate. But looking at the whole scenario, people don't want to use force. They allowing Maina Jenga to have his way, but deep in their mind, they know that when it comes to critical decisions in the society, Maina Jenga will not be part of the equation which they will use to decide. For instance, if there is an election today, if we are allowed to do an election, I don't think people will allow themselves to be swayed by Mr. Maina Jenga. Because remember, Bwana Eli, if you become confrontational with Maina Jenga, I'm trying to look at it in real issues. This is what happens in our villages. Mwizi akikuja kukuibia na amekuja na mapanga na mabuduki, what we always do is just cooperate. Just cooperate. Wewe unajua kile unajua. You know what you know. Wewe tu una cooperate. Wacha. So I'm not saying that what people in Mlima Kenya are doing is they don't want to show that direct conflict with this guy. Because remember right now, we don't have a government which will defend you. Unless you defend yourself. I don't think at the moment, now that Mudukama Maina Jenga has been mobilized by the government, I don't think the same government could send security officers to you for defense if things go haywire because of that direct conflict between you and Maina Jenga. You see the problem which people have? So what tu anasema ni sawa, huyu mtu ameletwa na serikali, but sisi tunajua kile tunajua. I am speaking with many people and that is what people are saying. Not necessarily kitu ya Maina Jenga. Watu wanasema, sisi hakuna fujo tunataka. Sisi tunajua kile tunajua.
Can I ask you a last question there?
Mr. Hold on, Eli. Mr. Moderator, you know, let us not rubbish Maina Njenga. And one of the reasons Kenyans, we are in a situation where we are, is at some point, and you know, you held that kind of principle. And I think I challenged you one time and I told you, we can't go that way. Remember, there was a time you said you will never listen to the news about Ruto because you hate him and there's nothing you can do. And I told you, my friend, if we must fight our enemy, whether we want to listen to him or not, we can't ignore him because he is our enemy and we must learn him in order for us to fight him. We belittle Maina Njenga so much, and Kikuyus more in particular. In English, Maina is not a brother's kite or a brother's kiter or a foolish person, as you may think. The guy is so underrated, and yet you can sit here and say that he has been used by Moi, he has been used by Raila, he has been used by Kalonzo, he has been used by Weta, he has been used by us even during the GNZ. Even us, we have used the guy. Remember that, you and me. There is a time actually you were propagating about this issue of there's a name, it was called men within the mountain. There was a group there was a man thing that was going on within the mountain, and actually was part and parcel of it. Maina Njenga should not be belittled in any manner. I have watched this man even when he's giving some of his interviews. He is not eloquent, but his persona, and how he answers questions and the things he says, whether they are cogent and you are able to grasp them as quick as you should, but rewatch them over and over and look at his past and look at his track record, then you can understand the mercenary in the man, in which you should not belittle the man that unajua Maina Njenga ni hii na hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. The man knows what he's doing. And the more reason I am afraid that since he knows what he's doing, do you guys know what Maina Njenga is actually trying to do to you people? It will take a lot of honesty and take politics and emotions out and look at man at himself and understand that under that man, bloodbath might come back again to your people. And if not so, he's going to affect the mountain in a significant way. And he knows the reason. He never forgets his enemies. He keeps on bringing this issue that, regard, you did this to me. And when he says that, he's not talking as an individual. His group, which actually have been very, very loyal to him for a very long time. Remember, Maina Njenga is not a person. It's a cult. It's a group that many of us have been thinking that it has gone away. It's never at any moment gone away.
Thank you.
It has tried to redefine itself in many, many ways, to a point that we have even bought the redefinition by him to coming to Raila. At some point, I've bought it several times. At some point, I've rejected it. So Maina is part and parcel of the Kenyan politics reincarnation, except when you do not buy what you call originality of thought. That is when now you start disagreeing with him. But now the danger is currently, if the mountain does not actually acknowledge the man and the group, I think you're fighting a losing war when it comes to him. That's my point of view. Thank you.
So maybe as I bring Keep, maybe when it's good, just to respond to me, do you want to say that Maina Njenga has political capital in Mount Kenya region? Is that what you mean?
Maina Njenga has always had sympathy, political capital. And you can always see it that even the most prominent, well-to-do, not only social capital politicians in the mountain, but people with skill sets, okay, solicit his help at the point of need. You said it clearly here. Even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, at some point, has solicited his help. We have seen Kalonzo do that, though he's not from the mountain. We've seen Raila do that over and over and over, even when we were saying, no, we do not want this relationship. The question is, will a politician who knows the historicity of this person, who does it so openly without blinking their eyes, go to that man if he does not have political social capital? And more especially when it is coming to emote issues and when elections are near. The proximity of Maina Njenga to politicians like Raila during elections, sometimes I wonder, and I said it over and over in last election, I don't understand what Raila sees in this man. I don't understand. Help me understand. Nobody told me. But now you're seeing the chicken are coming to roost, home to roost. Now, it's now proximity to Ruto. It's not something to be taken as a nonsensical thing. Why would Ruto use Maina Njenga to fight Gachagua? Because he has tried everything, it is not working. And if you had Maina Njenga, what are his actions? I don't know if all of you heard what Maina Njenga said. Maina Njenga said a very controversial yet very good point. He said, if the mountain wants again to be used the way it has always been used. Tie religion and emotions to the people. It is easier for us again. It is a high time the mountains needs to stop the politics of religion and emotions. And do what? Become nationalistic. You see how he's hitting Rigathi Gachagua? If you listen carefully to what he's saying, that religion has been used in the mountain before, and we are doing it again. That's why I'm like, okay, do the people in the mountain really see what this person he's doing? So, and that's why I'm saying he has social capital, whether you like it or not. But at this time, he's doing something that is not acceptable across the mountain. The fact that he's doing something that is not acceptable does not mean that he doesn't have social capital. It's a conundrum in itself and a paradox at this particular time. Thank you.
I will come and we discuss that later. Wacha nipate wale pia wameingia because they could also be having a stake to discuss it. Let me hold it for now ili nikaribishe wakereketwa. Bwana Kip niliona alikuwa pia nimeona ulikuwa umetuma link yetu katika maeneo mbalimbali, lakini tumeweza kuongea na Daktari Isaac hapa kitini. Ni ile simu yake haikuweza kupata vizuri, sikujua ni kwa nini, but he didn't have a lot of time, so tukaongea naye kwa simu, but he has promised he will come again for a more bigger session of 2 to 3 hours. So we are always grateful to those friends of ours here who always want to see that our program is going far and wide. Na tafadhali kama hujafinya ile button inaitangwa subscribe, sijui kwa Kiswahili mnaitanga aje, ni kibonyezi cha subscribe. Wacha niseme hivyo, maybe mkereketwa msimamo atakuja atuambia kusubscribe kwa Swahili inaitwaje. Hatujasikia mtu ambaye anatooza hilo jina, but tukitooza tunaweza sema kusubscribe. Keep go ahead.
Njeru, you know I'm a bitter man. Mtu akinikataza kuongea mambo ya Raila, I will bring audiences to places that that will listen to open opinions. You can ask Gypsy Corner. Mimi nakwanga bitter, and I will always do the best to try and promote free speech anyhow I can. Na Gypsy Corner usilete mambo ya Martha Karua, tutagongana leo tena pia. Yeah. Hata Ana najua. Yeah. Tumeguza mlima, tumefurahi, mlima imeguzwa, na Maina Jenga, I'm not afraid because we tried to use him. It backfired. Martha Luther and no, they know the inside joke. Tulilimana juzi.
Keep, you have to understand for people who are seeking for visibility. Unaona, yani Ana ameona unamuignore, akasema lazima arushe kitu mpaka uende kwa wardrobe.
No, she knows why she's written Martha Luther. It's our inside joke. That's my boy. And then Gypsy Corner atanita Kipril Karua. Those are my haters.
Hiyo ndio shida ya kutangaza msimamo. Sasa unajua, sasa shida yako Kip, sasa unajua hakuna mtu anaweza kutafuta. Unajua wewe ushajitangaza sasa. No one can even come and look for you kukutumia. Sasa ushasema. That's why it is good to be amorphous.
These are my people, brother. Don't worry. These are my people. These are my peeps. They know. It's a little inside joke. Tunapigananga hapo bwana. Tunalimana. So you'll see a lot of that until I cool down. They know that. So there was a lot of jealousy this week of the elite thieves because I'll explain something that you guys may not have seen. 20,000 acres is not a joke, and 1.105 billion translate without any banking fees to about $810 million. Let me repeat that, $810 billion. Now, when these politicians steal money, they steal it with the objective of trying to at least build some kind of road, weka SGR nusu, give us we ordered for an electric train, tuwekee train yenye iko electric, tengeneza flyover lakini lipisha wa Kenya. Like there is going to be some kind of way that they'll have to prove that they've spent the money correctly. But getting 105 billion Kenya shillings is clean. Do you know what I mean, Jero? Clean. Hiyo hata yaitaonyeshwa kwa treasury. Ruto is going to pocket the 105 billion and we will never see that money. So the Kenyattas wakasema, woi, oh my God, this guy is about to pass us. Why don't I incite the Gen Zs and tell them that we're not going to sell our land? So Uhuru is jealous of Ruto for stealing more than him. So don't praise the Uhuru family. Margaret Kenyatta saw that the Rutos are about to reach them in Tagare. The Uhurus are about to catch up with them to the money. Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila, same WhatsApp group. There's no difference between those people. Because Raila, tunasikia alipewa 10 billion. I don't know from where. Now we are hearing that the old man, he doesn't really care about the AU seat. Hiyo tu ni yeye tu kwenda Africa one. I'm a statesman. At least the rest of Africa knows the name Raila Amolo Odinga. Tufurahie kidogo. Nirudi sasa kwa politics. Then kina Ayaga can now start abusing Ruto because he tells us we're not allowed to be on the streets. But Ayaga, I'm waiting for the day you're going to tell me Raila Amolo Odinga is an idiot. Because I'm sure you will come to explain to me about how we should accept Ruto. We should accept our consequences and we should punish the mountain. Am I from Mount Kenya myself? I'm not from Mount Kenya. It's good from Mount Kenya. He's not from the mountain. So you're going to punish It's Good, you're going to punish Kip, you're going to punish Ellie because there's a beef between the people of the mountain and the people from Luo Nyanza. It's not fair for the rest of us. No. I think it's unfair. There is even a colleague of mine alikuwa anasema kwamba we will teach you to love Ruto. We'll teach you to love Ruto. What sort of nonsense is that? Look at what Ken Barnes is saying. We are slaves. They did that in Egypt, by the UAE. They did that in Egypt. They did it through Doha. And now Egyptians are planting wheat that they cannot use. 20,000 acres of fertile land has gone to the Arabs. And we are sitting here talking on YouTube as if that was munapiga kelele juu ya airport. Airport, we can build another one. You know that? Airport is nothing. This is
hata Turkey wamejenga ingine na miaka 3 inaitwa Atatürk Airport.
Yeah, airport is nothing. 20,000 acres of fertile land near irrigation premises, meaning that you can irrigate that land and produce food for the nation. Feed the whole of Kenya without asking for aid. Tumepatia Waarabu. And it's not big news in Nation. It's not big news in Citizen. KTN don't care. We're okay. You're okay with 20,000 acres of Kenyan prime agricultural land gone for 99 years, meaning that when everybody on this screen is dead, it's going to be with the Arabs. Do you know how serious that is? We can't even feed ourselves. Yet the Arabs will go produce bread in their area and then sell it back to us. You know, Kenya tunakwanga wajinga. We are fools. It's not big news to you. Munakimbilia airport, munakimbilia hizo vitu zote, lakini our land is nothing to us.
Mbona kipu unatusomea hivyo? Kwani sio news kwako? Can you include yourself?
You know what I'm saying? Why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying that is where topic ya leo ni nini? You should be talking about the land, bro. Nilikutumia hii 2 days ago.
Yeah, ongea
shame on you as a journalist.
No, ile kitu nilikuwa nikitaka ni wacha kujidoa. Kwa hiyo yani unajifanya ni kama yani ni sisi tumesema shamba iende, wewe hujakati wewe huko. Can you be inclusive?
Mimi siko kwa hesabu bana. Mimi na protest sahi bana, bro. Anyway, go ahead. Acha tu nichemshe watu sahi.
Unajua ile kitu anyway, I understand. Yani it is the yani I know it is disbelief. Unajua yani unakataa kuamini ati unasema acha tu ni
20,000 acres, prime land just gone like that. Mjamaa, no wonder I insisted on flying. Kwa sababu unajua the same goons that have done it ni beshte ya Wetangula. Beshte ya Wetangula anaenda kufanya hiyo deal. Because Wetangula, you know the Queen of England before he died. Yeah? Tulipatiwa a whole unajua Heathrow KQ ilipewa a whole terminal. KQ was given a terminal as a gift by the Queen. Wetangula kuja akauza hiyo terminal. Terminal 4 was for Kenya only. There was KQ terminal. Tumepewa bure. Kenya Airways.
Iko na nani?
Private company. We had a whole, you know, KQ other than the one in New York. What is the one in New York called? Kennedy, JFK. Is one of the largest airports in the world. Busiest. Tumepewa terminal 4.
And I think with Kenya, that terminal actually KQ angekuwa anaunda hata profit because it could be so much convincing for them. Si ukiwa umepewa terminal hata unaanzia.
No, you see, if you think about it, pride of Africa. Meaning the way the Emirates do it, KQ would have a station whereby if you want to travel to Africa, inaenda Rwanda, inaenda South Africa from London, it goes to Rwanda, inaenda Addis Ababa, because they have a presence in Heathrow.
Oh, so hakuna historia ya kwanza wanalandi Kenya.
Hakuna, inaanza hapo Heathrow as the European destination of Kenya. Meaning just like KLM and all others, this Queen alikuwa ametupatia
na bado huyo Wetangula ako hai na anatembea.
Si ni speaker. And you guys mnacheka hapa banati. Now 20,000 acres have gone. My fellow Kenyans, tuko mbaya. We're in big problems. Huh? tunakimbilia we want Raila to be AUC's chair. Itatusaidia nini kama Kenya akiwa chairman wa AUC? What will it going to help me as a Kenyan?
Wewe uone venye Ayaga amefungua mdomo sababu Raila anaenda huko. Wewe Ayaga comes here anasema we will not fight for you again. Usitasikia Ayaga I'm introducing you. We will not babysit you. We will not babysit you. Mlichagua muendelee nayo.
Come to punish us because we deserve it as Kenyans, because we didn't vote
Ayaga
for
ni sawa. Unajua nataka Ayaga akuje apandisha adrenaline. Anafikiria tunamuogopa. Ayaga, you think we fear you. Fungua mic uongee. We don't fear you. Ayaga, we don't fear you. Fungua mic uongee. Go ahead. Pandisha.
Ayaga mtu asikushtue. Open the camera, speak boldly.
Okay. Good morning everybody. Hata sitaki kuongea mbaya sana. Unajua Kips ndugu yangu, wewe ni kama umeenda kwa matanga ya wengine, unalia kushinda wenye wamepoteza mtu. So I'm sympathetic with you. Wewe na Njiru tulikuwa hii ngambo tukanyang'anywa, sasa nyinyi mnaenda kwa matanga ya watu wengine, unalia hata kushinda wale wamefiwa. Alafu you make those people happy. Instead of those people crying, they are laughing. Now you look like a bad human being, my friend. You know,
we are Kenyans, bro. We are Kenyans. That's the problem you don't get. We are all Kenyans. We are
yes, but parties are there for different ideologies. So we sell ideologies. If our ideology never went through, let us just be calm down, relax. Let us wait for our time. You know, you can't be crying with the people who, when we were warning them about Ruto is a thief, and then they say our thief. Rigathi Gachagua is our thief. What do they expect their thief to do? To steal from them. When they are selling, what should I do? Should I cry? I will not. That one I will not do. I will not cry with them. I cried for our country when we sell our country and give it to the thieves. And that is what actually thief does. A thief will not go to the church to pray. A thief will go and steal. And if they are doing exactly that, I think the people of Mount Kenya and Rift Valley and some other parts of this country should celebrate. Let us not pretend. Let me talk about the issue of Baba kidogo. Because Baba today is a funeral in my constituency back at home. And I heard him clearly. Na mimi nataka kuambia Baba anaenda EU. Na I think after Baba kuenda EU, utajua sisi tumetengenezwa na nini. Unajua hii Kenya tumekaa watu wamezoeana. Unajua after Baba kuenda Kenya tumetengenezwa nayo, kwa sababu we need to talk as Kenyans. When we are doing something, let us have an election like the US people. When election is done, they put US first. Wanasema United States first. Ndio iko mbele. Siwezi. Hata mtu unampigia kura kama US iko mbele. You don't come here like Gitau and the rest you sing mwizi yetu, alafu they sit down and wakianza kuibiwa. Akina Yaga wako wapi? Kujeni, tunaibiwa. Ai, nani? Tuheshimiane saa zingine. You know, so when Baba will win EU, najua itauma watu wengine. Because Raila Odinga sitashinda naye. I will not with him. Hata nigawa but atashinda. So I don't think if hiyo hata isiume watu wengine, Baba anaenda, because you cannot always make wrong choices for a certain old man, age mate of your grandfather, to fight for you when your grandfather is eating milk and uji at home. Pia tukue na heshima kidogo. Sisi ndio wadogo. Uhuru alituambia tujitokelee, tupiganie.
How many votes do you have for AUC?
I don't have anyone the same way you don't have. So the people who are praying for Raila to
Who
fail,
tells
they
you
also
that
don't
Raila
have.
will? Is it you by your vote? Is your vote gonna be counted?
By the
You and
intelligence of Brother
Gayado.
Raila will. In fact, let me tell you, the Djibouti guy will drop out from the race. So if you are
The
if you are
intelligence we
supporting
gathered that we have, the intelligence that we've gathered that we have the deep state, Raila Amolo, where we mambo ya intelligence. We were fooled by intelligence.
intelligence we have the intelligence
The
of
deep
Gather,
state
the
of
Djibouti
Africa,
guy will,
the
and
deep
na hiyo
state of
kitu keeps
Africa.
Guys, can you let Ayaga speak? We just want to hear what he's saying.
exactly keep anaongea hapa, nimenyamaza tu, ama wacha ni attack Martha Karua. You know, let me talk this issue of Maina Jenga initoke, wacha tu niongee initoke. This issue of Maina Jenga, the same Maina Jenga kina Martha Karua used in 2007. They can't blame Ruto for using Maina Jenga today. You remember in 2013, my brothers, when Raila was blocked in a certain hotel in Nakuru called America Hotel, it was this Maina Jenga and somebody called Kiunjuri, this Kiunjuri of Bahati in Nakuru. They were the organizers of all those things. Maina Jenga has been used before. They will continue using him. And I think the people from central Kenya should thank Maina Jenga. Sometimes they stay in power because of Maina Jenga, not because of the wealth or because of anything they want. Now, if the hen, you know, ukifunga nyoka, kuna siku itakuja kukuuma. And that is the fact. If nyoka is now turning around to bite the people the people who fed it, I don't have problem. Wakanyagane huko. Provided hiyo puzi isipite, ikienda kwingine. That is the fact. Hiyo ndio kitu wa Kenya nataka tuambiane ukweli. If you are doing a bad thing, if you know you are celebrating a bad thing, be ready that that thing will turn against you. Like me, you see my friend Jibs O'Connor is saying, I'm not here or there. I'm not here because ikikuja nalima Ruto fairly na nalima ODM fairly. Yes, kama ODM iko na makosa, I always stand with that makosa. Like kulima hawa psycho fans in ODM wenye wamejoin government wanaanza kuongelesha watu vibaya, wanatusi watu na walimanga fairly. Tena nikikuja kwa UDA tena na wacheka fairly because that is the choice they made. That's why voting it is above 18 years and above. Huyo si mtoto. Tulikuwa tunapiga kura na watoto wa miaka 10, miaka 9, tukisema hii watu they made this choice without informed opinion. Above 18 ni mtu hata akiolewa, serikali hana shida na wewe hata ukioa. So you made that decision. So wenye walipiga kura si watoto, wenye waliweka Ruto hapo na wenye waliimba Ruto ni mwizi yetu pia si watoto, ni wakubwa. So wakiibiwa, me I don't have problem. So Maina Jenga amekuwa thorn in a flesh in many Kenyans. He's a bad guy. For me, he's a very bad guy and a good guy at the same time. Because that is the person who protects the stealing of votes in 2007, and they used it advancedly in 2013. When they never paid back Maina fairly in 2017 is when it comes to Raila side. Na party ilikuwa inaitwa ndovu, party ya elephant. So Maina Jenga has been around. So na number one, Maina Jenga should not be branded as a criminal. He's not a criminal. Criminals are in jail. In Kenya, we are in a democracy. If you are a criminal, you will be arrested. You can't use somebody politically because you know kama ni mtu wa kutumiwa he change hands. Ni kama kiatu. Inazaliwa inauzwa kwa wazungu huko, inatoka inauzwa huku kama mtumba, mtu mwingine anachukua. So Maina Jenga is doing his political job and that is how he earned his money. And he will continue doing it. If today Ruto is the high bidder I support the son of Sugoi, the son of Sarah, atumie hiyo mtu mahali popote ampenda kuitumia ni sawa. If he spill to Nairobi or if that nonsense spill to any other country, pia tutaongea when we cross that bridge. But that person was used by people like Martha Karua. We can't say Martha Karua is an angel. Martha Karua only came to ride. I think Kipps is so bitter because Martha Karua came to ride on Raila Odinga's back to be first woman vice president. If Martha Karua himself cannot even win a MCA seat in Gitugu, mahali anatoka, alikuwa anataka kwanza, he is the one who failed us. We failed because of him. A vice president, a deputy president that cannot even offer you 100,000 votes. That is not a vice president. Somebody you say can be a president of this country. Yes, idea huko Besije, huko Uganda na huko kwingine, we will celebrate her. Even I think tungechukua hata Ngilu, tungekuwa sure na very like 1 million votes.
No, because
Yeah?
you've invoked my question. Let me ask you a question, because you've invoked my name. I'm like the handyman. So your bitterness, your bitterness with politically is surrounding people voting wrong, but not by what do you call it, injustice. So for you, I think this is what I'm trying to drive at, you and your community, because it is what I'm hearing a lot. It's revenge and trying to relay consequences that people are trying, rather than coming to sit down together as Kenyans, right? Come on, Kenya, we are Kenyans here. Me, I don't care if you are from what community, where you are from. I don't care how many votes you've had or what you brought. It doesn't matter. For me, right now, we have somebody that is pillaging our country, somebody who's murdering our children, somebody who's abducting everybody. My question is, where is your empathy towards Kenyans? Kwani husikii uchungu kwamba Wakenya wenzako wanaumia kwa sababu ya Ruto? Unajua, there is a situation, kuna watu wamekosea, hiyo ni sawa. There are people who are hurting.
Anakula na fork. He is very happy baba yake ako kwa serikali, he will be elected in AU. Those are the things which might to him. So kuambia
I don't understand.
He cannot understand. Ayaga ako
I don't
daily.
understand.
He is in the
Because
dining
right now,
meeting.
Because for me, I don't understand. Anakuja hapa because he's scoring, what do you call, anafikiria ananiumiza. Oh, Martha Karua did this. It doesn't hurt me anymore.
Boss, I thought you were asking me a question, then I answer you. Then I give you to answer me.
My issue is your tone of voice, the way you argue your point, it's about revenge and laughing and pointing at people, pointing at people suffering. Like unacheka, oh, you see, you're telling me things about 18-year-olds, you will vote for back, instead of seeing that our country is moving towards a negative direction, and there's a way that you can come and sit here and give something constructive. What is our next step as Kenyans? How do we avoid these issues with things like
let me answer you so that niachie Mkenya.
How do we fix this issue? Yeah, tell me how to fix the issue in Kenya.
Okay. Do you know why sometimes I'm not? You see my tone as I don't care, because even the voting of William Ruto was a punishment to me. Some people, in fact, you are in some forums. Keeps relax. Keeps relax. I think we were with you in some forums, and this kind of threats we used to get. Ruto Kenyatta, Ruto na Gachagua ni watoto wa Maumau. Hawa si watoto wa Seralak. Hawa ni watu, my friend. We know how to outsmart our enemies, and now that we have outsmart them, and now the revolution is now eating its own children. That's why we are saying, let us have a sit down in Kenya, that every time when people are going to election, let us go to election for not punishing the other. Yes, we should not go to punish anybody or a group of people or people from a certain party or people from a certain coalition. Let us not punish them. Let us go to vote for the betterment of Kenya. If I lost an election, I should lose an election as a proud man that whoever wins will put Kenya ahead. And for those who have won the election, let them win the election and celebrate their win and have majority and rule the government with the pride that Kenya is ahead of us. Let us not have an election, and if you win election, you think that president is going to deal with a certain people, a group of people, people of a certain party, people of a certain coalition, more than you think the way you do. Let us start educating Kenya that the moment we voted, after voting, if you go to fuel your car or if you go to buy a sugar, that sugar will be for everybody. Nobody will ask you your voting card, and whoever you voted for in the election na upunguzie bei, aseme watu wa Kenya Kwanza mko na discount ya 15%, watu wa Azimio tumekuwekea hakuna discount. Hiyo ndio tukijua hiyo, every time we have a leader, all of us will have the problem if we elect a bad leader. Let us not have, the problem we have in this country is following some cultural beliefs that I think never existed, like Wamera oath of 1960 something, 69, where we can even vote for a dog to lead us, but not a certain human being from a certain party or from a certain coalition. If we can end those, when suffering came, we will enjoy and endure the suffering together. But if you vote in that pattern, we shall have a problem as a nation. And that is my take. And that is my plea, that Kenyans, let us learn how to vote properly. Whatever the results, we shall suffer together. And lastly, I am telling you people,
Na kwa nini Raila
from the heart of from
Okay,
the heart from the bottom of my heart, I am telling you, for us, my party and where where I come from, we know how to outsmart our political enemy. We can even choose not to vote, but remember, we will be in that government and we will enjoy every government. And if you vote a thief, tutasaidia huyo mwizi na huyo mwizi akuibie na amani. Thank you very much.
I think I do not subscribe to your school of thought, because actually, if Raila Odinga did his cards well, he could have actually been the biggest beneficiary of what is happening in Kenya. But he was not able to understand the signs of time. So you think that he has won, but actually, Mr. Raila Odinga has lost everything.
He's
He has
lost
lost
me.
everything.
He's lost Njeru. These are people outside his periphery. By the way, even till now, Njeru, I'm just finishing this up. Even to now, you're still throwing shots of revenge. You're still throwing shots of, oh, tutakula kwa serikali. Wewe na nani? You as who, Ayaga? You're nobody like me. We're both
Raila will not run again. So if you think Raila will run again, that I will come here to beg you for your vote. I'm very sorry.
You're avoiding the little. You're avoiding the little message. No, he's avoiding the little message. Gojanjeru, he's avoiding the little message I'm trying to say. You are looking at a man. We're looking at a nation. We're looking at a nation. All you have to say is, oh, by the way, who voted for Ruto? By the way, me and Jeru still believe Raila should have been president. We don't like him. We don't like Raila at all, but it is the fool we chose. We chose Raila Amolo Odinga, and he should be on that chair to mpige.
My brother, you messed up that question. You had the very right question. Who voted for Ruto?
Nobody voted for Ruto. We didn't vote for him. So at the end of the day, you are punishing people who are with Raila Amolo Odinga. You're punishing me. You're telling me mutenda kukula kwa serikali, we na nani? You are nobody like me, like everybody else in this channel. We are nobodies. These people are going to
I
eat
totally
kivyao
agree.
huko, CSs and buddies and whatever they are. They are the people who are coming to lie to us, bringing tribalism into our minds. You are thinking as a tribalistic person. Mutu yetu.
No,
Mutu
keep,
yetu nani? Who is Raila? Raila is a
keep,
nobody. Sorry, go ahead.
keep. Yeah, keep. Thanks for what you have said. The question was good. Who voted for Ruto? And when you ask that question, now it changes the narrative. But I think what you're not understanding from Ayaga, unfortunately, Ayaga is communicating something ambayo I want us, all of us to understand. In as much as we may refuse to understand it, I'm being honest, this is not Ayaga's rhetoric. This has turned to be the Luo Nyanza rhetoric right now. He is not speaking for himself.
It's a
You get it?
gege. It's to gege. It's just like the central before. And you can't justify it, Alex. It's very dumb
I'm
and
not saying
stupid.
I'm
I'll say it.
justifying. I'm not
Ni
here to
ujinga.
justify. I'm not here to justify. I'm only here to reiterate and confirm that that mindset is what we have right now in the South Kavirondo. Because sometimes it's difficult when we say Nyanza, we get included there, but that's not some of us who we are. We have refused to buy that rhetoric completely. But the question is that what is being bought right now? It has been bought and it's taking root. Hata Sifuna apige kelele aje. This issue or tuko kwa serikali, it is taking root in Homa Bay. When you hear people like Gladys Wanga speak, they speak like insiders of the government, and that makes them happier. And the reason it makes them happier is what Ayaga is saying, and maybe we may not see it, whether it's legit or not, and how to come out of that jinx together, all of us together, has been the main problem that we have had, because we keep on throwing tantrums, but coming out of that jinx so that we can be united against Ruto instead of taking Ruto's goodies is now the main problem that we are having. Now, if you look at what Ruto is doing, when they say sasa at least tuko kwa serikali, it is because they were never even at all. But was the mountain in the serikali? Obviously it was. Was a person propagating that they must get half of the seats? Yes, it was. Was it a good thing? No, it wasn't. Are they coming out of it so that nationally now we can have a national agenda on how to tackle it? Somehow, no. Somehow, no. If you look at the way you are mad at Raila, it's not the same way the people in the mountain are mad at Raila. You're looking at from the point of view that I voted for you, I believed in you, we needed to get out of this. But for them, it's totally different. And that is what actually is bringing that polarity within us. So until we understand we are the ping pong here, we will find people rejoicing over petty things that wako kwa serikali and they are not in the serikali, and they themselves wanasema wako kwa serikali, they are fighting themselves. And then the other people saying sasa sisi tumetoka kwa serikali, but more people are being appointed to serikali again. Unfortunately, people like Kabogo who are being asked questions and then they say they represent the mountain, then you wonder how your people have said no, but yet nyinyi muko kwa serikali again. So I think we need to strike a balance, Ayaga, two wrongs don't make a right. That rhetoric that is coming from Luo Nyanza, the freedom you have fought since 1963 up to now, you can't take it away just because you want to show other people that, okay, you did this, now we have to do it too. But I was particularly wanting to hear about your intelligence because that thing really disturbed me. Hope you will get an opportunity before you go. I heard, not even once or twice, the whole of yesterday and today I've been hearing that the person that used to be Djibouti's richest person somehow squandered a lot of money and stashed that money in Kenya. It's in billions of money. There's a deal right now that they have agreed that that money can be shipped back to Djibouti. If the president is going to force the candidate for AU to step down, Aoko wrote about it. For some reason, Aoko has become a very good source of information to our country. Looks like people are looking for her to just write in the X, and everything she's been saying has been true. If that is true, is that how Baba should become the chair of the AU? Honestly, do you think that is how? And you should be proud of it. Ayaga, with your intelligence, tell us more about it. How proud are you for him to become an AUC chair by intimidation and using stolen wealth as a reward so that another person can step down for him to become an AUC chair? Is that the route that you are proud of?
Okay, Alex, what I'm saying is very simple. Let me start by answering your previous question about a narrative from where I come from. There is no narrative. What we are saying is very simple. If we are called to go to the street to fight the bad things in this government, we will not do it. Let me just now put it in a layman language. Yeah. That's why even here I called our people, don't go to the street when those on 6th. Some people are trying to mobilize youth to the street. I'm telling our people, they have died enough, we have fought enough, we have done so many bad things and we remain bad. So sometimes you used to be a bad person, just play bad. In politics, there is no faithfulness. There is no goodness in politics. All politics is a dirty game. So we have learned, we are smart, we can do that dirty game. So let us just do it the same way it has been done in from 1963. So when we are now outsmarting our masters, they know the streets. Whoever want to go to the street can go to the street. If Ruto is selling Golana Kulalo, Tomboya Street is still where it was, I think 50 years ago. Same to Haile Selassie, same to Uru Highway, Parliament, and even City Hall Way. So that's there. The intelligence I have about the Djibouti is a corrupt country. We may have because of our democracy. We can talk about our candidates of Raila Odinga going to AU. The Djibouti people, they don't have that luxury of supporting. You can check in their Twitter groups. The ones who are outside the country are the one who can speak of what is going on in that country. You know, the people who are there, they are silent. And if you try, I think their abduction is real more than we have here. And a man from that country cannot speak for Africa. We better have half devil or a quarter, a half, 3/4 devil like Raila Odinga at the AUC than having a full devil from Djibouti. In that, we need somebody who can speak. Look at what is happening in Congo, my brother. What King Leopard said a song did long time ago is happening in the Congo. We need people who at least, even if they are not genuine, can call such things by its name. It is bad. That's why we built prison. You can even jail people for life rather than aligning like 100 youths and shooting them. What the white people did to our forefathers, it is very bad. So we need somebody who can actually, even if for pretending, he can speak for Africa. So the intelligence again that it is there, that guy is very corrupt. They stole the country from that country and hide it in many countries, not even in Kenya alone. In many countries, actually, his wife used to be the central bank governor, and they stole a lot of money. So that pressure is not from within Kenya. The pressure is from international community, because that seat is also influences the people in US have interest, the people in China, and the people in Europe. And finally, if you look at this Djibouti guy, if you look at Djibouti is a country that it has all the basis of these world powers. So I think there is a lot of interest for him, from even within Africa, for that man to step down, because Djibouti, you know, there are countries that they always don't count themselves as Africa. Djibouti, Morocco is one of them, and Tunisia.
Mbona asishindane? Ayaga 1 minute. Why can't Raila Odinga? Because I know that according to many sources na vile mmekuwa mkiringa, mbona asishindane? Why do you want somebody to step? Kwa nini asiende mpaka finali? What is the hurry for to force somebody to step down? That is my problem. Mbona baba asifike kwa ndebe?
It is not us. You know, I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote.
Ayaga has confirmed that that country is corrupt, and therefore
the country is corrupt. It is not
narrative. You are
actually it is not
what has happened.
It is,
but what the main question was, are you taking advantage of that corruption? I think you are closer in acknowledging that if that it be, because the way you have described that, why would you allow a man who actually do not even subscribe to be an African to sit at the AUC seat? Okay, so I think I heard all your narrative. So you are taking every advantage across.
Alex,
not
Alex,
an
aren't we
African.
corrupt? Alex, we are corrupt, but I don't understand.
I was coming there. I actually,
okay,
that was my next point of view. Who has ever done a launching of AUC the way we did? Where did the money come from?
Alex, things move. You know, even that AUC seats, they have never had a debate. And things are graduating from one step to another, and even in subsequent elections, you will be seeing those campaigns lobbying, and you will see those mujadala. And lastly, you know there is somebody say, you know, let me give example with Mchuki or Makiani. They used to say the seat may not be important, but the occupant, the person who is going to occupy that seat. You remember there was a time Chuki was demoted from Ministry of Transport to Ministry of Environment. And when he went to the Ministry of Environment, nobody never knew even who was in charge in that ministry. Within 2 months, everybody knew Ministry of Environment. When Givenchy was clean, Nairobi River was clean, everything was moving in that ministry. So the office is the occupant. We look like people who do not have president because of a joker who is sat at Arambe House. That joker that we vote as a president doesn't even look like one. But when Trump he has not even been sworn in, you can see how presidents, how the world leaders. So office is a person, is not the office. If you bring a weak person like Biden in an office, nobody will care. But if you bring Trump in that office, so Raila we may hate him, we may be corrupt, we may have our problem and challenges in country, but Raila, the man with that seat, is playing above his peers. So that's why that seat for now, the interest of United States is there. We have the wife of Lamini Zuma was there. We have now Faki was there. Who knew them? Who heard of them? Amena tried that seat last time. Amena being Amena, nobody cared about Amena. That is the fact. That is now Baba. That is the Babaness in that seat. When Raila will start just there, you will see the whole Africa. They know who Baba is. They want to check it. Now, the office holder is more important than the office itself. Like now, if you have like Matiang'i, take Matiang'i now to any ministry in Kenya, it will work within 1 week. You will have some little work. Like sometimes people hate Moses Kuria, but we love him. When Moses Kuria was Minister of Transport, you can see he was launching industrial hub. Since Moses Kuria left, even if me, you ask, even in the comment section here, who is the minister in charge of the Ministry of Trade? Majority of us don't know. So sometimes, but if Matiang'i was removed from Ministry of ICT, where he migrated us from digital to analog things, he went straight to education. He worked wonders in education. He's not a teacher. He worked wonders. So when he left there, he went to security. At least he tried, hata kama abductions zilikuwa na pale, nobody akosangi makosa. Nobody is perfect. Let us not look at angels. We don't have angels in this country. And even in 2027, we will still have the same very people we are bashing. Those are the people who we will vote. Yes.
Mr. Chair, don't forget I'm still here.
Okay, go
Please
ahead.
allow other people to contribute. Kenya Mkora,
Mimi pia nataka
contribute.
kidogo na kulala.
Okay, Mkenya Mkora, go ahead. Kenya Patriot atakuja. Ayaga, sasa utarelax sasa. I don't want you to...
Kenya Mkora, it's your turn. Please contribute.
I appreciate. Asante sana. Let me just start by just throwing a jab back a little bit of what Ayaga is saying, and he's spoken a lot, and I'm just sitting here and asking myself. Let me just throw one jab back because I don't want to argue with that and argue with what he said. I have my notes written. I'm just gonna throw point to point. And I knew you would bring that, my brother. Okay, let me add that as my closing remark at the point, Susan, because yes, that's a very big conversation. Actually, it's Kip mwenye ameniita hapa, and I know what he wants. But also listening to Ayaga, I think Ayaga, first of all, you're running all over. Again, you come and let me just the points because kuchukua time mob. You come and talk about Donald Trump, Biden, and whatever. Why is it there no problem and confusion about it? It's because that's what the Constitution of the United States says. Whether Trump alishinda ama ingekuwa ni mimi nilishinda, either way, they are not gonna fight about that. It is what it is. Kamala is not even talking about anything. Unlike where we come, the Constitution that we never follow back in Kenya. Okay. So me, I didn't get your argument. Maybe later on nikitoka nitakusikiza bado, hata kama sitakuwa nimetoka nikiwa hapa bado tutaongea. Raka, let me run to yakihika yako na nini nitakujia. Keep, I know where you're going with that one because you know it touches home. Okay. Now, let me start with the Raila USC seat. There's a reason Kenyans are fighting, and they're not really fighting for him to come back into Kenyan politics. For so long, we've said that Raila lost credence with the people when he dined or seemed to dine with the government that is actually against the people. That is where the problem is. And that's why I was asking earlier, and I was asking Ayaga. Irregardless, I know you will always fight because you're from that side. But irregardless, how many votes do you have for Raila to be in the AUC? You don't have not even a single one. None of us have any single vote. But if Kenyans are saying, and are telling even the Netherlands person not to come to Kenya, and Kenyans are saying something is wrong here, They're not even fighting Raila. They're just fighting the system. And to prove that to you, you can see somebody like Uhuru coming in and telling Gen Z, kaeni ngumu. Someone that we thought was gonna be, even he's been in those cartoons, but I know that guy has been always very quiet. It's just that he made a handshake. Why does anybody that gets a handshake with Ruto going into problems? We have to be very strategic in how we think about these things. I'll give you a bad example. 2 days ago, there was a fight between the police and the Morans, the Maasai Morans. One cop actually lost his hand. Why is it that everywhere, and we had the Nakuru one, we had, I don't know, everywhere. Why is it that everywhere is fighting with the so-called government? I'll give you a good example. A good answer to the best of my knowledge. And I know these other panelists here, they know the answers to that. And any Kenyan knows that. Why are we in up and arms with young people, old people, government fighting government, everybody going to court after the other one, people fighting the police against the citizenry? Is because the one thing that we forgot, and we left it a long time ago and decided to call somebody a president who is illegitimate, who never was elected by anyone. The intelligence, when you tell us the intelligence I have, Ayaga, that intelligence is nonsensical when that intelligence is not working to the people that you think. Your intelligence, you can keep it to your pocket and take it home. You endo ukakae nayo upike chapati nayo. Because you can see what... No, let me finish. Ngoja, let me finish. Please,
Okay.
I'm on my last one.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I
Okay,
wanted to support
thank you.
your point.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I just don't want to lose my my chain of thought. So when you look at these things with the way they are happening, you understand it's a war not by the people in power, but it's a war against the people. War between the people in power and the people who are actually living it. And the people that are living it actually understand the power, and the people in the power understand actually that some of them do not, and some actually understand what these people who are not in power but understand power, what it is all about. And lastly, let me just say, as I finish, Ndonirudilie, I know you will have a question for me. Keep coming back to your thing. Your question was about ilikuwa nini? Umenichanganya sasa. Keep question yako, ulikuwa unataka nichangie ni nini?
Unajua nilikuwa nataka kuuliza juu ya Susan Kihika akidisappear for 3 months,
Okay.
lakini Martha Luther King
Thank you, umenikumbusha. Wacha nimalizane na hiyo.
Martha Luther King atakuinterrupt, ngoja uone.
Yeah, wacha nimalizane na hiyo. And I saw you pia in another forum that I am with you. Susan Kihika, first of all, I wish she is in the US because she might not come back again to Kenya. We've been hunting for Susan Kihika for a very long time. So you keep only knows, and that's why alinichokoza na hiyo kitu. Susan Kihika is somebody who's wanted in the US. And I don't believe she's in the US because she's going to get arrested out here. Because there's so many cases that she is, watu wamemwekea. She's a criminal in the US. She was, and Kip knows this, she was an immigration lawyer. She stole so much of people's money here for them to be represented. When you are in the US, you want to be represented by, if you hear ni mtu wa kwenyu, you want them to be represented. She stole a lot of money. For me, I will not talk for myself. Keep anajua. But people send me something that she's been sent away from Kenya, or she's having issues with Ruto, and I don't know how true it is. Maybe Kip will talk about it. But if she's here in the US, we will get her. Kip, I think I answered you that. Bila kuongea mingi. Asanteni. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No,
Can I?
it's why I brought that. Sorry, just for a short interruption. Why I brought that is Susan Kihika is a fake lawyer. She's an American citizen also, by the Martin. That's why there is what do you call it? Also a question to the EACC why she ran for governor having dual citizen. It's not allowed, and she's disappeared for 3 months. There's an assumption she's in the US, but like the way you said it, there's a warrant for her arrest. I did not know about that because she practiced law illegally in the US. So she's on maternity leave in the US. Then if she, I don't know if she's on bail or whatever it is, Kenya Mkora, you have to tell me. I don't know.
Keep. Nini nani? Who is this?
Okay, wacha tusikie speech ya Martha Luther King. Go ahead, KK.
No, Keep. Ni venye unasema studios juu nani, unajua sometimes you have to get context. I think once you get to circumcising the mosquitoes, people get lost. Let's go to be objective, please.
Susan Kihika has disappeared.
Sijui kama ni mimi on my side, sijui ni kama inakwama.
Maybe it's me, but I'll just finish that for KK. Susan Kihika has disappeared for 3 months. There's an assumption she's in the US or maternity leave, or whatever it is. That is the story.
Can I just come in, please?
All right. Yes.
Julia,
I wanted to add one more before you come in. 1 minute,
okay,
please, if you don't mind. Please. 1 second. Kenya Mkoda, I wanted to add the point that you mentioned a few times. You mentioned huyu Ayaga anakuja natuambia intelligence. The point that he keeps emphasizing that he's using that as a fear factor. He's trying to tell you he knows people. He hata kama akiwa kazi, it's fine. Watu walipwe. But he's trying to emphasize intelligence to try to threaten anyone who listens and watches and engages with him. That has failed. Go on, Ellie. Sorry to interrupt you, Ellie.
thank you via the chair, and also Julia, because Julia hasn't spoken. If she can allow me just 2 minutes.
Yes,
My first.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you. I just seen Anne there talking about Susan Kika, 55 years. Anyway, I think she's around about 51, 52, and she's on maternity leave. Hey, tuache tu hapo. Yani hata mimi nimekuwa shocked. But I saw that in the papers. I wanted to just make a comment on Ayaga's presentation, a very slight comment, that sometimes when communities feel aggrieved, it doesn't matter which community, they will shun things like protests. They want to be, they'll have some form of apathy from the ongoing politics. And that's why, for example, there was a huge section of people from Nyanza who did not participate in the last 2 elections, and then some felt that they could not go ahead in the protests as part of the protests. These things are not permanent. In Nigeria, for example, the Igbo community, the Igbo are well known for shunning protests, nationwide protests, because they felt aggrieved because of the Biafran conflict, in the southeast of Nigeria. And oftentimes when there is national civil unrest. The Igbos choose to ignore this, even though the Igbo are the most penetrating community in terms of where they're everywhere in Nigeria. But then they feel that they were marginalized during that time of the separatist conflict, you know. So this thing that's happening in so-called Luo Nyanza, it's early days, you know, because it's not I don't think it can be described as something permanent, because there's a lot that's going to happen once Mr. Odinga has exited the political space in that part of Kenya. So we can't assume that Luos now will shun protests, forever. That is a solid thing now. But I do appreciate your comments, Ayaga. But I think it's not. We can't conclude this. It's just any community can do this. They can decide we're not interested in national politics for the next 2-3 years, whatever. Thank you.
And just to add on to that, how about the southern part of Kenya? I don't know where you draw the lines when you talk about the northern, the east. How about this other side? There's a side that Kenyans really, because the republic has been dominated by either Rift Valley, Luo, Kamba, Central. How about the rest of it? And that has always been my biggest question. I wanted to I think you missed that point early, because we need to start looking at the other side, and why even the Maasais right now are even cutting the hand of a police officer, and they're telling them, no, you're not going to do this. Why is people just revolving? I guess that's a big question that I also have. Kwa nini Karali?
First of all, about this last question, my thoughts, it's not that I'm right or whatever. In most of our discussions here, it's hard to be right or wrong, you know. So I am trying to say something out of an opinion that is informed by Ruto's actions in the last 2-3 years. You know, the Kenya Kwanza and the UDA, they brought this stupid thing called, hustler versus dynasty. And we can see the consequences, because what happened there in Narok 2 days ago now was that apparently someone drove, very fast, in a Toyota Prado, and killed many animals, livestock that was owned by the local herding communities there. And you see the hustler dynasty mentality. People are revenging. People are angry. They were told that you are poor people. Someone's driving past there with a Prado, and you are trying to herd your animals. May I blame Ruto squarely for this? All these presidents who led Kenya, I am not celebrating their thievery and all that, but they knew the diplomacy of, honestly, you don't now start working people up and saying anti-hustler versus dynasty. It's a very dangerous thing. And I feel so sad for that policeman, kata hivyo vibaya sana. I watched that video. It was shocking. Shocking. He even turned left just to see his hand over there. Pale amekatwa hivyo na panga, and it is something which is actually, if this continues at this pace, and the abductions, the way now Kenyans are taking, there's like a vigilante thing that is going on amongst Kenyans. But this is, I blame this philosophy of hustler versus dynasty. These guys came out to revenge, and they were, someone said, I think it was Kipruto Arab Kirwa. I watched an interview 2 days ago, and Kipruto is a very, very balanced, objective, sharp mind. And Kirwa said that Ruto must find an enemy for him to operate anything he must find an enemy. And he did that in 2007 against Kibaki. He did that with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. He also said that according to Kipruto Arap Kirwa, Ruto blamed Raila Odinga for the 3,000 to 4,000 young Kalenjin boys post 2007 election violence. So Kirwa said that this man always has to look for an enemy so that people are busy being pumped with that information and forget these promises that he has made. Is the kind of thing you saw in this Hustler Dynasty thing. You can just see it. It works for him. And then the Mkebes like Dennis Tumbi, they've wasted our time, but they've pumped up this Ruto's philosophy amongst the young people. They've used public funds to kill our democracy. It's a huge problem that I blame Ruto for insecurity and for the way Kenyans are now reacting against the police. These people are human beings. They're like, okay, they're trigger happy. They need to be retrained. Kiganjo kule kuna njia wanaweza kuchange vile philosophy of policing. Unaona? Lakini kusema ukweli, if the person at the top is that rotten, yeah, these police men and women will suffer. I think so. Now the question you asked about the southeast and sorry, all different communities in Kenya, in relation to that thing I said about shunning politics or apathy and things like that. I am sorry that I used Nyanza or the Luo as as a measurement of this kind of behavior. I can't speak for other communities because I don't know how their experience is translated in terms of whether they want to protest or not in national issues. I don't know. But for the Luo people, even when I was there in August, people were just laughing in the markets and talking about, we don't care. We don't care. But also, if you look at the individual people from that community who were killed in the protests in Nairobi, the Gen Z, it didn't matter which community you came from, but there were so many as well from the Luo community. I'm sorry that I have to tribalize this, but I find it very difficult to think that the whole of the Luo community now, they just want to shun protests or things like this. We have to wait and see. If Raila goes to that AU, whatever, I think there will be some breathing space for a huge chunk of it's a reality. There will be some breathing space. The man is tired, but people are still afraid because there's a cabal that operates around him. Half the time, it's not him who, presses those buttons and say, this is what's to be done. There is a very big cabal that is around this person, and it's made him an institution. But as soon as he steps out, I think now the younger generation in the Luo community will be even much more openly involved in national politics. But the problem is that the people who are already taking over from him haven't a clue. Personally, I have no time for Gladys Wanga, the chairperson of ODM, because her track record in Homa Bay is terrible. And for example, if you go to Homa Bay Hospital, people are praising her for the efforts that she made. You go there and she has just painted the building. Outside it looks fantastic. The reception areas, marbles, what? But go inside the wards and the rest of the hospital is a stinking piece of, I cannot even describe it. And the schools in Homa Bay are in difficult position. These governors are driving around with our public money. Most of the most of the county CSs in Homa Bay Those guys have built, they've invested in building, private, businesses that you would be shocked. How much did they earn in order to do these things? But some people have this theory that I would rather, like what someone said there the other day, that Ndidi Nyoro, for example, or any of those Nyanza CSSs from the county government, I would rather they invest within than ship the money out of the country. So people are saying that Ndidi Nyoro, for all that he stole, I think it was you, Kip, who was saying that yesterday or the day before, that for all that money that he stole, and then used it in building schools, but I don't think you implied that he should keep it within that was a good thing. But for me, that could be a good thing that these thieves are doing, but the state should also, through the justice system, reclaim this.
Ellie, you misquoted me, yeah? What he's doing is different from Ruto. I said he's a thief that is not thinking like Ruto is a thief that does not think like Dingy Nyoro, whereby he's using the money that he's stolen to please his people. So he's part of KPLC, yeah? Meaning that he's lying to his people that he's doing good, yet he's stolen from the rest of Kenya. And that is that I'm not praising him, but that is the PR Ruto should have been doing. Meaning that what kept Kenyans quiet with the Uhuru government is he gave us goodies, very little goodies, things that will please us. Utajengewa barabara hapa, upatie SGR, which is half done and stuff like that. It doesn't mean I'm praising him. I was just talking about the PR stunt he had done.
Okay, right. Okay, that's it. Yeah, okay, thank you. But that's a bit like even when before Moi stepped out.
You let
just 2 seconds. Just before Moi left the scene, or when Kibaki took over, people started crying. Sijui ati at least the devil Moi kulikuwa na pesa, disposable income in people's pockets. That's it's the same thing when you hear that these governors, they have done stupid things in our counties, right? I hope, honestly, that whoever takes over the mantle from this Raila thing in Luo Nyanza is a fair, balanced mind and a young person, not the stupid politicians that we see in Luo Nyanza. I'm sorry I had to talk about Luo Nyanza as an example. Thank you anyway.
Niongee sasa.
Thank you, Julia.
Habari zenu. It's good to see all of you. Hata sijui, I don't know. Jiru, why are you not moderating? What is the topic?
Yeah, topic is the state of governance in Kenya. What should we do? And the issues tunaongea mostly because of vile akina Uhuru aliongea, and some of the emerging issues kama hizo umesikia watu wakisema, so it's much of the same thing tile tunafanyanga hapa. Wewe unajua governance in Kenya ni mbaya. I don't think you need to be guided what to say. There's a lot to say in Kenya.
Oh, atina ni amezaa.
Sasa inakaa siku hizi sasa hata wamama wa umri wanataka watoto.
Why not? If you don't have a child, you can go for one. If there's a man willing to make one there, you look for one. So I don't know where she is. I think she's entitled to a mat leave. Kenya, fortunately for women and men, they get a maternity leave, a long one. For your information, Kenyan health system before this Jambazi scheme has been one of the best in the world. The only thing we have not had is that we don't have the best medicine and equipment and all that. So if Kenya was going to improve on equipment in our hospitals and make sure that people get medicine when they go to the hospitals, Kenya was one of the very best. It beat America. America is still struggling. When it comes to American health system, niko hapa lakini wenye wako hapa akina Mato akina Njiru, muombe tu kitu isikufanyikie. We just pray that last night a friend of mine's baby was born prematurely and he was akatolewa akiwa 6 months akaweka kwa incubator and then shortly mtoto akaafa. Sasa akaaga. Sasa watu they are struggling with bills. Hey, and you struggle with that when you still have when you have insurance. Yani uko na insurance inalipa, lakini kuna mabills na kufuata hata mimi mpaka nikashanga madaktari walitoa hiyo mtoto so they could make money. You people you've read about, is it Elon Musk and all that, all those who are managing the insurance in America, the health insurance, how they exploit their own people and all that. Okay, so let me talk about America wako na shida zao, lakini sasa Keheka tuseme kama ameenda maternity leave, mimi nasema ni sawa, ni shida yake, ni mtoto wake, bwana yake, all that stuff. But then the problem is that she'll still be stealing from wherever she is maternity leave. I mean, like Ellie is saying, that's the problem. And the sad thing is that sometimes Kenyans struggle too much to wake up. Well, he's talking about Gladys. I also talk about Ndindi Nyoro. It is sad that watu wa Kiharu wanafikiria Ndindi Nyoro amefanya maajabu. That is what he was supposed to do. The government is supposed to do, to build those schools. It's not like he was doing them a favor. Yeah, upgrade those schools, make sure that they are human. Kids can go there. That is what the government was supposed to do. So personally, I don't think Ndindi Nyoro has done any favor. And like I think Kipo, somebody said he's one of those running KPLC, and KPLC is minting money from Kenyans. Mjongea na Wakenya mkilipa token vile naishanga. Hey, talk with Kenyans. You see how Ndindi Nyoro and team are stealing their tokens. So those Kariba, I was sad when I spoke to some relatives from Muranga telling me, among all the UDA MPs, Ndindi Nyoro peke yake ndiye atarudi. Nikashanga, what is wrong with these people? And then I was also heard the other day when I was here, and I was saying, Gachagua is helping us. Lakini proposing for us readers is wrong. Kama sasa naeka kina Kate Waruguru atiwasimame Laikipia. Can you believe that Kate Waruguru can be the governor of Laikipia? Yani Kenyans have to wake up. Anybody associated with Gachagua should not ever get anywhere. Gachagua.
Kate Waruguru.
Kate Waruguru for governor. What is wrong with people from Mount Kenya region? So tukaitwa togege. I think we deserve that insult. And anybody listening to me here, if anybody associating with Gachagua,
What is wrong with Kate Waruguru being a governor?
I don't think Kate Waruguru has anybody who associated with UDA should not go anywhere near leadership. Anybody. Kate juzi alikuwa na dance hiyo maskati yake akimbia Ruto. Anybody who let me say this for avoidance of doubt, anybody who went close to UDA should not vie for anything, should not be voted for anything. Even Mount Kenya, ama wherever, it is mediocrity ya watu wa Maurima. Ni kama hatuna watu wamesoma. Tunaoneshanga watu kwamba ni kama kwetu hakuna watu walipeleka shule wakasoma. Hey, imagine when we have guys like this. I want to mention a few that I know that I think have been transformative. One of them, ni Mwangi wa Equity. He has run that bank. When that bank was introduced, I mean, that bank has been able to reach people. The mtu mwenye hata angekuwa na account Kenya ya bank. Siku hizi wako na account, they can access loan.
Aliiba hiyo idea kutoka Post Bank. Aliangusha post, acha kupraise.
Whatever Pip says, he ran, whether aliangusha Post Bank, he ran that bank effectively. Period.
You cannot praise evil.
No, I have not.
To avoid.
Keep you have not read the Post Bank thing. You are just making
Post Bank are the ones who came with the idea.
Apana, kwenda huko maza. Kwenda huko. You people, you want to throw.
You cannot praise. Praise somebody. You cannot praise somebody because he comes from your region.
No.
You're becoming a Tugege also. You.
No, keep you now. Can I finish what I was saying? Hey, let me finish. You are all talking here, and I was quiet. So can everybody close their mouths so that I talk? I am talking about that because I'm talking about the mountain. I'm trying to say this, that the mountain has better people like the likes of Kate Waruguru that can take leadership. So anybody circling around Gashagwa, we know that birds of the same feathers flock together. People with the same ideologies ya kuiba na kunyakua will flock together. So while Gashagwa is helping us fight Ruto, it does not mean tumemtoa kwa makosa, tumemexempt, tuseme amefanya poa. We won't do that unless watu wa mountain wamekuwa wajinga zaidi mpaka hawezi warevuka. And I hope that the next election, the people from the mountain will
Julia says, and you know, I hardly ever interrupt you. Can you tell me one person from the mountain who was not Tusi what
keep quiet? Keep quiet, Mato. Close your mouth. I talk. Don't talk. I'm going to be very aggressive. Mutu akinijibu before I finish. Now, if you're not from the mountain, please also close your mouth because I'm also talking about the mountain. I'm saying this. Mato is trying to tell me at Yakuna Mtu Mountain. Nico, I've not stolen anybody's money. I'm from the mountain.
Mountain ni nyumbani bana. You can't say that. Mountain ni nyumbani kwangu pia. I'm from the mountain.
Can you mute these people? Can you mute them? I kept quiet while they were talking. And throw them out. You don't close their mouths. I'm saying this.
Tutaguza mountain.
Nyamazeni
I'm from the mountain.
Mlima na Julia amekataa mlima iguzwe.
Jiru, please.
Nitaguza mlima.
Nitaguza
mlima leo.
Order.
Yes, they're not letting me talk. What is wrong with them?
Mtaguza mlima baadaye. Simungojee kwanza mlima
You have your chance to talk.
Kwani
keep let Julia finish.
Protect Julia. You should protect Julia because Julia is saying something. If Ayaga is saying it, people are saying I'm mad. So protect Julia, please.
Yes, protect me, Jiru.
I support that. She's under Siege.
Mato and keep people, you're doing a very wrong thing. It's very wrong to disrupt someone when they are talking. I never disrupted anybody. I think that is not decorum. Now, I'm saying this. Mato is telling to say that people from the mountain, have I been a leader myself? I've never been a leader and I've not sold anybody anything. So there are people like me who exist in the mountain, who have not stolen anything from anybody, and who believe in the right thing, who believe in the principles of good governance. I'm one of them. And we are many. Mlima tupeleka watu shule wengi, si wao majambazi wanaongeanga kwa radio ndio walienda shule. So my take is, I hope that Mlima will wake up when we come to the election, and we'll take the attitude of the Gen Z and begin up and bring a new revolution in the mountain and bring leadership that observes the principle of law and good governance. That is my take. So while people are praising Ndindi Nyoro, I think he's just stood out among the rotten eggs. So those rotten eggs that in other counties that were so rotten and did nothing for their county. So one rotten egg did something that is looking like ati amefanya kitu Kiharo. So watu wa Kiharo sasa wanamshangilia. Ni sawa tu wamshangilie. I hope he'll get good competition when it comes to the election. About good governance, I don't know what Gladys Wanga has done. But some time back I saw some scandals surrounding her, lakini sijui nini amefanya. About what people in ODM are feeling. ODM is flip-flopping left and right. Mara Sifuna ako huku ati anatetea wananchi. Mara hataki kushabulia ile serikali wanafanyia kazi. ODM is flip-flopping. And my take about ODM flip-flopping, first, they are not even sure about Baba's AU seat. And even if he gets seat, I think the likes of Sifuna are playing safe because first he's in Nairobi. Nairobi hakutakuwa na mchezo. Leta hiyo ODM yako na udaku, utaona vile kutaenda. He knows that he'll lose it. If he goes to vie in Nairobi and decides to talk about Ruto, he knows that he'll definitely lose his seat. So Sifuna is playing safe. I think so. So I think those who are in ODM who are trying to behave like they are opposing the government, I think they are just playing safe. Now, Ohuru's statement to me was not very significant because the fact that alifungulia Ruto his gate Gatundu, alika in his normal senses, he was not insane. Akaambiwa na Ruto ninakuja, akamwambia kuja. They shaked hands, they ate from the same pot, they drank from the same pot tea, whether walikunywa chai ama walikunywa pombe ama whatever walikunywa. That to me was compromise, and I cannot forget that. So when he comes up and start yapping ati Gen Z mpigania asituletee akwende huko, asituletee hiyo. Let me finish, Kaika. I said don't disrupt me.
Then you have to.
I'm winding up.
So,
Hey, Kaika, you people have been talking for 4 hours. I've not said anything. Be quiet.
Time too, please.
Hey.
I just joined, and do not tell me to be quiet.
Hey, be quiet.
I just
if you
joined.
I'll ask you to be quiet if you disrupt me. Now, I'm sorry, sijakunywa kitu ni weekend too.
Julia, you need to use the authority of a teacher.
Yes.
Munyamase.
That's what I, okay, they are not my students. I am sorry, I will not say be quiet again. Now, so Uhuru asitulete ati kutu enjoy akwende uko. He opened the gate for the devil in his house. So I'm not buying that. Let him do whatever he want to do with Ruto. We even told Ruto and Mushe Kenyatta mzee handshake. We don't care. We don't care. We from the mountain. Okay. So to wind up, the struggle continues. Gachagua must continue digging in Ruto's government. Gachagua aponampea heko. I should buy him one. He doesn't take one. I think I should buy him nyama choma for the job he's doing. He should continue digging and digging into Ruto's government. We should have more Moturis coming out to tell us what exactly is cooking that government. Nimeona Kindiki Soprano siku hizi anafinywa, sijui anafinywa alipewa slap. People say alipewa slap na Faruk. Sijui kama ni kweli alipewa slap. Lakini the man from the Rakanizi is not happy. He's not a happy man. That makes me very happy. He was even kicked out of UDA leadership. He's no longer the deputy leader. That is, things can never be sweeter. For governance in Kenya, we just need a new leaf. We just need a complete overhaul. We just need people, revolutionary leaders. People, and me, my leader has been Okia Mtata and others, and Mother Karua. By the way, keep to wind up to make you happy, although I shouted at you, nimeingia ile chama yenyu, People Liberation Party. That will be my party. Ama wewe una habari.
Ni kuingize officially bana, tuongea baadaye.
Tuko na people, those listening, ladies and gentlemen, my winding up remarks for this point is join the People's Liberation Party. Amen. Asanteni.
Julia, itabidi by the way, I like that. Itabidi uniambie kama ni ukweli Kindiki ametolewa kutoka kwa kitu, because I've tried to look for it officially.
Alitolewa. Hukuona alitolewa anakwakapea jamaa mwingine wa Coast.
Yeah.
Na Ishungu ametolewa kwa WhatsApp group.
Kunaenda poa.
Timami.
I think keep your next.
It's not official. It's not official. Nani ametolewa. He's given a task to mobilize, and that's why you saw him trying to mobilize and trying to be another Gachagua in the mountain. But I think they are playing that theatrics with him, scarecrow tactics. So I don't think it will be easy to get him out of the deputy leadership with that capacity. It's not easy.
But let me ask you guys a quick question. So if Kindiki is removed from that leadership, right, and he's the deputy president, so in what chama or political party will he be a deputy president? Because now I'm trying to look at the constitution.
What they were doing.
Think of
Unaona nani, hold on, keep. Unaona, keep hold on. Unaona what they wanted to do, and it's not materializing because actually, let's thank Kimani Ichung'wah for his mistakes in Bungoma. The word was they wanted to convince Mudavadi finally to fold his party so that they can corner who? Wetangula. But it really backfired. So Mudavadi wanted to fold his party, and once he folded his party, it becomes UDA officially, then they put him as the deputy leader. But that backfired, unaona? So that was the plan.
So, Alex, thank you for bringing that, because I was trying to look at the constitutional part of it and the party's manifesto, or not even manifesto, the party's constitutional, the way it's supposed to be. So, if Kindiki is not the deputy for, and I know what you just said is very true, because I saw that the Mudavadi, and they actually, yes, yes,
Ayaga, please mute yourself. So Mkora, we can hear what Mkora is saying. Ayaga, mute yourself, please. Thank you.
Okay, so Alex has brought a thank you. Alex has brought a very good informative thing here, because it's also been messing with me when I saw that news that Kindiki might be taken out from the deputy party leader of UDA. So if he's taken out of the deputy party leader of UDA, so it means he's partyless. Now we can see
one sentence, Kenya Mkora, yeah? One sentence, and I'll finish. What did Ruto do for 4 years when he was deputy president?
But he never quit his party, or he was never taken out. Jubilee. He was still Jubilee. He would come up with this nonsensical Jubilee 1, 2, whatever, and stuff like that. But he never did. He was never thrown away from Jubilee, right?
And that is what Mturi, and that is what Gashagwa, and that is what Kindiki is going to do. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. They're not going to leave UDA until it's time, until they'll form their own thing. So that is what is going to happen. They'll wait for the opportune time, and you'll see the mountain will form a party, and they will all join it. That is what I see in the future. Right now, it's only speculation. They're all part of UDA, technically. But in future, I'm seeing a new party being formed in the party. And it's not going to be Jubilee. It's going to be DP. It's not going to be UDA. It's going to be their own. That's what I believe. Just like the way UDA appeared out of nowhere.
Right.
Who knew what UDA was 4 years ago, before elections? We didn't know who they are.
Yeah, yes.
All right. Ayaga, 2 minutes, then Alex, then Ellie. Please. Ayaga, 2 minutes, then Alex, then Ellie.
Okay, thank you very much. UDA was party called POA by Raphael Tuju. POA, the People's Party of Action. I think something like that. But anyway, well said and done. I want just to recommend my sister Julia. You know what Julia have said? If Ayaga was the one who is saying that, people angesema, you know, you revenge, you say this. My friend, by confession from the people of Mulema, and by confession with even some leaders from Mulema, let me use the words of Rigathi Gachagua, they vote for riffraffs. Those are not leaders. Those are riffraffs. From William Ruto is the biggest riffraff we have in Kenya. Eats everything. He can even eat its own children. He can even eat its own wife. He can eat anything. So,
Ayaga, can I interject?
Okay.
So I think what I don't understand is, why is the issue with you with Mlima people? Why isn't, you know, once you, for example, nikakuja every day na kunsema sijui people from the lake wakona issue, wakona shida. But at the end of the day, all of us from where we're from, things are affecting each and every one of us the same way. So please understand, hii shida tuko nayo in our country, see one tribe and the other one. We have to change kila kitu. Is that a fair point from your end?
And I will support what Ayaga said. Ayaga said, if it is Julia saying it, it is no problem. But when he says it, it is a problem. So I think you just reinforce what Ayaga said.
Exactly. You know, I was just lamenting on Julia's point that when I say that, it is a problem. But when Julia was saying they tried to gag Julia, but alisimama kidete, which is very good. We still have iron ladies from Malema, people who can see that actually we have been voting wrong people, thinking we are punishing the other people. We are punishing ourselves. Look at now what befall Gashagwa. If not riffraffs that they voted, Gachagua angekuwa huko, Gachagua angekuwa anapigania ndani ya serikali. And that was a contract between him and people. The leaders walk around, eat money, then they throw one of their own under the bus. Let us just be serious. If we learn how to vote, and if we are sent to the political kitchen to prepare food for our political enemy or somebody we don't agree with politically, cook a food that if you are given, you can eat it without complaining. The problem why the people of Malema are complaining too much, this whole package called William Ruto and everything, they package it for somebody else. Ndiye asikie vibaya. When there was a turnaround, so they were served that food to eat, they realized that they cooked something they cannot eat. And that's why we are eating it. We have pain and we don't complain. For us, we are feeling pain and we don't want to complain. But for them, they are eating it and they are complaining. Tuendelee namna hiyo hiyo. So let me finish. I'm ending my remark. I don't want to argue a lot. I'm seeing Kenya Mkora hapa.
Two wrongs don't make right. Sasa umesema wakule ujuri yao, na walituambia tukule ujuri wetu. So now you're saying pia sisi lazima tuwaserve the same message, the same medicine. I mean, two wrongs don't make right. We want to move a country forward. Nimekufa, nimeanguka hapa.
And that is what I'm saying. We need to talk as a nation. That's why I'm giving example of this. If today I don't agree with Kenyan Patriot or KK in politically, and Ayaga is sent to the political jikon, ama kitchen, to prepare food, I will prepare for you a food that if I'm given, I will be able to eat that food without complaining. But if you send me to the kitchen and I make poison, and now I'm forced to eat that poison, I am the one who prepared it, and I'm the one who eating it and crying. It can't be fair, my brother. It can't be fair. That's why we need a conversation as a nation.
Alex,
we need a
conversation. You come back after. Alex, go ahead. Then Mkoda after. Alex, then Mkoda after. Then Julia.
For me, I want to thank everybody. Julia, long time, Mwalimu. I saw you stuck your foot on the ground. Ukatuambia not just be quiet, shut your mouth. You know, that's heavy. Mwalimu akichoka anakwambia funga mdomo, sio unyamazi. That was really nice.
Alex,
No, it's okay. You just made me laugh. I realized there's a difference because you said both. And I said, oh yeah, there's a difference between shut your mouth and keep quiet. So that was nice though. Ayaga, I actually stayed here intentionally because of you. You said a statement that made me laugh. I really laughed that the Babaness and the Babaness of the AU seat is because of Raila. What, you know, I kept asking myself, and you went on saying that if Matiang'i is given a ministry, this is what happens. And if Moses Kuria is given a ministry, this is what happened. And because right now we may not, and that is true from your side, not from my side. I know all the cabinet ministers, by the way, even the Americans, I know all of them. I make an intentional decision to know them, not based on how they are rhetoric or how much noise they make, but based on my interest in politics. Now, so why do you inflate that eagerness of an individual? to become a personality cult, even when it comes to an important seat of Pan-Africanism. Do you think it's good to perpetuate that kind of, bad taste of politics that we've been having as bad manners in our country? That his barberness is the reason why we are, in this euphoria of AUC. Why do you inflate your ego that way? What is barberness to you?
You want me to answer that question? Or can I just give you a brief explanation?
Whichever
Just
that will make
answer
me
a question. 30
understand.
seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I was giving example of Matiang'i Muchuki and somebody like Moses Kuria, those are the recent people I can say if they are given a seat or a ministry, that ministry works more than, you know, there are some ministry in Africa that we describe mostly in Kenya as lucrative ministry, Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs, but there are to ministry, if you are given, you see it as a demotion. But there are people, if you give them those ministry, and I gave the example of Mchuki, that he fired up that ministry, and people can feel that that ministry is also important to the common wananchi and to the people of the republic. So the barberness I'm talking about, that's why we today we are here. We are discussing this AUC. Imagine Amina was a candidate in the last election where Faki won. We never even discuss it on a single day. Now the barberness is what we are discussing, not even the seat. We are discussing barberness. The barberness has even made us knows the opponents. The one is from Djibouti, another one is from Madagascar. Ingekuwa tu mtu kama uchukue hata babu na mwamba upatie, hatungekuwa tunajua hizi vitu yote. So that is what barberness is.
Ayaga, 30 seconds is over. Alex, maliza your point, then Julia Ukuja ama Mkora, one of you.
Ayaga,
next.
This is from my point of view, and this is my personal reference. The reason why I am concerned about Raila and his AUC seat is because he absconded his primary duty, which Kenyans had bestowed on him for years. And at the time he became a runaway soldier, he had hyped us, and we as a country had lost lives believing we were fighting for one common goal, which was and still remains the injustice that cannot produce a president that we have voted for. It was not about his barberness. It was about our choice should be had. All along, it has been about my choice and the choice that our people have made should be had, not because of an individual and what you call barberness. And the reason why people are paying attention to that, to the man, even today, it's not even because of the AUC seat, if you don't know. It was because of the disappointments that they got, because they had vested emotionally in him, which was wrong. And we did talk about it the other day here, that I think one of the mistakes we have done over the years is to trust a politician with every iota of our every fiber and every iota of our being, that to a point we have coined some narratives within our society that if he tells you your wife is pregnant and he has come and she's 55 and she has come here, no diapers. If she tells you this, you do it. So that investment, emotional investment, and political investment in him is what distracted us from what our cause was, and it diverted our mind to somewhere else. It is not the barberness in the AUC seat. And the reason we are mad at him is because we believed that he had the capacity to do that. And because he absconded his duty, the primary duty for Kenyans, and Kenyans are the one who's endorsing him for the AUC seat, we are still saying that, yes, we do not accept your candidature. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Julia Mamkora, one of you.
Can I go? Can I go?
Go ahead, please.
Especially,
Yes,
you know,
yeah, go
one
ahead.
thing I like
Then
about.
Juliana.
Okay. Yeah. You know, I'm laughing out here. Venye tu nimemute mngesikia venye nacheka hapa hivi. But you know, Alex amesema vizuri. Baba Fidel alienda EWO. You know, in military, people say AWOL, where you just disappear from your duty. It's true what Alex is saying, and I want to back that up because Baba, what he did, and the funny thing, and the most curious thing that we are having and we are getting now is a certain way of a comeback that we're seeing some narrative being made that oh no, Baba Fidel, I mean, for me tulimalizana anyway, ati Baba Fidel, ati was, they had to come together because at the time and this is a big narrative that, and the truth that is out there, but also a narrative that is trying to be killed and for them to come back from it, that they had to come together because they were scared about if the government was taken by either Gen Z or the military. And they were scared that if that was going to happen, because they didn't think the Gen Zs or the military can run the government. And my biggest question to support what Alex is saying, or coming short of saying, just to expound on what I think he was saying, is that I have a question, a big question. Does it mean that the Gen Z can, okay, and when you talk about Gen Z, there's this thing that they wameiteremsha sana, that they call them kids. These guys are not kids. Even the millennials, they're not kids. These are people who have done their job. They drive their own cars. They know where to go. They know what to buy. They know. I mean, you told them they go to KFC. Yes.
To your point.
Yeah.
You know what bothers me a lot? These people who call these Gen Zs, this generation is very educated. Julia, please come back. I'm adding point to Mkora's point. They went to school. You told them to go to school. They went to school. You told them to get degrees. They got it. And now, hakuna jobs. And they can see their country inauzwa as they watch it. What do they expect these people, this generation, to tell them? They can see. Watu hawezi akaoa, hakuna job. Utaoa nini? Utaoa, how you raise your kid without a job, without a home, without something to give your families. This is why watu wamemess with the wrong generation. If you can give birth, you can marry, you can have a job, and you're smart and you're educated, you cannot win that war. Sorry to interrupt you, Mkora.
Thank you. Actually, you've made half of my whatever I wanted to say. And yes, I take your statement in, because that is one thing that I've been standing for. Because you're fighting with, I mean, it's a war that you can't win with the politicians. So yes, thank you. You've made my submission be very actually equal, because I was coming to that point, but you already hit it home. It's true what you said. My biggest thing is that though umenichanganya kidogo, lakini I'll cover it just within less than a minute. Whoever is running the show right now.
Paul, to interrupt you, Paul. I know.
No, it's fine. No, you made a whole point that was in my mind, and you've done a good job. The thing is that, yeah, it's fine. The thing is that Kenyans right now, even when you go talk to the Maasais, earlier I spoke about, and let me bring this story again. I spoke about the cop that alikatwa mkono by the Maasais Morans. The thing is that the government has become to a point where they believe they can run the country because they're the ones that are running a country. To a point the other day, I said somewhere else that you see this country, I mean, these politicians come and say we, and at some point I had to stick with myself and stand by myself, nikajita mkutano myself, and I asked myself, when these guys talk about we, who are they talking about? And I realized they're not talking about the Kenyans. They are talking about the cahoots of those people. I mean, we in ODM, we in Wiper, we in UDA, we in ANC. They're talking about that. But even when they're talking about that, are they talking about the delegates? They're not even talking about the delegates. They're just talking about them. So there's a fight against the people who are above there. That's their fight. You guys, nyinyi ni kuni. Kenyans ni kuni. Mwenye kuwasha moto ako pale juu, na mwenye kupika na mwenye kukula ako pale juu. So anaona hizi kuni zangu hazipigi kelele na hazijakauka vizuri. If that's an analogy, I hope whoever can understand that can understand.
That's a very beautiful.
You're not in,
that's a good analogy. That's a very good analogy.
I also have a question for. I also have a question later on for Kenya Mkora later on if time allows.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. Go ahead. You can talk.
I had not finished my. But if Alex wants to ask, it's fine. But I had not finished my submission.
Later on, you finish your point finish your point, then I'll ask you because it's not part of your conversation.
Okay, thank you, sir. So my thing is that I came to ask when they say we, who is we? And I realize it's just them. And the thing is that also what is really happening right now, and what is happening, me included, is that we are tired and sick and tired of this nonsense. If it's Raila, if it's whatever. And that is the same thing that I'm saying, that we don't care who's going to run after, run with Ruto. If, mark my word, if we are going to get to 2027, it seems like we will get to 2027, but even if we get to that 2027, nakwambia kuni, hiyo kuni, jiko moja tu, kuni, even a mouse, a cat, a dog will win against Ruto. I don't think right now there's anything that Ruto will do between now and 2027 to change anyone's mind. And I believe that I believe he's actually the best president that we've ever had, because he's made people actually open up their minds. And me, but I will keep on saying that he's the best president that has opened up people's minds in our country.
Thank you.
Kenya Mkora.
Alex.
So
No. Ayaga, please mute. Alex, go ahead.
Actually, you have said something in regard to what I wanted to ask you. You've said even what can take Ruto out 2027. Now, I don't know who is the PR for the man called Kalonzo, because I think it's becoming very irrelevant nowadays. And I think I have a message for you to him. Maybe they will listen to you. Did you see this man walk with German Shepherd dogs and tell us that that's how he's going to combat abduction? Did you see that?
That was an embarrassment to me. I watched that. It was two breeds of dogs, a German Shepherd and something. That was such an embarrassment to me. I shut down my phone and I went back to sleep.
It was the German Shepherd and St. Bernard's dog. And
Yes, I went back to sleep. That was the most
I
embarrassing
sat
thing.
down. I sat down, and I started thinking that who can tell this man that now he has become more irrelevant than Raila, and it looks like he was just more relevant because of Raila. Now that he has lost that attachment to Raila, is becoming very relevant. And that is why it's difficult to criticize Ndindi Nyoro. I don't care where he got the money from. But if he can show a fully functional kindergarten school that I can look and say, wow, if I had a baby today, I'll take my kid there. It does not matter Kenya anymore, because nothing in Kenya right now, you can say it's not a proceeds. From the apartments and the flashy cars and everything, the matatus we are boarding, going home, nothing, almost nothing can you say it's not from the proceeds of corruption. So if you have an opportunity or a chance or a way to communicate to Kalonzo, tell him it is better
I
for
do, but
him
Alex,
to have
can you tell me
taken
what this
money
guy
to.
was what message was he trying
I
to
don't know
pass by
what he
saying
wanted to do, but
it doesn't make any
showing us
sense?
Saint Bernard dog breed, go Google and see how much one dog goes for. And he's showing us about 8
right.
dogs. That was wrong. Go tell him that.
No, Alex. If you buy one dog or two, you can breed into each other. You know what I'm saying, right? But at the end of the day, your point is very valid. Namkora. Well on point. Ayaga, you're next. 3 minutes. Njiro, umenyamaza sana kama ukaribu. And Julia, you're next. If you're down there, come up. We need you as well.
Okay. I think I just wanted to listen to my brothers now. I just feel like I need to interject kidogo somewhere. When Mkenya Mkora anasema Raila abscond his duty, he went all absent without official leave, so that we should not support him for AU. My brothers, let us behave like brothers. You know, when you are siblings, you can fight within your home, but that way you don't go to the extended family. You start saying, this is my younger brother ate my food, so we fought. So because he ate my food, we fought. Now that fight, you move even from the extended family. But I don't think this sibling rivalry between us in Kenya politically.
You come back. You have your time. Nakuuliza one question. When you come back, please.
3 minutes imeisha bwana.
No, utaendelea. Si hapa.
Acha nipumzike.
No, you're fine. Nakuuliza, if you're my brother and you sold me to the slave traders, will I ever support you? Should I ever support you? Do not answer, but continue with your submission. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, even if you read the Bible, Joseph was sold to the slave traders. You gave a very good example. And he's the one who welcomed his brother back to Egypt when there was a drought in Canaan. So I think sibling rivalry should not be played in the hands of enemies outside there, because enemies can use that to hit your brother and then blame it on you. And then they will say the brothers has killed themselves. So I think our internal problem, let us behave like Israel. Israelis, they have their internal wrangles and politics and corruption. But when the enemy attack from outside, they always unite, put their differences aside, and support one of their own. I think if we have that mind, let us support Raila as a Kenyan, and let us not pray for him to fail, because there are mistakes he make here in the country. Number two, I heard Kenya Mkora talking about Raila feared that the Gen Z or military could take power. Gen Z never had a face. How can you leave a country to a partyless, faceless, nameless, futureless nothing less to the party. You are leaving country to an identity that is not known to anybody. You need to get a leader. They could have even chose one of their own, like Morara, those young men, and they say, let us fight and give this man power. Do you know the way the Bangladesh,
brother, sorry. Who are these people that they know that a country cannot be left to Alex, me, and you? Who are them that know where the country have to go?
I think so.
Not Kenyans, not Kenyans. Who are these people that actually belong to that place?
I think Kenya Mkora, sometimes it is good to listen. It is a debating rule that we learn in, I think, in class 3, if not good. You will just not point down and then I rarely interject. So let us just learn the rule of the debate, KK, and then we proceed. Yeah. So I'm saying this. Yes, the Bangladesh one proceeded and succeeded because they want to remove Sheikh Hasina, and they had Eunice, in their mind that if they push the prime minister out, there is somebody who is coming to occupy it. They never choose even the politicians who are there in the country. There are many parties. But like Jalama is better, Sijui Islama Jamata, Sijui something. There are so many parties there. But they never want the political class. They had someone in mind. So we cannot just have and give our country to an unknown identity or military.
Ayaga, tunaongea. So Mkora akiuliza, just let him ask his question. Kama ni question, then you come back. Watu wachache hapa. So let the conversation flow. Your point is valid. Whatever you're saying, this is what you believe in. Good for you. Mkora the same. Alex
And
the same.
okay, I don't agree
Jiru
with
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I don't agree with the sentiments of Ayaga saying that we had nobody to leave to the country. I mean, that is the most mendacious statement you can ever tell all the Kenyans. When we went to the streets and say Ruto must go, you think that of all the 50,000, the 50 million Kenyans, we as Kenyans did not have any one person who could take temporarily the leadership of that country before we create a path towards democracy. I mean, these are the sentiments I said earlier, that Sifuna has been cornered. And unless he gets himself from that jinx and say it was wrong, we made a wrong decision, and the person culpable and complicit of this decision was this person, we need to move far from it now, move forward. We forgive him, acknowledge the mistake of the moment, because when Ruto said, I concede, when Ruto actually alivuta his own cabinet, we had cornered the man. He came at 4 p.m. to talk to us, something that normally he cannot do. So when we start lying to the whole nation again that there was no person to take the mandate, the military were there. Any country has a contingency plan in case of death, in case the whole cabinet died, in case the parliament is bombed and everybody dies in it. We have all these contingency plans, if you don't know. So you cannot tell me, or you cannot tell Kenyans, the same thing Raila told us, that Ruto anaenda wapi. That narrative is wrong. Then why were we going to the streets if we didn't know where Ruto was going? Why for all those months, or for a year, why were we going to the streets if there was nobody to take over? Why would he not relent on his AU seat and say, now I can take, because he was actually in the ballot box?
Mkora,
I don't agree with that.
You can join. Mkora, you can join in.
Alex has all the questions that I wanted to ask, because those are the same questions I have. Because at the end of the day, listen, guys, Kenya is not. Who are these people to tell us that? Oh, we didn't know where the country was going to go. Or the military would have taken it, and even the even the Gen Z would have taken it. I mean, are Gen Zs not Kenyans? You know, so you wonder. You come to wonder: is there some slots? And this goes back, Alex. Sorry, I will catch. I mean, I'm just adding to what you were saying and the way you've helped me in elaborating that. Look at this thing now. You see a point where a president who's been cornered and goes and says, "You know what? I'm gonna just dissolve everything. I'm gonna dissolve," because that is what is being asked. That actually he even goes to the X media where people are talking, and okay, I'm gonna dissolve everything. Now, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you guys a question. Is there one, just one of who was not in that cabinet that does not have that was never brought back? Is there anything that was dissolved? So
Unajua Mkora,
yeah,
Mkora.
yes.
Unajua, one of the things I fail to understand people, like of course we can tell he's paid, which is, it's not bad, you know, get your money, boo boo, nothing wrong with it. But you have to question some of us. Don't we all see where our country is? Not even from our tribal places, from our places, from Nyumbani. You know your neighbor. I know mine. Everyone does as well. And everyone agrees at this time, nothing is working. So when others like Eli come here, Ayaga come here to tell us, no, that's working. The other day was Laban, another place. But we can all see, mtoto alikuwa jana, mtoto, a kid, akona coin kwa throat, but hiyo coin haiwezi katolewa because of sha, whatever nonsense that is.
Yeah, and they actually, the ladies walked into the shisha whatever offices and told them, "Kwa nini mtoto haezi tolewa?" You know, you Alex and all, I mean, watu wengi wenye wanatusikiza, you know, right here I might not have insurance, but kama mtoto wangu amemeza coin, I bet you hiyo story tutaongea baadaye after coin ishatoka.
Niambie Mkora, hiyo coin ilikaa kwa mtoto for how many days? 2 days trying to figure out insurance. What kind of a society do we live in? If I can see you dying, but the first thing I go check is the insurance policy. I should protect you, take care of you, then figure out the other things after. But this is one thing that we don't understand. And some of us are joking with people's lives. When you come and engage in these places, you're lying and misleading people. And I guarantee you, you get paid 10 times what you wanted for others. It will come back to you. Please be objective here. And I'm not saying anyone in the panel, but it's so sad when you engage other people who are
it's true what you're saying, because even if when you look at, and this thing has not started right now, it's actually coming from the Civil War of the United States. Remember, there's a movie that was made by Denzel Washington. I think it was John Q something, where he had to hold the whole hospital on gunpoint to get his kid get the transplant of a heart. I'm not just saying it that way. I mean, in a funny way, but I'm bringing it up to look at the end of the day, you're paying whatever you're working, whatever you're doing, you're paying some taxes in your government. And the reason they even can drive a four-wheel and whatever, big cars and whatever they do, it's your cash money. Now, if you're paying that and the government cannot substitute for you to a point where Ruto was talking about, no, we're not going to do subsidizes for, and Alex is an economist here. He will tell us if I'm wrong, if I'm right. He might correct me. By the way, next, and because he's an economist. For me, Nico, another field. But I believe that getting subsidized goods, whether production or anything, I think that is the biggest thing that we pay we pay our governments to do to us.
Mkora.
Yeah.
Mkora.
Yeah.
Do you believe the place that we are in now, we have to understand sometimes some of us are ahead, some of us behind, right? Do you understand that we should be able to tell each other what you're saying, even if that's your political view might be right in your head, it's still way behind. Is that fair? Is it a fair assessment to say?
Fair enough.
So
yeah.
So I'll go back and I'll say this. I come here, kuna Eli who comes here, the good guest of the show. But I fail to understand why people engage. For example, if you understand the IBC is not working, right? We all can understand nothing is working in Kenya. Nothing is working in Kenya. That's a fact. Judiciary is not working. Parliament is not working. Executive is not working.
I'd really like to, Alex, before that statement is gone, because he's an economist, I'd really want for him to tell us subsidization and microeconomics. Please let Alex talk about that, because he's a guru on that side. I'm not on this side.
I'll finish my point, then Alex atakuja. So my point was, and do not try to confuse my point. My point was, we can all see nothing is working in our country. That's a very thing that we can all see. If you're mega rich, if you're born with money, if you're poor, we can all see it. Nothing is working. And we can all see judiciary is taken, MPs are taken. Then when we engage in 2027 conversation, are we being honest with our people? Are we being honest with ourselves? That's a question I beg to ask all of you. You know Ruto has taken over the judiciary. Ask yourself. He has taken over the parliament. What powers do judiciary have over the whole country? The parliament does. What powers do you think IABC has? So when you tell us about 2027, your theoretical way of thinking of election, you tell us to engage in that. Ellie, I'm talking to you. Are we having this conversation in good faith? That's my only question I beg most of you. Go ahead. Mic is open. Alex, Mkenya Mkora, go ahead. Onjiro.
Unajua, Ruto, and that's why I kept telling ourselves long time ago that when you don't like somebody, you don't stop listening or watching their moves. When Ruto became a president, he appointed Isaac Ruto to Judicial Service Commission. And we were so ignorant. And the word was simply that he's containing his enemies by giving them positions in the government. I stuck my foot to the cement. I told a good friend of mine, I was privileged to, when I was in my undergrads, most of the people that were my roommates were doing law. So I called one of my friends who is in a Judicial Service Commission and asked her, what is the implication of that? They were shocked because that was a total outsider. They did not expect it, totally. 2-3 days ago, something happened in Kenya that most of the people did not take very serious. Isaac Ruto, at the steps of the offices of Judicial Service Commission, read the disgruntlement of a couple of people who had made complaints in regard to the Supreme Court. And this is what they said. The fate of the Chief Justice is now hanging by a thread after the Judicial Service Commission kickstarted the process that might lead to her removal. While we are making noise, Ruto has already done the inevitable in that country. He has taken over the army. Ruto is the only president, and let us keep on reminding people. Within 2 years, he was able to have his own police commissioner. In case of Kenya, let's say in case of Kenya, his own police commissioner, his own military man, his own deputy president, totally destabilized the opposition. And the one thing that he wanted to fight in a different way, but got Raila to his side, now he wants now to do more than he wanted to do. Remember, his agreement with Martha Koome was, give me 2 seats in the High Court and in the Appellate Court. Apparently, and Koome asked for about 10 seats. So they had an agreement. But since the minority became part of the majority, Ruto went for more. And what he went for more is this. He wants to dissolve the Supreme Court, all of it. And it is through a man who keeps masquerading as a reformer, but a man who supported Ruto by every whisker of his penny, and that was Nelson Harvey. If you remember Nelson Harvey, what he did during the election, actually even wanted to contest in Westlands when the Westland Member of Parliament wanted to become the what? Before we made a big mistake about our guy in Nairobi. But when he went back to Westland, the ODM guy went, he realized he's not going to win the seat, and he bowed out. Nelson Harvey now has put a petition, the removal of Koome, Philomena Mwilu, is it Ibrahim, Wanjala, Ndungu, Lenaola, and Ouko. Now, the question is, if that succeeds, what will be the implication of that? It will be far worse than we have ever thought in our minds. The executive taking over the judiciary wholeheartedly, not even a section of it, because they tried to take the Law Society of Kenya, they couldn't. The lady went through. They wanted to take completely the Judicial Service Commission, but still there are people in the Judicial Service Commission that they cannot buy. Now, what have they done? they have gone to the highest bidder. Using what? Judicial Service Commission. And because we are fools, we think that, and that is what we were doing even when Gachagua was being removed. Oh, Gachagua is a tribalist. The thing is, even if he's a tribalist, he was on an elected ticket with Ruto. He can stand up and look at Ruto and say, this one I'm not going to do. Compared to an individual that he handpicks who cannot look at his face and tell him the problems the country is facing. So we have compromised parliament, whereby the minority became the majority. We put somebody to be a speaker that obviously was not supposed to be a speaker, and therefore we usurped the power of parliament, and today it is being run from what? From Stateof. We are doing now to the other arm of government, which is what? Many people have not paid attention to that. Isaac Rugo said, we have started the process that will eventually see the whole Supreme Court go. Do we like our Supreme Court? We don't. Do we trust them? We don't. Are they better to be there than Ruto handpicking all of them at one go, the 7 of them coming from Ruto's executive order? That is where now we should question ourselves. And he's doing this because at the behest, and that is why he's fighting tooth and nail, and that is why even Ayaga was right. Even though we think Ruto, we are underestimating him, he will do everything in his capacity to make sure that Baba gets out of this country and goes to AUC. Even if, again, is to stash those billions of dollars that were stolen from Djibouti to go back and make sure that man goes, concedes or whatever, he pulls out of the race. But he's doing this concurrently, if you're not seeing, the most important thing to make him a president in 2027 or not even 2027, because so far, if by 20-something, we are not going to talk about the issue of IEBC, just know. That is why even Ruto's daughter said 7 years. People keep on talking about 7 years. It's because
Alex, there's no IEBC. The IEBC has been in power 3 years ahead of election.
Yeah, and that is why I'm saying that right now in January Kiisha, there is no way we can have an election in 2025. Yani 2027. It is going to go 2 years after 2027 because they have played us. So while he's pushing Baba to AUC, you see the things that he's doing, weakening the judiciary to the core. And we are not paying attention to that.
Alex, may I say something? I like your argument. What I agree with you. Unajua history ya Nelson Harvey. First, I don't like Nelson Harvey. Mimi, I don't buy people who today are here, tomorrow they are there, posing to be fighting for you. So now that he wants the whole Kome team kicked out, personally, I think he's a ploy of the government. I don't like Kome. She has sold us again and again. But still, nikiona Nelson Harvey akijifanya sasa ati anatetea wananchi, that he wants the whole judiciary, Supreme Court thrown out. I think something kitumbua kilingia mchanga. Mnasikia yule jamaa, the other Supreme Judge, what is it, Lenaula, alianza kupayuka ni kama anajifanya kwamba he's fighting the government. I think something went wrong between the Supreme Court judges and Ruto. I think what he promised them, I wanted to pay them, and he didn't pay everything. So it's like kitumbua kilingia mchanga, wakakasirika. So they jumped ship, and so Ruto must find a way of kicking them out. All of them, let me say this, none of them is fighting from wananchi. It's just things went sour. But then, now that we have had I watched Mother Karua speaking the other day in Inoro TV, and this was her statement, that she needs to appreciate that a lot of the High Court judges have fought to the nail to restore the rule of law and order in Kenya. So that is why we keep seeing some judges refusing to dance with the government. So there are judges that really think the rule of law should be allowed in Kenya, though a lot of them are compromised through money. So sidhani Ruto hii kitu inamfurahisha kwamba kila saa kuna jaji amesema no to this, amesema no to that. And that is why huyu Havi namshuku sana. I agree with you. Namshuku sana. That motion is moving. I really
Julia.
Yes, Kate.
Julia. My sister, my big sister. Hii story ya Havi imetoka wapi?
History Havi, I'm adding on what Alex is saying. Havi is moving a motion to kick out.
Ya kutoa fomu.
Yeah, he's moving a motion to kick out the Supreme. I don't know if people have watched that. To kick out.
He has not only moved the motion.
Yeah.
The motion has been accepted by Judicial Service Commission, which came 2 days ago and announced that they have started the process of eventually, not even investigating, of eventually. That is what Isaac Ruto said. And that really made me, shake, like, oh, it's not investigation. It is a process of removal, not even investigation,
The process of removal. So Havi is a ploy of the government.
By the way, Julia, resilient. I do not disagree with you. I just, how I see things is different, but I respect you. And Julia, continue with your point. I'm sorry.
So Havi is a ploy of the government. So it's because Alex and Tim, the Supreme Court, unaona what happened with Ruto. He bought all these people and he lied to them, nitakufanyia nini, nitawafanyia hivi. So eventually sijui pesa iliisha ama Ruto akaona anatumia pesa mingi sana. Even the church, akina Teresia Wairimu and all that, akafika mahali akaona anatumia pesa mingi sana, akawacha kutumia pesa on these people. So, and because as easily as they were bought, is as easily they jumped ship, all of them. So that is what is. You remember the Naula talking about the Electoral Commission the other day. It is because our watu wameona hata Ruto hawasaidii. So Ruto knows that they are going to jump ship. So Ruto must throw them out. Now about the Electoral Commission, Ruto is deliberately delaying these things that we don't go for an election. That is Ruto. So he doesn't care whether. Today I had an argument that, somewhere in space where they were even discussing and saying there are many parliamentary seats that have not been filled, and nobody's doing anything about it. So those constituents continue to be they're not represented, and represented, and the government is not doing anything. Let me ask you people, if Ruto was sure of coming back in 2027, don't you think saizi angeshikuwa amesha form IEBC? Mnakumbuka story ya NADCO report? Juzi nilisikia Kalonzo akiongea kwa space akisema
would have done it, Julia. Yes, I would have done it kitambo.
And my dear sister, I also have a question on you on that one.
Okay, let me finish to ask the question. So recently I had Kalonzo talking in space na akasema kwamba ati in the so infamous NADCO report, one of the things that was agreed on is the formation of the IEBC. And now he even went ahead and said that he now feels that IEBC should not be left to be formed by Raila Odinga and Ruto alone, that we should fight and make sure that IEBC is inclusive. Now, alafu akaulizwa mlipatia na timeline, aka kusema maneno ya timeline. Sasa unaona, so the thing is, if Ruto is sure that he would go back to power through an election, saizi hiyo IEBC ilikuwa formed. But because now he's double sure, he has confirmed beyond his reasonable doubts, with stealing or not stealing, hawezi pata hii kitu. Unajua kuna pahali unafika, unajua pale Wakenya wamefika. I want to take what you people were discussing earlier. What happened to the police at in Narok, okay? It is just Kenyans are just angry at anything that is called government. A policeman, a car, government car, a chief, Kenyans are just angry. And it's high time those working in the government realize that people will be killed for no good reason. That policeman lost his arm. It's just that those Kenyans who are angry, they are ready to to displace their anger on everybody. So if an election is called, I think the Kenyans are not the Kenyans that were there in 2022 when Ruto and thugs occupied Bomas and pronounced themselves presidency. Sidhani kutakuwa hivyo. This thing is boiling up. That anything will happen, even the election will not even be concluded and announced, because this thing is boiling. And Ruto ameona hivyo, ameona dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, so he's not gonna allow the formation of an IEBC. And you people have said clearly, according to the law, IEBC must be formed 3 years prior to the election. Sasa hakuna IEBC, kumaanisha hatuna uchaguzi, kumaanisha Kasongo and the family are planning to rule more than the time that is stipulated. So that's my take.
Julia, hold your thought. We'll come back to you.
Can I please, because it's very important we talk about this.
Mkora, you're next. Julia, say your point. We'll come back to you again. Mkora, then Alex and Jiro.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Julia and my fellow panelists, with all due respect. So yeah, we're talking about IEBC has to be formed 2 years prior to election. Now, one thing I'm asking myself when I look at this and why I feel like Kasongo is not gonna pull this one through is because this is appertains. I mean, it appertains to what do you call this? It appertains to the Kriegler report. That was a Kriegler report that has never actually ajitoka kwa parliament buildings, because it was a report that was put there and nobody ever ascertained that that was the law. Unless I'm wrong, kama kuna mtu akona better information than me, you can tell me. But nobody actually ashaiweka kwa law. It's never even been voted. So my thing is, yes, it can be used. They can use it and say that the Kriegler report said IEBC need to be formed 2 years prior to an election.
Mkora,
Yeah.
I think your point is good, but I think the functionality of what you're saying wouldn't work, because there's a 3-year time to make it constitutional. What this man is doing is going against each and everything our constitution says.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. What I'm trying to say, and the point that I'm trying, just listen to me, the point that I'm trying to bring forth here is that the Kriegler report is not law. That was just a law. That was just a report that was told that we need to do this and that. Now, we don't know what ECK used to be, the electoral. I don't know when they used to form, whatever they used to form. I don't know what IEBC needed to do when IEBC came to play and came from ECK to be whatever. But there's no law that has ever been passed. That was initwaji ile an advice that you guys need to form your IEBC at least 2 years prior to the election. But it never was passed anywhere.
I think, my brother, I think I'll add to what, then we'll come back to you again. Then
okay,
Alex,
you tell me when it was passed. No, usinikate kidogo, because there's a point I'm going here. I'm going for. Please, usinikate.
I don't know.
Yeah, hakuna mahali popote ishisemwa inafaa kuwa. That was just an advice. It was never passed as a law. So, yes, Ruto might go to that and fool everyone that, 2 years ajaribu kucheza hiyo game yake, but hakuna mtu ashaisema, hakuna law ishaipitishwa. So we can even choose an electoral body. And by the way, we do have an electoral body. The only thing we don't have is the commissioners. An electoral body is already there.
Mkora, you and others do not agree. But I'll tell you why me and you do not agree. Any time that we waste, it will take our people 5, 10 years to recover. We have a generation that don't have jobs. The education is not working. So if we waste a month, those are years our people will need to recover. That's my only point in any conversation I engage in. Anytime you waste 1 year, Naruto, the education system imeharibiwa. Healthcare, watu wanadungwa sijui na vaccines.
But I agree with you with everything that you're saying. That's the only thing that we're talking here. That's what we've been speaking here. We know the injustices and the things that are not working. For me, I was replying to my sister about the electoral body, and if they don't choose an the 6 or 9, whatever it is, the Cherera 4 plus the other whatever, if they don't choose that, does it mean that we are not going to go for an election? I feel constitutionally we can go to an election because there's nowhere constitutionally the Krieger report ever became in our constitution. That is just a report which actually has not been debated in our parliament. So I feel like we still will go to an election and we can bring these things up if Ruto wants to use that for him to extend at his VO because we don't have commissioners.
Mukora, thank you. You said you believe we have an election. That's a good point, and we hold your feet to it. I do not believe in it. Others may be believing the same thing. But as we engage, we have to be objective. You believe in it. I do not. Alex, Julia, who is next? Go ahead, please. Alex or Julia?
KK, I hope, KK, I kindly request you allow Matu to go down with that argument. To continue because he's trying. Let us give because Jews, we are not many. Let us give each other time to really interrogate an issue. We are tuko wengi, so he's interrogating something very good, and I'm also looking at it. So I just hope that you are doing a good job, KK, but also ask you kindly, let him, if somebody is try interrogate somebody, tusimwambie pikisha hapo. Wacha.
No, Mkora can make his point.
No. When you curtail them, you prevent the flow of thought. When you tell them now, let's go to Julia, because you tell them let's go to Julia when they have not finished what they are saying and when they have not.
Mkora atakuja hapa making another submission. The point is
my stake is KK. Let somebody finish what they are saying before you tell them let's go to Julia.
That's right.
So Mato, you are saying
but
that
let's do the 3 minutes.
I was just looking up.
Let's do 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, KK, let him finish. Mato, I was just looking up, and I'm really taking your point seriously. I'm trying to look up and see what is the time frame. Okay, the only thing I've seen right now, Mato, ni kwamba that the members of the commission, the IBC expires within the membership of the commission expires within 6 years. So I think we are past 6 years now. And then they are saying the law is also stating they cannot be the same commission after that. We must have a new commission. So as per now, the Shereras and the Shebukatis cannot be in the commission. That's what I've seen right now. So now my question is now what I'm not able to find out, I'm trying to find out, is that can we have an election if we don't have a commission? That is the question. So can members interrogate that? Njiru hata umenyamaza kwa nini na hii ni show yako?
Sawa.
Yes, let me, Njiru, before you come in, let me answer Julia. Julia, and thank you for taking it serious. And thank you, Kuni Defend Kutoka, our brother here. but those are the nitty-gritties.
I love you, bro.
No hate, fine. Bro. No, we cool. Those are the nitty-gritties, and that's why, Julia, I really admire that you actually went to look in for it. Now, a commission finding cannot be law until it's passed.
It is not the commission finding Mato. It is now in the law. Go look at the law.
No,
It is
but
Article
Krieger
78.
Commission. Krieger.
Soma Article 78 of the Kenyan Constitution is now talking about the formation of the IBC. The interpretation is what I have a challenge with. I'm not able to interpret. I think we need someone who really understands that. It is in Article 78. Article 88, sorry. Article 88 is talking about the formation of the IBC. And when I'm putting to you that that is saying that the commission shall not go beyond 6 years, expires after 6 years. And those people cannot be members of the commission, according to Article 88. So it means after 6 years, a new commission should be formed. So I'm trying now to read to find out, can we have an election in the absence of the commission? That is what I'm trying to find out. It is not no longer the Krieger report. It is in the it's now embedded in the constitution. So I don't know, guys, can you people read and read that we help each other? We understand. Earlier today, I was listening to, I didn't finish. I should have, in fact, it was unwise for me not to pay attention. I was in a space where the Kibuanas were there and were trying to interrogate that issue. I don't know whether I need to play that space. And they were talking about the
Yes, Julia, if you have it, play it for us, because most of us don't have what you have.
No. I don't have what they say. I don't know what to say. That's why I'm just requesting you people just type in Google and look for what I typed right now is the Kenyan law on the formation of the IBC. Then I found that is in Article 88. So you people go ahead and read that. Then we need to really interrogate this because earlier some people in the space were trying to interrogate the same. I think it has become a headache for Kenyans. We just realized, like what Alex said, we just woke up to our nightmare that Ruto played this school, knowing the implications. That's, I think, the nightmare we are waking up to. Jiru, you want to say something as I look up something?
Yeah,
but I sikuwa nimemaliza though. Every time nashindwa nikigongwa hapa hivi, kila mtu tu nikienda kusema kitu before I finish my thought inarudi tena imeumwa. Somebody gets in there. Let me just say this. The Kriegler report was never put in the Constitution. And that's a fact for any lawyer, any person, any constitutionalist will tell you that the Kriegler report was just a report. In fact, it has never been debated to be put to a nay or yay say in the parliament. It was a recommendation. Now, that recommendation, a lot of people have really worked around this thing to make it like it's a nay or yay, which has never happened. We need to put it there. Right now, there's no constitution that says that you need to have IEBC commissioners 2 years or whatever. This is a said thing, but it's not a law thing that is there in the constitution of our country. The thing is that, yes, it's an agreed thing that people say we need to follow the regular recommendation. Ruto is really running with that.
Mkoda, thank you for your submission. Thank you for the submission. We'll come back to you again.
I mean, I'm not going to talk for long.
No, like time limit. So the conversation
flows. Tulia, wacha nimalize 2 point yangu. Sasa hata ukikatizia katikati, you will not even get anything.
All right.
So basically what I'm trying to say is that we as Kenyans still, hata Ruto akifuatilia hivyo anataka kuficha ati ndio ibaki before two years ndio aanze sasa kujifanya ni kama anaeka so that he continues. It's not going to happen because it's not anchored anywhere in the law. And that is just the basic truth. That is what people don't, I'm not saying people don't get, a lot of people know. We've never passed a law that the IEBC have to be formed 2 years prior to an election. The law was not passed. The suggestion was made, and a lot of people agreed with it. But the actual law in the Constitution was never put in there. That would have been an amendment, which we don't have any amendment. I mean, I think we have one. We don't have many amendments, and the only amendment I think that comes, that was through the changing of the Constitution. We amended the Constitution of the first Constitution that we used to use, that is 2010. So there's nothing else that has ever been amended in the Constitution. And in that Constitution, there was not that Kriegler report. That was just a suggestion that now has been made for Kenya, to hoodwink Kenyans, that this is what has to be done. Constitutionally, hakuna kitu shaiwekwa. Okay, now I finish.
Mato.
Nimemalizia.
Thank you so much, Mato. I'd like to chat. Thank you for being here. We wouldn't be here without you. So there's a question that Lucy asked, the last comment. Jiro, if you can see it, highlight it. So she asked, why do we not have by-elections? We do not have any by-elections as we do not have a constitutional... Let me finish, please. You come back.
Okay,
we do not have by-elections as we do not have IBC. The same reason why we do not have the Kindiki is a fake DP. Not that I'm a Kikuyu. I'm not even a Kikuyu. But the impeachment was illegal. That's a fact. You cannot impeach anyone without a valid IBC. In our constitution, that's not anything that works and will hold water. So Lucy, that's why Kindiki is faking. Gachagua might know. He might be playing us too, but he's helping the Gen Z movement as well.
Can you define for us what IEBC is?
Yeah, I'll come back to you, but Julia had a point. I'm sorry I interrupted. So Julia, please, or Alex.
Okay,
or
sorry.
Njiro.
Wacha niwache Njiro aseme kwanza, then I read for you the article I'm reading so that Matu can go and refer to that. Matu, we have a law concerning that. It's not the Kriegler Commission. I want to read for you, lakini wacha Njiro aongee, wacha nisome vizuri. Njiro, endelea.
Aya, Sarah, thank you very much. Today I'm being invited in my own show. Good, congratulations. Naona siku hizi mmepata discipline sana. So, anyway, let me talk about this IBC issue. Kuna watu wananiambianga katiba yetu ya Kenya haina shida. But there is something...
Your network, bro. Your network. Fix your network. Inakatika.
Siongei? Okay.
No, you are okay.
No,
I can
mimi namsikia vizuri.
I think it is UKK. I can hear him.
Okay. Let me put that statement now.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Najua Julia atakuja kunigonga na hiyo kidogo, sababu I do not believe in so let me talk about our constitution briefly. Kenyan constitution. The problem why the Kenyan constitution cannot help us, and I have taken my time to look at the American constitution, some constitution from Switzerland, I have looked at them. There is a problem which the Kenyan constitution has, and I will say today. The Kenyan constitution, some places does not have closures. They are not closures. Some places are ambiguous. I don't know if it is by design. Like, for example, Section 1, which we always talk about, of the Constitution. People are sovereign. People are sovereign. We always say that, and it is a statement which has always been used everywhere. People are sovereign. Then, in my country, where we have implemented that constitution for the last 13 years or so, where we say that people are sovereign, those people who are told that they are sovereign, they have no power to unseat a president. It reaches a level whereby people have to die in the magnitude of how they die, and still the president will come and give you a speech in the next day. I was looking at something which happened in India some time back. In India, there was a derailment. You know, sometimes in India, if there is any person who has looked at issues of India, especially in public transport, in India, there was a derailment. That's why even I'm also trying to now even say, I think even some politicians in America, they are not becoming serious, or maybe something is not happening well. Because in places where democracy is a beacon, if during your power, during your tenure, there is a very serious collateral damage, like for example, very many people die, it is usually followed by resignation. So in India, when there is a problem, I'm just giving India because I've seen it. Like in India, like there was a time when there was a derailment, and like 200 people died from that derailment. The Minister of Transport did not come to give an account of what happened. He came there sobbing and regretting and resigning and blaming himself of what has happened. Why? Because if this minister did not do that, the legislatures could have used the instruments of power and they could have actually held him accountable. So he actually did what could have eventually been done to him. So that's what I'm trying to say. There are some countries which are a bit lucky. Their constitutional statements have a closure. If you look at the Kenyan constitution, we have too much ambiguity, where we do not have and it is not an issue it's not an issue of people in power. It is where people look at places whereby they can subvert the will of people and they enjoy power illegally because they can use the constitution as a legal way to still keep on subverting the will of people. There's now this issue which we are talking about, IBC. How comes, na musiseme ni Ruto, let's not say it is Ruto, how comes Kenya is still continuing as a nation the way it is, and we do not have a functional IBC, and it is business as usual? And it is business as usual. The constitution cannot defend itself on that. You know, let me tell you, the constitution should be like a program. Maybe nikisema hiyo kitu kuna mtu ataanzia kusema huyu anaongea aje. This is what a program does. Ama yule mtu ameona program ikifanya kazi. Program inakuanga hiki kikitendeka, they call them if statement. If this happens, this one will happen. If this one happens, jump to this. That is how programs function. Hata simu vile iko. Ukipigia mtu na akuwe mteja, inakwambia mteja uliopiga saa hii hapatikani. Na kama huyo mtu hata it's a program.
Explainie. Njiru, can I help you with this part because I know we in the same field.
Explain.
So, Njiru is trying to explain to you how a program works. A program works this way. His account is better than mine. But if you put 1, you get 0, or you get your math should always work. Ukieka effort, you get money. Makes logic? What you input is what you get. I know it's so lame, bro. It's so lame, but that's it. That's what I got, bro.
Yeah,
Continue.
hata ni Ani nachekelea. Unaona, yani Ana ameamua leo lazima atafute attention kabisa, lakini sawa. An hi. Najua ni kunitafuta unanitafuta. You needed salam. Anyway, so what I was trying to say is that we need a second series. Let me say that not under Ruto. We need a second series, and we need to have those termination statements in our constitution, because our constitution does not have termination statement. Look, like for example, when we want to impeach somebody, sometimes I laugh. When we want to impeach somebody, the allegations is always gross misconduct. Everybody, Wambora, gross misconduct. Waiguru, gross misconduct. Any person we want to impeach, it's always gross misconduct. Then, if you ask yourself, what is gross misconduct? Like, our constitution has not gone to the ingredients. It is just gross misconduct. Anyway, some legal scholars will always be saying that our constitution is the best in the face of earth. I disagree. If our constitution was the best in the face of earth, Ruto could be past tense. There could have been a way in which the constitution could have defended Kenyans. There are some people who will say that if the constitution is just a paper. I don't believe in that. The constitution has a way of safeguarding the citizens of a country. That is why, for example, in January 20, Mr. Trump has to get power. Whether somebody wants or he doesn't want, he has to get power. Why? Because
Njiro, please, can you explain this? Even now, I'm still trying to understand, how did this man win? Explain the part where people, I do not understand.
Which man? Ruto?
No. And Zero, I think, Mr. K, with all due respect,
No.
You're diverting. Hold on, I think you're diverting us, because we are talking about the Kenyan the Kenyan constitution. We don't care about what Trump did, or if he won or did not
what
win.
Is happening
No,
in Kenya
let's work on Kenya.
It was my time. It was my time.
Yeah, where Chana vitu za Trump.
What is
Where
happening in Kenya is not Kenyan. You should know this. Whoever you work for.
It's my time.
Jiro, explain this, because this is one thing. The Kenyan Twitter space imekuwa up ahead ya kila mtu. And I'm like, what do these people see?
Okay, let me hata naona Kenyan revolutionary ako chini ya tent anaongea. Kenyan revolutionary.
Karibu bro.
Kuja
karibu bro.
Kuja utoe Murera, tutakupea time leo.
You people, Njiru and team, like Mato is saying, can you concentrate?
I'm concentrating.
Stop jumping left and right, you two and KK. Mato brought a very good debate, and you're not even existing.
Where Julia, wacha kunitusi bro. Wacha kunitusi bro. Let's people talk. Watu waongee.
Let me tell you.
Just drop.
KK, I mean, Njiru, as you've gone, I want you to look at this. You are trying to tell us the constitution of Kenya is this and that. I want you to look at the point of view is that who are implementing this constitution. Are they ready to implement it? Because like you are saying, at constitution ngekuwa imeshatoa kwa ishi tena tutoaje na when you are implement. The only difference between America and Kenya is that America people follow the law. Like you are just trying to talk about Trump. You say that Trump has been sworn this. Even Kenya has that thing. The new president has been sworn at this time. The new election has to be held at this time. On this day of the month, after this, the Kenya is very specific. It's not that Kenya's constitution is specific. iko specific. So I kindly ask you, Njiru, can you try and go back to what Mato asked, a very pertinent question, and you are not exhausting that? Can we, for once in this debate, exhaust something that is critical? He said this, that according to him, is a Krieger report that says the commission should be appointed 3 years before the election. And me, I was trying to interrogate it. Now, query Mato, I can point because so far I've only seen one thing. The only thing I've seen is that the commission cannot go for more than 6 years. But I have not seen an explanation what happens if we have no commission. That is what Mato is asking. What happens if we have no commission after 6 years? Can we please interrogate that, guys? We stop beating around the bush so that we can go to the next point after that. That's my take. So can we answer Mato's question?
Julia, the problem which I have is the Kenyan president has been given so much power, and that is the problem which we are having. I don't deny even in other countries, presidents are bestowed with the power to nominate to nominate people in different places. Why is it that Mr. Ruto himself, any person who he think in any places whereby he knows that person there is an emergency on his side, how watu nominate haraka sana, we don't have vacant positions. But how comes for heaven's sake, Mr. Ruto himself has kept Kenyans na unasikia hata wakisema wao wenyewe ati 2025 is everything, ati 2025 ndio wanataka kufanya kazi. Hata nimesikia Wanga akisema hiyo ati 2025 ndio wanataka kufanya kazi ili because 26 is election, 26 is campaign for election. So tumebakisha 26 na 27 na ni 27 nusu because by August tunapiga kura. But the question comes here, we need IBC to be in place 3 years prior to election, but that thing has not shocked anyone. It has not shocked anyone.
Under what chapter, under what section of our constitution does that say?
You see, it's not following the discussion. That is what Matt was asking. You are not following the discussion. That is what Matt was saying, that he's not able to find where wapi Sharia imesema we need a constitution, we need an IBC before 3 years. That is what Matu is asking. Now, Jiru, can you interrogate on that before you say you are not following a discussion? You are cooking ugali. Now, can you answer?
Wewe Julia, by the way, niliacha kukula ugali until inauguration. Sai mimi nakula njahe na mushere. Okay. Away from that. So now, if that is the case, where is IBC going to come from? Ili mukaribishe pia watu wengine. Naona I can see Anjiri is getting tired. Let me interrogate. Kenyan with love. Pia unajita Mkenya mkora. I don't like that name because unajua.
Njiro, please. Among us.
Let me look for the constitution and nisome your point. Nikipata
among us. Kenya revolution. Kuja hapa.
No, nini Kenyan revolutionary amekuja. I would advise wacha Anjiri
akuje.
No, Kenyan revolutionary is here.
Hapo ameingia Anjiri.
Okay.
Kubali aongee huyo mwenye.
Yeah, enjoy and then
wacha enjoy.
Kenyan revolutionary next.
Anjiri unmute na speak Mike iko hapo kando yako. Anjiri una unmute kuna pali imeandikwa mute, stop camera, settings, present, invite. Mute. Finya hiyo mute tu na usonge mbele.
Before I figure out Kenya revolutionary, let's go.
Niingize Alex. Kenya revolutionary. Sawa.
Aki Anjili ameteseka, simwache Anjili aongee Aki. Anjili unmute. Haya.
Amepotea. Kuja tutakuingiza please. Haya, Kenyan revolutionary na ubie ama nikuletee machinery Nikuletee
wewe leta huku nini best friend yake wajuane.
Na uturudishie majina. Njiru, umetutolea majina, hebu rudisha majina tujue bas. Yeah, thank you.
Jiru, nimekuja na upole na unyenyekevu, so usianze vita. Anyway, nilikuwa nataka kutoa point mbili. Mato made a point about the new Kriegler report was not on the constitution, which is right. But again, it was a recommendation. Recommendations are usually steps that are being taken when before something is realized. For example, Kriegler report was made before the 2010 constitution was new. Remember, we were having that government of national unity between Raila and Kenyatta, Raila and Kibaki after the post-election violence. So part of the steps that were supposed to be taken were for the, for Kenyans to consider the recommendations by Kriegler report and also Truth and Justice, whatever commission, all those wonderful stuff. You remember even after the 2017 elections, when kulikuwa na mizozo, Maraga had to make recommendations. Part of the recommendations was to reconstitute a new IBC. Ile IBC anani
Kenya niliburudisha na kidogo. Wacha Ajiri aongee. Naona
by the way, dual network.
Ajiri, go ahead please. Unmute and speak please. Ajiri, ulikuwa umeanza.
Angel, make your contribution.
Ongea.
Angel, unmute mara moja. Ukisha unmute ipatie time, usiguze mute mara kadhaa. Ipatie tu time. Ukiona Njiru amekupatia mkono ujue uko sawa. So usishinde ukisumbuana nayo. One time.
Thanks, please.
There you go. Iguze tu, tutakwambia.
Aongea tu.
Iache hapo. Wacha kushinda ukiguze hiyo kitu bwana. Guza once.
Sijaguza.
Jiru, wacha nimalize.
Hata unasomesha kuguza hii kitu bro.
Jiru.
Unanisikia?
Yes, go ahead please. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead please.
Iko sawa, nasikika?
Yes please. Go on.
Najua niko hosi. Watoto wanalia. Haya. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nasema hivi. President Ruto is not there to follow Kenya Constitution. He's there to do his own things. Anaongoza vile anataka. Seti anaongoza chini ya katiba. Na ndio maana unaona hizi vituko zote zinafanyika because yeye ako dunia yake yenye haina katiba ndani ya akili yake.
Angel.
But angekuwa rais mwenye anafata katiba ya Kenya, angekuwa rais mwenye anatii katiba ya Kenya, hatungekuwa mahali tuko hapa. Like IBC, he's looking for somebody who is sweet for him 2027 to stand with him. Nothing else is Ruto looking for. So hajapata. Hakipata, utasikia appointments za IBC zimetoka. And that's why he's buying time so that akipata mtu amwekea masharti afanye vile anataka. And that's why the other day you had Oscar Sudi saying that ati nani aliwaambia Kenya hii rais anaenda tamu moja. Tutajaribu jinsi tuwezavyo. Watajaribu jinsi wawezavyo kivipi? They will use their force. because wanajua Wakenya wamewakataa. Atajaribu awezavyo, kwa maana hawatafata katiba. Hawa hawako pale kufata katiba, wako pale kufanya uongozi wao vile wamefikiria na vile wameamua na akili zao. And that's
Asante
why
sana.
unaweza, and
Asante
that's why
sana.
unapata.
Please. Angel, please. Can you turn your mic off?
No, K, let him
No,
finish.
no.
I mean, hata kuongea sana. Sumpatie time yake.
No, nataka Kenika camera off for her safety.
Hapana, wacha huyo.
For her
Let
safety.
her talk. You are disrupting her.
Yeah.
Why?
KK, wacha
Just
ongee wewe.
quiet,
KK,
wachana na yeye. Sisi tumenyamaza.
Yeah, KK, you are doing a wrong thing disrupting.
KK, tulia, wacha ongee bana. Wacha mtu ongee, wacha kudisrupt. You're disruptive.
Endelea, huyo mwenye alikuwa anaongea, tuache kumsumbua, wacha ongee.
Na ndio maana unapata Ruto hata hana pesa za maendeleo, lakini ako na pesa za appointments day and night to appoint people at a certain places kufanya. Kama sijui jana umeona bwana Kiladiswanga amepewa kazi, lakini watoto wetu wa CBC hawana classroom za kufanya nini, za kusomea. And sometimes you reach at a point, then you ask yourself, why could he just appoint somebody kumfurahisha na watoto wetu hawana pa kusomea? Mbona hawezi chukua hizo pesa za appointments mingi hizi zenye hazina kazi zenye hazina mwelekeo, kila siku ni appointments, azichukue azipeleke shuleni, ajengee watoto madarasa, hata kama ni mabati, watoto wakae ndani. Nao sahi grade 9 are standard. Hiyo ni ukweli, wako nje. So where is Kenya heading to? It is heading to nowhere. Anangoja 2027, 2025 ndio akuja atupumbaze, na vyenye atatupumbaza atuambie, unajua nimefanya, si mimi niko sawa. Mimi na bado naambia Wakenya, let us be awake. Mtu asikakudanganya dakika ya mwisho na kitu hiyo kidogo hiyo. Angalia mtu ni nini amefanya kutoka mwanzo mpaka hapo. Lakini kutupumbaza akili dakika ya mwisho, tufungue macho, tutafute mtu mwenye atasongesha Kenya, mwenye atafanya watoto wetu Kenya. University funding model iligwama. Watoto wetu hata hatujui kama wanasoma ama hawatasoma. Kama huna pesa then atakaa nyumbani. Kama uko na pesa atasoma. You know? Hiyo ndio shida iko Kenya. So next time, let's be careful in voting. Tusivote kufurahisha mtu, tusivote juu ya hasira. Tuangalie ni wapi tunaelekea.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May God protect you. Can you release me? Please. And please, for your safety, mute your mic. Mute your mic and mute your camera.
And K, I don't know who's running the show, if it's Jiru or it's you. You need to let people finish their talk. Please, you're making this discussion become Jiru. We've been in this industry for a long time.
Okay,
hatukatagi mtu ovyo.
Okay, kidogo Mkenya mkora maybe what Kay was saying ni madam aweke kamera yake off, but I think I feel she has confidence, so that's why anaweka hivyo. So madam uko na confidence ya kukaa na kamera? Wacha nimuulize. Uko mute. Unmute please. Pale ulifinya tu unge. Okay. Do you have confidence ya kukaa na kamera? Haya,
niko sawa.
So Ana anasema which confidence. Haya, wacha Kenya Revolutionary aongee. Relax hapo basi.
Mimi yangu itakuwa fupi, mheshimiwa. Vile nilikuwa nasema first of all, Njiru, shida ya Kenya si katiba. Constitution is not the problem. The problem is the people in power do not want to respect the constitution. That's the problem. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nao. One of the problems among many. Like I was saying, the recommendations are usually steps that are to be taken before something. Like Kriegler report, Mato was right. It's not in the constitution, but it was a step that was supposed to be taken before and even incorporated in the new constitution. So we were not going to take that whole recommendation and put it in the constitution, but we can borrow from it and follow the steps that was recommended. Ndio maana unaona even in 2007 in the case vile nini the elections was nullified 2017, sorry, Maraga had to make some recommendations like reconstituting the IBC before the re-election ifanyike, because Maraga legally cannot tell the IBC what to do. IBC is an independent government and is an independent government aspect of the government, and also judiciary is also independent. So Maraga can only recommend that happens, and those are the steps that were supposed to be taken. That's why wakina Raila walikaa wakasema we are not going to participate in the re-election because those recommendations were not followed by what nani aliandika hapo. So it's not something that has to be part of the law, but it's something that can be maybe made by an authority, maybe a part of government, a judge, or some international body, or whatever the case is. And lastly, IBC, why is it still Ninio? Again, it comes back to the point, Njiru. Hii ni mchezo wa kina ODM na Ruto and all these people. Hawataki kuninio. The IBC, there's a judgment that was made. Kuna judge ambaye alisema, aliwaambia, unakumbuka vile alikuwa anaandika hizo mnad, kuna hizo mambo yote. I think her name is Muthunde or something. He said none of that NADCO stuff is anchored in law. Ruto should go ahead and empanel the selection panel, who in turn should choose the commissioners. But at that time, Azimio were making noise, they were saying, hakuna hawezi kufanya hivyo bila hata sisi pia kukuwa ina say. And they threatened to go to maandamano, and that's when they had this NADCO thing and Wakapasio amendment bill and all that. The last time I had these issues in the court somewhere, I had Sifuna say it's in the court somewhere in Kiambu is supposed to be adjudicated on. So hii ni mchezo ambao wanacheza nayo hapa, hii mambo ya IBC. It should have been empaneled kitambo last year somewhere. So it comes down to that. There's no respect for the rule of law. Constitution is wonderful and spells out and tells everything. Vile tu ulikuwa nasema Panjiro, as I finished lastly, vile ulikuwa nasema, you ask sovereign authority that the people have, why haven't they exercised it? It is because we are still exercising it through this delegated power indirectly. We delegate this power to the judiciary, the president, who is executive, and representatives in the legislative body. But tunaweza decide to say, let's now exercise this sovereign power directly, because they have failed us. The judiciary have failed us, Ruto has failed us, and the legislative body has failed us. And that's exactly what the Gen Zs were doing when they went to the to take over the parliament. They were exercising their power directly by telling the legislative body that you guys have failed, get out of there. And that's why they wanted to march to Stateof after that. But again, we know what happened. So the problem, again, is not that we have a bad constitution. We have a good working constitution that can work if we make sure that it's followed. We have to hold these people accountable. Again, our constitution is not the same as the US. The US is a constitutional republic, and we are a constitutional democracy. Big, slightly different, but it's kind of the same, but slightly different, meaning that under the US constitution, there are some inalienable rights that even the majority cannot try to take them out if they were to go to a referendum. Okay, but in our constitution, the majority get to say everything. If you want to change this constitution, if the majority of the people say we want to change it, we can change it. So, but anyway, let me not get into the nitty-gritty of that. I'll let you guys talk. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Leo. My drug dealer died, so I'm still sober. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Aya, sawa. Leo umekubali utaki fujo.
Jiru, commercial break. Did you just say that his drug dealer died? So he's ay, Saitan. Constitution now imepewa watu drug dealers dead.
Na leo Kenyan Revolutionary ameongea bwana. Kwani ulikuwa na mwax?
Lakini ameongea poa, unaona. Ame drive point home. Good job.
So Kenyan Revolutionary na unaangusha point na unaenda. Wewe ni mshambulizi wa kulipwa. Yeye ni Maradona wa discussion. Haya, sawa.
Kwa hivyo Njiru, tunakubaliana na Mato, hakuna pahali imeandikwa kwamba tukue na 3 years before. It's seemingly nimetafuta sioni.
Yeah, ni kama kuko hivyo. So na hiyo propaganda sasa inatoka wapi sasa?
Inatoka kwa hao majambazi wa udaku.
Ni propaganda ama ni propaganda? Aya, go ahead, Julia.
Nasema tu mimi I'm seemingly almost agreeing with Matu. Juu nimeangalia wamesema yes, the commission returns after 6 years. So after 6 years, what next? So now wanasema the current commission was appointed in April 2022. So ni kama expire. So after 6 years, what next? We can't have an election. And like the controversies, Mara commission is existing, can impeach somebody like Gachagua, lakini Mara hatuwezi kuwa na uchaguzi. So what exactly can we do and can we do? So Mato, we want to say something?
No, I kind of, because this has been, and thank you, Julia, for even actually going into looking at it, because hiyo kitu iko mahali kwa constitution, and the constitution and the things that we are talking about constitution, we are just talking about the commissioners. I mean the IEBC. When we talk about the IEBC, what we're talking about, we are just talking about the commissioners. Nobody has ever said the IEBC or ECK to go back to the old constitution just for the sake of the argument. That anyone, I mean, we can do elections in Azafanyika with everybody, just the commissioners. That does not even make any sense. I mean, it's not even make any sense. It's the, okay, what can I rephrase? Let me just rephrase that. Yes, we have an electoral body that is in our constitution. And this starts from chapter 6, where it starts to talk about the leadership. Chapter 6, yes, that's about the leadership and how you should be as a leader. Then I think it goes to chapter 6. Julia, forgive me, I don't have my constitution open with me here right now, Malini Meka, but normally, because I'm really conversant with this thing. Then it moves on from there. It goes to a couple of chapters and some clauses over there. And then now the electoral, which used to be ECK, but with the new constitution, we got the IEBC. It doesn't speak of anything of commissioners. Neither does it say that, does it give a period? Because that electoral and boundaries commission is not something that expires according to the constitution. I can get you the chapter if you I wish ningekuwa nimefungua, I mean sijafungua my office, you know, my thing ni kuonesha hizo chapters. Then it's not something that expires. The commissioners, yes, how they have to be, I mean, you have to do naweka, but the commissioners are not the ones that actually run the whole boundaries and demarcation. What they're, you know, people are, watu wamechanganikiwa ni kama IEBC is just meant for elections. It's not meant for elections. It's about the boundaries and demarcations of what we do. Of how we live in our country. Kerugoya ni inakatikia wapi nini. That's why they wanted to change the boundaries when it was BBI. And that would have been the IEBC, not the commissioners. They're not the ones that decide. So basically, like my friend, the guy that just mwenye amekuja hapa hivi ametuambia drug dealer yake amekufa, which was funny. But the thing is that, and what Julia, you've looked, I've asked here, mtu anionyeshe kwa constitution mali IEBC nasema, that was just a recommendation. Just the way BBI recommended so many things. That's hii ya Kalonzo yenye imekuja juzi. They recommended some stuff. Now, is it in the constitution? No, it's not. So the problem that we do have in our country is that we are not following the constitution, and the whole answers, Julia, ziko kwa constitution yetu. Ulie, upende, uanguke. Alex, I don't know, what's up? I see like you wanted to interject. I'm okay. I was just explaining something that Julia had asked. Alex, kuna tulikuwa nataka kusema? Okay.
Maliza kwanza.
Okay, thank you brother. So tuko na ujinga ingine ya kuingiza vitu zenye haziko kwa constitution, and na hata si story na hata electoral, even hizi ma abduction. The constitution states itself very clearly. You have to be arrested by an officer who's identified, and you have to have either inaitwaje an arrest warrant. But in Kenya we just don't follow the constitution. Just because mtu amekuingiza kwa gari Mahindra, then you are arrested. And then the funny thing you find, which is I've been finding very unfindable or unforgiving, is that unapata after umeingizwa hivyo, that arresting officer, you don't even have an arresting officer. If you go to court, if you tell them to go to court, they don't want to take you to court. Lazima ukatolewe wapi? Kama umpelekwa Central, utolewe kutoka Central. So that will be what? Mato aende akachukua ule msee mwenye alikuwa pale, umewekewa bond, lakini hata hatujui mashtaka ni nini. If you're taken to that court, hakuna huo polisi, the arresting officer hata kuja hapo. Yeye kazi yake ilikuwa amekuingiza kwa Mahindra, peleka hii kijana, toa kiatu moja, bas you're done. Ni hivyo. Then they don't even come there. They have to be answerable to, if I am the arresting officer, I have to come to court if you are challenging according to the constitution, if you're challenging you're challenging and you're pleading not guilty, I have to come to there and show proof that you actually broke the law. Because mostly you find people who are not breaking the law according to the constitution that actually are taken to the court, and there's no arresting officer. Or mostly 80%, and by the way, it's 80, I think we did a research, it was like 83.4 something percent of the people that are arrested never end up to that court. What is gonna happen is pale nini, pesa imekuja imetolewa, mtu ameenda hata kuandikiwa mashtaka. So basically, and that is not what our constitution tells us. So I have a big problem with Kenyans not following the constitution, including yours lovely me. Yeah, mi sitaki kwenda jela, so probably naweza chomoa kakitu kama nilikuwa nako we tuonane baadaye, wachana na mimi if I made a wrong turn. But what if I went to court? Atakuja, and which constitution have I been jailed with? Because number one, kwanza inasema 24 hours you have to be shown up. I mean, lazima uende kwa koti. I just believe we've played around games with this constitution, and even this IEBC thing. People think that it's a must, but or a recommendation, whatever. It's not. It's not there. It's never anchored. I rest my case, Sir Alex, Julia, and the other person.
One thing I agree with you, and I think we've been made to think that the 2-year thing is a law anchored within the bylaws on how to conduct our elections. We take it from the Kregler report, who had a recommendation that we have followed, we've been following. It became a tradition. But does it mean we should continue to follow it when we have such kind of a constitutional crisis that we are having right now? No, we shouldn't. Because the most important thing is, first and foremost, to make sure that we do have the IEBC. but it is not fully constituted as per the law. And that is in quotes, because if the Supreme Court or whatever the appeal court or the appellate court was to take the case of the Cherera Four, who are forced to resign before their term was over, and these are protected terms. Okay, these are protected, and it was done in hurry because they had disagreed with the incoming president, and therefore they had fallen out of favor with them. So, if the issue should be debated in regard to the law, we still have a fully constituted IEBC, because the Cherera Four, according even to them, they did not resign out of goodwill. They were forced. Except for the lady who went through the process and then the court process, which was very funny too, that I think the courts themselves should be embarrassed about. Now, the other thing is, if you look at the issue of IEBC, it is not the law that is barring them from continuing to do what they ought to do. Remember, there was a time the court gave the time limit that the IEBC must be constituted immediately. And then Raila castigated the courts and said, until and unless the issue of commissioners and the report, the political report, that where Kalonzo was the chair, be taken through a rigorous process in parliament, be debated and enacted to the law, we are not constituting the IEBC yet. And it looks like the agreement between these two gentlemen is, if I'm not getting to AU, I'm not giving you permission to do what? To continue with it. So there is somebody who's holding it on ransom based on the agreement that they have, which is actually unfair to Kenyans. And this is where now the goodwill of the people needs to circumvent and supersede the political goodwill, which has never been good to us. So we say that, no, this cannot be. But the problem is, and has always been, and will always remain, is that I'm always left hanging somewhere that some of these institutions that we fight for are the worst. Even if you allow them to stay, it's as if even when they are not there, they don't make any difference to me, unfortunately. We were here having a debate about our airport. And at some point, I poured out my heart and I said, look, what we are fighting for does not even, provide services to me in the right way. I was in the airport in Kenya, and a young boy lost his bag. And the way our airport staff treated the guy, I regretted forever fighting for our airport, because it was unfortunate we had gone through an airport that was being operated by non-government in a certain country that was giving better services than when the government itself was operating. So the whole issue, even if we were to fight for this IEBC, it has never worked for you and me. Unfortunately, that is the conundrum about it. We fight for Supreme Court, it never worked for us. We fight for the independence of parliament, they will never work for us. Now we are fighting for IEBC. Honestly, let me ask you, when will IEBC come and say that they are really fighting for? If they were, some constituencies until today don't have an MP, and therefore the funds for even CDF cannot be given out. Yani unataka kuniambia there is no special way the secretariat or these offices, because at least kuna mtu kwa hiyo ofisi, it is only the commissioners, kuna watu, they are PS, they are what, there is a human resource within there because they are receiving money somehow to operate. You want to tell me there is no even somebody who can go to parliament and pass an act and say that since they do not have a member of parliament, and since actually the member of parliament does not directly, okay, manage the CDF funds, we must give now this secretariat to go at least manage these CDF funds for people to get scholarships, so on and so forth. So in the end of the day, we fight for things that do not really fight for us. They are just there as emblems. I saw somebody say that Ruto ameiba mkuki kutoka kwa bendera. Hata akiiba, what will happen? This is the same way I view the IEBC. Unfortunately, we glue ourselves in fighting into these people, but when you ask yourself basically that, okay, if these they were fully constituted, will they work for you and me? The answer is capital No.
What is the disruption?
Kenyan Patriot, mute. Alex is talking. Mute, Kenyan Patriot, please.
Actually, it's you, Kenya Patriot. None another mute.
Nziru, kama uko huko nyuma, si mute Kenyan Patriot, please.
Na karibu show.
Anyway, me, I'm done. I just want to know, there's something Julia was saying. It's unfortunate we are fighting for people, for institutions that really are not independent.
Huyu Kenyan Patriot anaharibu discussion. Kenyan Patriot, mute, please. Nziru, kama uko huko nyuma, please, can you mute Kenyan Patriot? We're having a deep conversation here. Unless Kenyan Patriot unmute ndio uongee kitu.
Somewhere get
Sasa huyu amekuja tu kuamua tu kuharibu debate eh?
Ndio naona. I wish ningekuwa na rights lakini sina. Kenyan Patriot, please, tafadhali. Mute. Njiru, kama unatusikiza huko nyuma, ama umelala pia wewe, please mute Kenyan Patriot.
Sasa itabidi niende.
My bad. Pole. Mkora, pole.
Alex, back to you.
No, me, I finished what I was saying. In summary, I was saying.
We didn't even hear what you were. I mean, you were mwisho because I think. I mean, can you just repeat your last ones because I was really trying to follow you in what you were saying.
What I'm saying is, whatever we think about the 2 years is a recommendation. It is not a bylaw within the constitution of the IEBC. It was a recommendation that this should happen to avoid. Because one of the things that we used to see prior to that is we choose an electoral commissioner and the chair and the others a few days before election, which means these people have been bought. So he recommended that, he should be chosen or she should be chosen earlier so that he can have interaction with all parties and he should not be new in the office. But if Ruto thinks that he can twist us and use that recommendation to say that, okay, because it's a recommendation now we can do what, postpone the election, I think that would be wrong. I think we should shock him and tell him, no, it's just a recommendation. But on the other side is this, I mean, we are fighting for the IEBC so much, okay? But are the IEBC doing even their job? They are not. As you said, and I still remain to say it over and over because of the experience I have had in this country. They don't have an electoral commission. They've never had an electoral commission, yet they conduct their election and they do what? They announce them, and the American people acknowledge, accept them, and they move on. Do we really need a commission that is paid billions and they keep on printing things up as River Road, and then they lie to us that they brought them from Sujuni, Wapi, Sujuni? You know, some printing houses ambazo saa ingine unashangaa what is so important about that printing house whereby
Mr. Good, Mr. It's
30
good.
billion to just print. We are sending 30 billion to just go print our own papers. You see, I think Kenya should come into this or stop this
Mr. It's good.
Mase, why do you like disrupting or interrupting people? I think resilience amekwambia several times and unakatanga kabisa.
No, you know, when you engage in a public forum, logic should tell you you don't have a monopoly of saying anything. That's why you engage, and that's why you drop because you're a coward.
Okay, we are not in the business of calling each other. No, I'm gonna tell you off because we are here. There's so many people here who are listening.
Not tell me off. You're not telling me
No,
off.
I'm gonna tell you off. It doesn't work like. Sasa
Try.
wewe umeanza vitu zingine. Please don't destroy.
Naambia Alex, this place we engage.
Tumbua, KK, let Alex finish. He was saying something, but you are
Julia.
No, you are doing a wrong thing.
Julia.
Unafanya makosa. Siwachi amalize alafu.
No, nimemuuliza swali. The way Mkora ananiuliza swali hapa.
Then you ask him a question when he's done. It's okay if you ask him a question.
No. I'll ask a question because it's a conversation. If it's a monologue, you make your podcast with monologues.
No.
You see where that takes you.
Hapana, hii ni show ya Njiru unamharibia. Wacha Alex
Bondi, bring your ass here.
Unamharibia.
Bondi, bring your ass here.
No.
The conversation need to be had.
No, let Alex finish, then you ask him the question.
See, Alex amedrop hapa.
Alex Julia hata Alex ametoroka. Mr. K, listen, we've been doing this thing for a very long time. We know how to have decorum. Hata mimi inanilemea.
Julia. Hii si Kidheri Media. Deal with it and drop. Because you don't belong here. Both of you.
Yeah. You drop.
It's not Kidheri Media. This is not Kidheri Media. Go back to Bernard's channel. That's where both of you belong.
This is nonsense. Julia is a very respectful person. We've been with her for a very long time. Tunajuana sisi wote.
Good for you.
Where we learn how to respect people. When people are talking, stop coming here thinking that. Okay, drop me.
Earned. Use your common sense.
Drop me then.
Earned.
Yeah, drop me. Powers.
Yeah, drop me.
I'm not trying to drop you. What's the point?
Can you even drop me?
Bro, this is not junior high.
Drop me and Julia. Drop us. We'll go.
This is not junior high, bro.
So respect when people come here. Even me and Julia don't have the powers. I can bet you if I had the powers or Julia had the powers here, tungekuwa tusha kudrop kitambo sana.
You blocked CCT and became shit.
Sasa sikia vitu zile unasema. Angel, can we go back to serious talk? Julia and Angel.
No.
Okay, please stop.
I'll keep you in check here and everywhere else. Angel, go ahead, please.
Angel, don't talk. Let KK talk his trash. Matu mnyamazi wacha aongee.
Angel, if you have contribution, contribute. Julia, if you have nothing to add, drop.
I thought you wanted to talk. Kumbe uko na kitu ya kusema. Angel, unmute na uongee. Ongea mami, tunakusikia.
Mnanisikia?
Kabisa?
So mimi kwa maoni yangu naona hivi, because the government of the day have already messed us, haitupi mwelekeo, but let's hope things will change. We know the government of the day cannot change, because somebody who cannot uphold the rule of the law, hatuwezi tarajia anaweza badilika any day, any minute. But let's hope for the best that huku mbeleni kwenye tunaenda kutabadilika, hatutakuwa penye tuko, because zile vitu wanafanya ni za aibu, ni mingi, hazina mwelekeo, and they are proud of that what they are doing. They don't do the rule, they don't follow the katiba, they just do their own. And that's why I was asking myself, why is this happening? Then when I remember that during the time for katiba, President Ruto was on the side of no. So he knew what he was voting for no. Alijua ni nini anataka kufanya next minute huku mbeleni. And that's why alisimama na no. But haina shida, acha afanye yenye anafanya, because anafanya vitu mingi. Sasa umesikia mtandao na sasa Facebook inaenda kukuwa monitored. TikTok, YouTube, if you say something wrong about the government, unakujiwa penye huko. So I think we are now expecting worse than. But Mungu yupo, hakuacha watu wake waangamie. Hata Waisraeli aliweza kuwaokoa katika mikono ya Farao, na alifanya moyo wa Farao kuwa mgumu sana, lakini mwishowe alijionyesha kwamba yeye ni Mungu. So we never knew. Licha ya yote Mungu anaweza fanya Ruto achanganyikiwa, afanye zile vitu zenye anafanya zote na afanye moyo wake kuwa mgumu, aachane na badala ya kuhudumia Wakenya anafanya vitu zake zenye amefikiria. Anashika watoto wa watu akiua, wenye wanawao, wenye wanapatikana, wenye hawapatikani, na haezi jibu. With no arrest, they don't appear in court. It's very sad and it's very painful. Those parents who have their kids have been abducted, they don't know where they are. Unajua akiwa police station na hata akiwa Kamiti prison, you will be relieved. You will say, at the end of the day, my son was abducted and he's in Kamiti prison. Utaenda kumtembelea mara moja, but hajulikana aliko. Now the government of the day is telling us that it's not the one that abducting people. But the other day, I saw, I think ni huyu MP wa Ukambani anaitwa nani Mbui, akiuliza Senator Sigei, akimuuliza, when Gen Z invaded the parliament, those people who were covering their faces were there, and we asked ourselves, we asked the police at the parliament, who are these people? Polisi walituambia hatuwajui na hatujui ni nani hao. Akauliza Segei, unataka kusema haukuwaona na ndio maana unasema ati hiyo watu wenye wana abduct watu hatuwajui? Unataka kusema haukuwaona na tuliwaona tukauliza maswali tukakosa majibu? Na up to today hao ndio watu wenye wanashika watoto wetu wakipotea nao. So walikuwa parliament, so walikuwa ndio walikuwa wanashuti watoto wetu parliament. So you can just imagine, walikuwa hiyo wakati walikuwa parliament. Polisi wakiulizwa ni nani hawa wakasema hatuwajui. Now that is the Kenya we have. Ni magoti tu Julia. Mungu atukumbuke kwa hii Kenya yetu. Nothing else.
I guess Julie tupatie case sasa aende basi.
No, Mato and Julia, please engage. I have nothing else to engage. Please go
No,
ahead,
it's
please.
fine. We like your conversation. It's just the Kuingiliana. That's what we're trying to say, that we just want to have a good conversation. Think about our country and a bit kama hizo. It's not like you can't talk. It's your floor, ongea.
Mato.
Yes, sir.
I want you to engage. Share what you're feeling, what you're seeing. Not me. It's not my show. Momba, please. Just come and contribute, because we don't want to keep recycling the mindset in a way.
Okay, this is my take. I'm telling this to Kay. When someone is talking, let them finish talking and then you ask questions. When Alex was talking earlier, you disrupted him. He left before finishing what he was saying. That is what we don't like. Let
Okay.
air their
Thank
views
you.
and then
Thank you.
Wakimaliza
Thank you, Julian.
that's
Thank you, Julian.
if you do
I
that,
respect that.
you'll be okay. That's
I respect that. I respect that. Mwamba, please. You just joined. Contribute. But thank you, Julia. I appreciate that. Mean it.
Hello, guys. I've been listening about this issue of the IBC. Mine is very short because what I think about the IBC, and as many people said, IBC, is it the Krieger Commission or the Waki Commission? Those things are not law. So we can't say that we would not have elections because of that. The only reason what I see that would make us miss the elections is what the IBC should have done before the next election. Something like this time they are due, or they should have done the borders, the revision of the borders, and that one will put some other people to disadvantage. So some people might also go to court to stop the election. Then of course it will be prearranged that they go to court to stop the elections because of things that the IBC should have done before the 2027 elections. That is what I see is something that will stop the elections. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Julia. Julia, that comes back to what you were saying. I mean, what you were looking up. Exactly. There's nothing in the law that says, yeah.
Yes, at your time. Please give your submission. And yeah, please give your submission at your time. Then Julia comes next. And Angel next, then Mamba. Thank you.
So my thing is that, Julia, I think that goes back to what you were looking at. There's and thank you, my brother, the one that has spoken there. Is because yes, it's not anchored into the law, and that was the whole point that I maybe think people need to understand. But yes, he's also brought up something else that is very important. But again, that is they were saying that there's somewhere like Ruiru, where you would find there's a lot of people, but then you go to Marsabit, where there's big vast of land, excuse me, with less people, and the boundaries. So yes, that can be an issue that someone, and that guy, the one that just spoke, says in Yako Vizuri, because I'm using my phone. I can say your name very well. I can see it.
Mkora ni Mwamba. Mkora ni Mwamba.
Okay, ni Mwamba. Okay, so Mwamba, thank you for saying that. Yes, you might find people going and actually to court to argue about the demarcations and the boundaries issue about it. And that's the only way that we cannot have an election. Case in note, you remember the Railas, the Kalonzos sitting down to go before the chicken gate issue. I think that was the Hassan Commission or whatever. That was just about a year into election. And we did have an election eventually. That was only a year. And that's after Kriegler's report. Basically, is that you can form the commissioners. And this is just the commissioners. IEBC is formed. There's always IEBC. It's always there. They are paid. What they do, please don't ask me. What they do over the year before elections, I think they're supposed to do the boundaries. And I think boundaries, personally, I've never seen the useful. I don't even know what they do. Personally, going back to even going deeper into this, I don't understand why you have an IEBC that cannot print anything. They go bring the Camagos. The other time they brought Suzuki Nanani and they, at least the election papers are being flown into the country. How many printers do we have? Here we have a government printer. Or even if we don't even have, how many printers do we have around? Why Kenya is always outsourcing everything, including a toothpick? Let me finish.
My brother. So, can you advise the Kenyan community how we have an election? We don't have IBC, but I want us to engage in this part.
We do have an IEBC. What do you mean we don't have an IEBC? We have an IEBC.
How?
The only thing we don't have is the commissioners, the seven or whatever you want to call them. There's always IEBC everywhere.
Where? Legally or?
No, they're there. They've always been there. IEBC is everywhere. IEBC is there. The seven people you think that's the IEBC? That's not the IEBC. Can you tell me that all those seven, they go all everywhere? No. IEBC has always been there. There's a commission. The commission is out there. It's just the commissioners.
My brother. Kenyan Koda, my brother. Please, in this conversation, please guide this talk through a fair an election facing Ruto. Go. Assuming we have an IBC. You said we have it. Now go.
Yes. A fair election is where you tally everything the way it's supposed to be tallied. If Kerugoya got 70 votes, call it 70 votes. Even Bomas is a sham to me. It should, yoyote, tumemalizia pale, we know who we chose. And normally, by the way, the funny thing is that we normally know when we go to Kerugoya, I'm just using Kerugoya as a case study. Or let me use the Rakanidi. You go to the Rakanidi and you guys have sat there and voted. You already know who won. But then this thing of going to Bomas, that's where stuff happens. And if you remember my him Kivuitu, he at some point he was saying these things are being cooked somewhere, and kama nitaitangazia juu ya meli nitaitangazia huko juu ya on a ship. He refused because we have to tally what has to be tallied, and it has to be there. And at some point, I go back to hold on, don't cut me off. I'm about to finish.
All right.
Yeah, it's by the way, it's anyway. Achane na hiyo.
No, bro.
It's disrespectful kukata mtu hivyo. But
anyway, Angel, you're next.
I remember a time when we used to do what was called Mlolongo. Mlolongo, no one would steal any kind of vote because mmepangwa. Now, the only way you would steal is watu walikuwa wanaiba watu kutoka kwa line. You're on this line, unapewa 200, unaambiwa ruka kwa ingine, but you need your 200, unaruka kwa hiyo. But now, what is happening is that basically we need to really have basically understand what they do before elections and before boundaries, before they have to make our boundaries. But they are there. The seven of them, all they do, and I'm being specific when I say this, those seven commissioners, all they do, what we are saying is not constituted, is to go sit at Bomas and wait for people. And they're not even the one receiving the returning officers. Wanaletewa tu kitu wenye wanapewa. and for them it's just to sign. So
we come back to
basically,
this.
we don't even need them. That's my take.
We come back to this. Please save this for the next chat because we want people to engage other people too. Angel, Julia, you're next. Julia or Angel, one of you. Please go ahead.
Matumaliza, I give you my time. I don't know why Cake is cutting you. I don't like it still.
Okay, my bad, Julia. But the next time it goes to Angel because we have to have a conversation.
No. We are here. I mean, Gino has not said time in Aisha. That is the challenge I have with you, KK. Wacha tu mtu aland. It's a very bad thing. Kumuinterrupt kama ajaland. Sasa Matu ajaland na umemkata. Matu, go ahead and land.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. I submit the rest of my time to Julia.
Sawa.
Angel, please next. Angel, contribute. Julia next, and Mamba next.
I thought it was my time. I've just given my time to Julia.
I guess KK, he's not following.
Angel, please contribute. Julia, mute yourself. Mamba, you're next. Thank you.
Mwamba ameenda. Watu wanajamu wanaenda.
So contribute.
But we are trying to tell you something, dude. You're not even getting what we're trying to tell you. It was my time. I gave it to Julia. Now you're out there. Now you're saying it's not Julia.
Bro, you're next.
Oh,
bro, you're next. Angel is here. Angel, please go on. She's new. She's new here. Please let her go.
It's been here. She's already spoken. Julia is actually supposed to be next after me. Dude.
Let Julia talk. Kuna kitu nafanya hapa kiasi. Acha Julia aongee.
Okay, Matu, let me say this. My take is that I think like that was Mwamba and Matu. I think even in the event we have an election, even after 5 years, I mean, in 2027, it will be contested. A lot of things will be contested. Probably that one will help us come up now with clear laws guiding the formation of the IBC and what next. Now, but I want to agree with Angel that Ruto is doing everything possible to halt this thing or to create confusion or even ukweli hata ni very pengine hajapata watu wake na pengine I think Ruto has so much to deal with that mara ni IBC mara watu wanataka kumtoa wengine wanataka wang'oke and I think he also has his personal issues to deal with and then leo nimeona something in the headlines that the cabinet is split over the things that are going on ama even the Muturi issue and all that. Sasa huyu jamaa akona a lot on his plate. But that's a good thing for us. I think the pressure should go on. The pressure should, and you see, who said, people thought that this social media platform was going to be meaningless. But I think the social media platform has put so much pressure on Ruto. I think it's a guilty because people are asking, I think this is you, Matu was asking, kwamba Uhuru pia alitukanwa. And we didn't realize that Uhuru alitukanwa because Uhuru never paid attention to that. The worst Uhuru did was leave Twitter. Tulisikia tu Uhuru alishatoka Twitter, hayuko huko, lakini he never engaged majibizano na watu on Twitter. So Ruto instead has engaged to an extent. I heard that is it Murkomen saying ati wataweka sheria ya kushika watu wenye wanatukanana kwa space ama kwa Twitter. Even that somebody was accusing Twitter for allowing those insults. So Ruto, everything is getting to his head. By take, he has allowed the youth to get into his head. They are deep inside his head, manipulating him left and right. And he has to wake up and fight back and rebuttal. Now he's on the defense. He's no longer on the offensive. He has to wake up every day with hata Itumbi ni kama akina Itumbi wamesarenda. Mnakumbuka when these campaigns were going on, we were here saying that ati watu na manipulate. Itumbi has something to say every morning. And I used to wonder, what is this with Itumbi? And I used to wonder why Kenyans can't come up with their own missiles on Twitter. But you know what? The Gen Z helped Kenya. while Itumbi was spreading propaganda on Twitter and Space about the government and against people, and I think every day Itumbi could come up with a propaganda, with a messaging. I think he had even had unpaid office for that. What happened? The Gen Z scaled up the game. They upped their game. They went overboard. They became lethal. Saizi team ya Ruto imechapa 10-0 na Gen Z when it came to using space. So I think this man has a lot to deal with, and the economy is not working. He set himself for downfall when he set himself on a looting spree. So he said if the economy was let's say for instance, if the economy was working and Kenyans they had nothing to complain about, maneno ya health, maneno ya masomo, if just even Kasongo maintained the status quo, tuseme it did not interfere with education, with health and all that, did not interfere with NHIF and all that, tuseme aliweka tu status quo ya Uhuru, hata uchimu isikue, tukue tu penye Uhuru aliwacha, I think it could have been better place. But because we wanted to fight Uhuru's policies, Wakenya now ni akina nani. So, and then I think the guy also, because he was fighting everybody left and right, I really don't know what happened. If you can analyze what happened to this guy. Now, Angalia even abducting Moturi's son. Was that not fighting himself? Now, even impeaching Gachagua, was that not fighting himself? So Kasongo set himself for downfall. So hata hii maneno ya IBC sidhani ako na nia kuform hiyo IBC, because he doesn't even know what would happen when election is held right now. He's trying to avoid all circumstances that would lead to watu kupiga kura kusema wanamtoa. Sasa na mojawapo ni ya kuhakikisha kwamba hatuna functional IBC, but I think a lot of us have argued we are not even sure whether we need an IBC to have an election. But like my conclusion is, any election that will be held will be highly contested in a court of law, because there are a lot of legalities that are in question right now. That is my take, Matuna King.
I would hate to follow you, Julia, my sister. I have nothing but love. I would hate to follow your argument. I would hate to follow this. You are telling us of an election. You are telling us of an election that's happening. You are telling us to believe in a judicial system that has failed, my sister. Are we on the same wavelength as we engage? Mkora, I'm not insulting Julia. And Julia, if you find it insulting, I'm sorry. Mkora, engage. But we can see things are not working, but we still believe in things. We're still believing in things, systems that have failed. Julia, you come here and teach us. Perfectly right. As the teacher you are, we love you. But does this make sense in a society? Are we engaging in a fight? Are we engaging in conversation that makes no sense? What are we doing? Julia, if I'm making a mistake, correct me. Mkora, the same, educate me. But I do not see anything that will help the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people who are faithful, they follow the constitution, but the government doesn't. So my friends, I ask tonight, what are we doing? If you tell us we will do this, Ruto will do this. Is Ruto using the same constitution? No. You know it. I know it. Everybody, every Kenyan knows it. But you come here and preach the same thing. Are we engaging in good faith? Julia, Mkora, Ellis, lovers of the world, are we engaging in good faith? Or are we lying to our people? That's the question I ask. Mkora, you're next.
See the thing that you don't get in what we try to do here. We're not telling people the solutions, and we are not preaching solutions. We're actually doing what is called civic education to pinpoint where the problems are. Now, when you come here with despair, no country has ever built out of despair. I mean, I think you're the one in the wrong place that you needed. I mean, when you're not in the same place.
No.
I mean,
Would you tell me how I'm in the wrong place? I don't mind to understand. Teach me.
Yeah, because everything that we speak here is exactly what we've gone through. We are going through the constitution. We're saying what's going wrong. We're looking at who's doing what and whatever. And there's a lot of people that come here, but when you come and ask us, or ask us a rhetorical question of what we already know, is not happening here. We all went through those questions a long time ago.
Mkora, my brother. I'm not asking a rhetorical question. I'm asking you common thing that we can see, right? The system is not working, right? We can believe, excuse me, we can see it. We can all see it. The system is not working. The health, the education is not working, right? Mato, you smart kid. You
I'm listening
understand?
to you, man, because I mean it's hard to communicate with you because I mean I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
No. It's not like I'm giving a speech. I make my own stupid thing, then you share yours. So if you fail the system, the education and healthcare, what do the country have to follow? If you fail those things on purpose, healthcare and education, what do you have in any country? Teach me.
We have our mouths and we can tell people so that other people know. Imagine there's a lot of people that watch these channels that we are in, but they get education from that. Like when you go look down and see why is that healthcare that you're talking about, why it's not working. So we have people like Julia, you, and the other people that come around and actually speak about some things, and they push and see it because the channel is being listened. This is not a three-way call that we're just having. It's a way of actually just pushing that message to the people so that they can understand. And hence, you can see the revolt that people now are understanding the things that we talk about when we go and do our research and come back here and speak about them. And also, not even that, push some of the things that are happening on the ground. In as much as we had, I mean, I hate violence by all means. In as much as we had been saying, these police are really just getting overhead. Right now, you've seen the same things that we were speaking here and looking at the constitution and looking at the laws, the bylaws, and all that. And kuchambwezo vitu zote. Now you can see. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish this statement. Itanipotea.
Boss, pole.
Jesus.
Invite watu kwa chat so they can come and join us, please.
I can't, Mimi. I'm not an admin here. Anyways, so you see now people are starting to say that we are not going to be arrested by ununiformed clothes. Okay, you've seen it in Nakuru, Kajiado, I don't advocate for violence. Ya Kajiado, I think since they hit a police officer, I mean, walikata mwenye amevaa hizo uniform. But like the Nakuru one, I think there was 3 cases. Julia, maybe you'll remind me. 3 cases that actually people said, no, identify yourself before you arrest me. Now, it is with these forums that actually people watu wanaongea and they share ideas. Mind you, there used to be a day that people used to communicate with letters, and hizo letters ilikuwa inawekwa kwa matatu. Hiyo matatu inakujanga once a week, you know. But now at least people are actually starting to see that even how the other countries live, because they're getting information. For someone like you who lives, I think I know you're in the US, I know where you are. I mean, people like you that live in the US can actually speak for people to understand actually how it works, so that they're not seeing that the government is using even their politics and their lawmaking, like they keep on referring to the US. You have a chance to actually speak to people that, if you speak to me when I'm in Kenya and I realize, okay, that's not how the law works, and these guys are lying to us because
Mato, save your thought. Please, Julia, come back so we can share the ideas, please. Mato, your point is good. Julia, please.
Wacha Mato amalize kwanza.
Oh, all right. Mato, continue.
Okay, just a personal advice. Even if
Yes,
you ever
please.
become a moderator,
Please, please. I would
nice.
love to
It's
hear your
nice.
personal advice.
Yeah, it's nice to
Right.
let people finish their chain of thought, and then you move on to the other person. I try not much to, unless we are joking.
Mato, my brother. If Njiro allows this to be Githeri media, is his job, and we will support it. It's not yours, not mine. If that's what he chooses to do, we support it. We will,
Okay,
my brother.
okay, fine. I yield my time to Julia, and then me, I'm gonna be out of here.
Of course. At least you should not be here in the first place.
Really? This guy, Njiru, where did you get this guy from? Anyways, Julia, me, I yield my time to you, alafu mimi ni kanyage kubwa kubwa. Patane baadaye.
Pia mimi Mato, it's so hard for me to engage KK. He won't understand our complaint. Hata elewa, hata tukimwambia mara kama 10 toka.
Julia, Gen Z do not care about you. Please understand where you be. Understand where you belong. Understand where you belong. Julia and Mato, we are like everyone else. Even you. You're nothing if a country is shit.
Yes, Penny, go ahead. Penny, go ahead.
Yes, habari yenu. Kwenye Bukora yuko na Julie
Tunakusikia, endelea.
au wametoka? Julie,
Nimerudi. Mi wacha Penny ambie Njiru something. Njiru, let me tell you something. Wewe umekuwa kwa Bernard and you just know why people ruin their shows. You are ruining their show by allowing KK to control this thing. He's very childish. And either he comes here drunk, ama anakunyanga hapa kama amelewa, or something is very wrong with his coordinating. He'll interrupt everybody talking, not allow them finish. I mean, akinjiru wacha tu, utaharibu show yako. Huyu jamaa anakunyanga hapa kama amelewa. I don't know what Penny feels. Penny, endelea.
Judy, nakusalimu sana na wengine, sijui kama huyu nani ametoka Kenya Bukola. Niko ushago na nilikuja na hiyo ndege ya Kenya Airways, mlikuwa mnaniambia ni mbaya. Judy, ni mzuri, hakuna taabu.
Penny Kenya niliambiwa viti imeraruka. Mtu mwingine aliniambia ati viti imeraruka, haina TV.
Hapana, ni mzuri. Lakini vile mmezungumza niwasikiza sana, na hapa ushago kila mtu ni very few ambao wanaunga huyu Kasongo mkono, na kila mtu wanajua exactly what we talk here on the TV or anywhere on social media. Wanajua they really, wote walikuwa wananiambia the last time I was here last year kwamba lazima uwe ODM, na wote wametoka ODM. Sasa Desemba kura zikikuja, hata hatujui tunampigia nani kwa sababu there is nobody there. Na hiyo ni mzuri, the social engagement ambao mnayo kwa mtandao ni mzuri sana, inatuelimisha. Na huyu anazungumza, huyu ana control issue. Yes, utopian theories about there is nobody who can beat them anywhere in the world. Zizo zote ni kuona ya kwamba you do the best. Na hii ya Kenya, kama hakuna IBC ni commissioners peke yake vile Kenya Mkora alikuwa anasema, that is not there. Na hiyo ikiwekwa, IBC iko, it runs itself very well. Na sasa huyu mtu ambao sasa anasema atatafuta watoto ambao wanasema vitu mbaya kwa mtandao, is a waste of his time. Na wacha jaribu tu, that is, hiyo ni kufanya Wakenya wamchukie hata sana. The people don't like him to begin with right now. Akiendelea na hiyo direction ni mbaya sana. So wacha tusumuze yale tunasumuza ni ukweli, na tuendelee hivyo hivyo, lakini hatuwezi kuendelea chini vile alikuwa ametudanganya wengine. He lied completely, na kile kitu anasumuza sasa anafanya siku hizi ni ushenzi. Hata walikuwa huko Siaya jana, kila Sifuna walikataa. So we're looking at a good direction ambao Kenya itakuwa mzuri. Kenya iko mzuri sasa. Juu ngoja nikuambia, hata wewe ulikuwa hapa, lakini ile ambayo yuko ni leadership ndio tu peke yake. Nikienda mahali popote unauza wewe nani, ati mimi kwetu ni Nyeri, ati kwetu mimi ni Homa Bay, and they are functioning very well in the society ya huko Kisii ambao ninakaa siku hizi. And nobody's messing with them. Nobody's, asking them that wewe ni tribe hii na wewe ni tribe ile. Nini. Hiyo yote ni ovyo. Ni leadership too bad hatuna. And we'll come to the solution of that sooner or later. Unaona huko South Korea hata wamefunga huyu. So we have to go their direction or anything like that. Kwa sababu huyu alitudanganya. Julie, mtu yangu bado iko kashawa. Unasema mtaki, lakini vile he has come out and has given direction. Amesema huyu alikuwa amemdanganya, anamtuma huko kwa mountain abalishe maneno ya pombe, afanye watu wapate bonus mzuri kwa kahawa na chai na akafanya hiyo yote. Sasa akasema lazima muimpeach. And it is wrong for that. Lakini wacha tuangalie next year vile tutafanya, na 2027 kama atafika huko, it will be over for him. The Gen Z wote, the young generation wote wanakataa. I was with most of them yesterday, wanakataa kabisa na huko shago. Hiyo tu ndio nitawaambia, na I'll continue to engage. Hii endelea sana. Thank you.
Zero, are you there?
Okay, ni sawa, acha Julia endelee. Julia, go ahead and then Julia alafu Mwamba.
Okay, wacha nikaribishe Mwamba. Sisi tumeongea sana. Let's Mwamba say something.
Actually, I had left because I got mad. I got a bit mad because of the kind of moderation that we are having. And I wanted to speak to Jiro and tell him, if you don't want to spoil your show, I think you either moderate the show for yourself or you look for a better person, because this show is going to break down very easily if we continue the way we are doing stuff.
So Mwamba, you agree with me? Unaona somebody kama mtu anaongea tunawacha anaongea na maliza, si ndio?
That is true, and also some kind of language is not. We are trying to correct our country, and we are behaving even worse than the same country we are talking about. I think we should have some decorum, especially when you engage with one another. We should be respectful. We should be to the point. If you don't agree with somebody, be respectful and just don't agree with them, but do it respectfully. Cutting people midway and also using some vulgar language and some not respectful ways will actually discourage people from coming here, and we shall lose the whole purpose of what we are trying to do. We should be able to do civic education. We should be able to tell people what experiences we have gone through. Tell them Kenya can be better than what it is. If you have experience of another place, this is the place to bring it up and tell people this happens this way. And that's the way we learn. But if we are coming to fight among ourselves over tribal issues, then we are going to spoil the whole thing.
That's very true.
Today,
That's very
I
true,
really
Mwamba.
lost the line of my thought because of I didn't even participate in engagement of like to and fro, but the way it is going between what we are here, it loses all the meaning. And this is what I'm telling you, if you can't be able to moderate your show, you better make it short and do it when you are there. Otherwise, you have to look for somebody else to do the show. KK is going to mess you up completely.
Na Njiru mwalimu Julia anajua kumoderate sana, mwachie wakati mwingine, kwa sababu huyu mheshimiwa ambaye anakuja anatufundisha vitu ambao wengine tumeona tumechua, and is telling us very stupid theories that cannot even work. Kenya is a third world country and we're trying to improve from that end to the other. Na anazungumza as if anatukana, is downing everybody, lakini anazungumza kama sisi ni washenzi. No, Njiru, isho yako ni mzuri sana. It is an improvement from where we have come from, na anataka kuturudisha huko, na anazungumza utopian theories about atusikizi. I've listened to it all along, Julie. Na huyu mheshimiwa anazungumza, anasema lineup ya watu ambao were not even it is sad. It's very 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 bad, Njiru. Endelea na show yako, lakini uwache kama watu kama Julie kama hivi you are tired of doing something, waendelee na show. Na vile Julie amesema, you respect everybody, you let everybody speak what they have to say and finish their thought process. Sio kwamba anazungumza na wewe unazungumza na huyu jamaa. It's not only one time, ni kila wakati he comes and controls the show and is downing. The language anatumia iko very negative. Asante sana. Thank you.
Sawa, Mary Wanaina, go ahead.
Thank you, Chiro. Thank you, everybody. I say hi to you. Sijui ni nini ilikuwa inaendelea. I'm afraid I don't know the mada for today. Nimeingilia tu na link, kwa hivyo sioni ni nini tunaongelea leo. Though I can't miss something to say about what is transpiring in our country. Nchi yetu ni nzuri na bado ni mzuri. Ile shida tuko nayo ni viongozi. Nchi yetu haijabadilika, lakini imeharibiwa na hawa viongozi. And in fact, when I look at these leaders, wazee ndio wanaharibu nchi. Wazee ndio wanaharibu nchi. Instead of them being good examples, they are behaving like, even not like kids. They are behaving like idiots. I'm sorry, I will use that word. And I feel bad when I describe this kind of behavior. Kwa sababu hatuwezi kuongozwa na watu ambao hawana fikira ni nini ninafanya, ni nani wananiona nikifanya mambo mabaya kama haya. Surely, when we have leaders who are just after being seen to aonekane akifanya mambo hata mabaya, hiyo ndio imekuwa sasa Kenya. Imekuwa kila mtu afanye mabaya na anataka aonekane akifanya hayo mabaya. And he don't want to be questioned. That is the status of our country. I'm just astonished. Ati mtu anakuta yule mwingine amefika mbele, anaendelea na mambo yake, unakuja kuharibu. Why can't you go and hold yours somewhere else? Unaona sasa hizo vituko ndizo sasa ziko Kenya. Na ndivyo unaona hii majina mnaitwa nyinyi wa Afrika. Mnakasirika mkiitwa majina. And you fit for that. Because you never respect yourself. People with no decorum. Yani wanaangalia tu mambo ile watafanya ni mambo mabaya. And why I'm saying so is what happened today. I saw something that really made me feel so much ashamed. Na bado hao ni watu wako na watoto, ni wazazi, ni wazee, but the only thing they can do is to spoil anybody's meeting ama prayer. Na hata nimeona Wakenya kweli hata saa ile mnaongea habari ya Mungu. These men, I don't understand them. Wanaume ni nini mbaya na nyinyi? I'm sorry, I should say that. What's wrong with men? Energy yenu simuitumie kwa njia nzuri. Simwende mfanye kazi. Mjenge nchi. Badala ya kuwa mnapiga kelele kama watoto. Surely I felt so bad when I looked at my country. The only people who are making noise, they are the people who are telling us that they are our leaders. In which way? Yani unaona vizuri tu ufanye mambo mabaya, ndio uonekane wewe ni shujaa. I've not been in the forum for some days just because of some things I was doing, but I was still watching and listening to many things that are going back and forth in our country. Sasa tena nimesikia kuna mashine ambayo imetengenezwa iko Eldoret, watu ambapo wataanza kuchukua kura huko na sio wa Kenya. Think about that. So that is why watu wa boda la ufa wanasema ati watatengeneza 24 yao. So the guy can be there for 24 like Moi. What a country. What a game. Yaani hivyo ndivyo watu wameona kushindana na wale wengine, kuleta watu wa nchi ingine wapige kura ndio mambo iwe mzuri kwa upande wake. What is that afterwards? You know, our country is becoming interfered by people from neighbors coming in to do evil things, coming in, interfering with the life of our country, of our Kenyans, and nobody is caring about that. So we have no security and we have nothing we can do. That's all. And that is where we are. Kenya is infiltrated with a lot of foreigners from other countries and nobody is asking them. They are let free to be in our country. Hatujali wageni wakuje, waje kwa nia nzuri, lakini sio ati kwa hoja ya mtu ndio atimize mambo yake ikiwa ni mambo mabaya ama ni hatari kwa wana Kenya. That's my feeling, and I always carry my country in my mind. I always think about my country, my motherland, as my own house. How I would be peaceful in my house. That's the same way I feel about my country. And I speak this with a lot of empathy. And I feel about my people, Kenyans, who are suffering due to these people who have nothing to lose. But the only thing they feel is just for them to see that they do wrong things, but nobody will ask them. It's not even about foreigners. It's also Kenyans are doing bad things to their fellow Kenyans. Na hiyo nina shida kubwa sana. Mimi kama Mkenya mzalendo. I feel about my country and I feel about my Kenyans people. Mimi sitaongea mengi, hiyo tu nilikuwa nayo sababu nimesikia niko na hofu, na hofu yangu nafikiri ni wengi wako nayo. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu anataka kulala pahali anasikia anaogopa. Kenya yetu hatukuwa tunaogopa. We used to walk freely, but now it has become a hunting ground. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Okay, ni sawa Mary. So sijui Mkenya Mkora, go ahead.
Thank you, Njiru. I know I had not done my closing remark. I just wanted to come and do my closing remark. Na wasikize kutoka huko nyuma kidogo. But I want to thank you for the chance that you and the civic education that you unasaidia watu here, because a lot of people and listen to these channels. They understand what we're talking about. I believe one thing I never mentioned because I didn't get a chance was the Uhuru aspect of telling Gen Z's fight for your rights. I've seen that, and it's really trending. But I would also say that Kenyans need not to be told to fight for their rights. They need to understand that it's a right that is given from birth. It's your right. It is, you have, like we were actually tulikuwa tunachambua constitution kidogo, but not even going back to the constitution matters. There are those rights when you're born of a country that you nobody should ever come in between them. And I think is one thing that I've never really, even when I was hearing there's like a handshake with Ruto. You remember, Jiro, we were somewhere and we spoke, and I told you, I think that was just Ruto just taking himself there to cool the waters, because he's a PR guy. That's all he does, kutenga, kujionesha. So when now people are starting, and you remember even the memes and everything that started coming, they started coming even with Uhuru there. but people did not understand Uhuru. One thing that I saw was very different from, I sometimes, and forgive me if I say this, I sometimes compare Uhuru to Obama in a certain way. Uhuru is a person who's liked a lot in Kenya. But how did he achieve being liked, even though we all know that they stole the elections? The first time and the second one. We know the first one was about ICC. The second one, we know someone was about to be slapped and someone wanted to go to Shaweri. I guess that's the time people actually knew where Shaweri was. I didn't know there was someone called Shaweri before that. Me, I thought it was Uko. Anyway, I don't want to go deep. But Uhuru came to a point on his second term, he actually closed his social media, all of them. The funny thing is that Uhuru doesn't even reside in that Ishaweri. He is somewhere in Kajiado. Again, I came to realize somewhere between the first and the second term that Uhuru has never even slept in that state house that you call. He had a house behind there. Then he would wake up in the morning and then come to State House and look like he sleeps there. He's never even slept there. Why am I bringing this? It is because when you're a president of a country, and we're yet to see, and I think it's going to take a while before we see another president like Uhuru. Because we know what we can talk about Uhuru. We can talk about the overpasses. Yes, he overborrowed, given fact, true. But he overborrowed, but at least we saw something. But now it's coming to some of us that follow politics a lot and the people in the political field. It's coming to dawn to us that even these most boring and the things that were happening, the abductions that were happening, because on the second time it kind of slowed down when now Kinaruto wanted to go start, I don't know, Jubilee B, whatever it was called. They wanted to start something. I think personally, and this is my personal view, I think that the first time it wasn't really Uhuru that was running that government. I think the second time, mid-second term, yes, Uhuru started running the government at that point. But I think the first time it wasn't Uhuru. So when you tell me, even when some people say at the Ruto may get a second chance, I don't think even it's a second chance. I think it's a third. And I'm so surprised to hear them talk about ile serikali nyingine. And I'm like, Jesus, I want to bite myself in my throat if I can. Weren't you the second person I mean, who was the vice president? Which other serikali was there other than the one that you are actually, I mean, weren't you the second in command? And so it kind of mesmerizes me when people start talking because that the other government is the same government. The guy is the one that was there, the one that almost beat Uhuru. I mean, slapped Uhuru. I don't know. He's doing juju ya kutoka wapi, by the way. Watu wamekewa juju, like people think that this is the first year of Ruto. And with all the problems that we are. And then he comes and complains when people start telling the writing messages to the Netherlands not to come to Kenya. He's talking about, I mean, now people are just fighting him to where that he can't leave the country. Nobody is actually accepting his request to go visit their country. So now he's stuck in Kenya and he's so mad because Kenyans are really fighting him through their emails, through their WhatsApp, whatever, through everything. They're just against him. In fact, they even now promoting him. I mean, they promoted him to be what? The second corrupt. Hata sijui hao wengine walitushinda aje, but they've seconded him. Don't you see there's a problem right there? And that's the thing that we need to talk about, because there's a social, geographical, political problem with this specific, not even the government, the guy. That now you can see the kina Justin Muturis, you can see people refusing wakitaka kuwekewa, wakitaka kupelekwa ati sijui they go to be sijui to join the to get paid and join them. Some of them are refusing, and nini now some of them are scrambling to kind of distance themselves from the guy. So I'm just saying there's a problem here. Njiro, let me close it at that. And I want to thank you and everybody that has been here with us. Now, when you're not to skiza, for me, I just say, let's sit down and look at this thing. And Gen Z, millennials, whoever has whatever we have to, this country, tutagongana nayo. Vile kitaeleweka, because we have a constitution and we have a citizens, either abroad or in broad, whatever you call it, wherever they are, in and about that country, ni yetu si ya Ruto. Na acha kututengea vitu zetu. I'm done. Thank you. God bless.
Julia, go ahead.
So according to all of us here, it's like we didn't have a crisis, and part of it is Ruto's government, because they were selfish and they wanted to. They were just like they thought it was gonna benefit them, but now I think it's like you dig a pit hole for someone to fall in it, and you also fall in it. Okay, that is what I think is happening right now. So lile shimo Ruto na team they have made for others to fall in it. Like they may have wanted us to have a constitutional crisis by not having IBC, but then I think it's gonna come out. So is what Mwamba was asking yesterday, that what happens now we are resisting against Ruto atoke. Ukweli Ruto atatoka in this confusion. In fact, let me say this. This is my thinking, that one of these fine days Ruto will go for a trip abroad na hatarudi. I think the pressure is too much on him. That is what I think. I think ni ile tu unakanga umekaa ngumu, unataka kuonyesha bibi yako na mtoto wako umesare, unataka kuonyesha kwamba I think are bad men, I can't do this. So that is what is happening to Ruto. Ruto amesukumwa, and I don't know, he's out to fall from the word go. Look at a person who gets into power and decides, the first thing he decided to do away with all the things Uhuru was doing, the fuel subsidy, all the subsidies that were going on. So Kenyans felt an impact immediately, like boom, with a bang, a negative impact. Like fuel ikaruka juu, unga ikaruka juu, bei ya unga ikaruka juu. Everything just went skyrocketing. You remember when the dollar was going at 160 something? I mean, this guy from the word go just messed himself. Then later on he discovered, hey, tumefanya nini? Tujaribu kurudisha hii maneno chini. But once you skyrocket the economy, it's hard to calm down. Once you destroy something, then again, there he goes. His advisors tell him this money. First he said that the universities were stealing and the colleges, which I agree with him. So his advisors tell him that we can steal this money ourselves. Si ati wakatell you're stealing. They're like they should steal the money themselves. So they decide that they overhaul help and all that, so they get the money themselves. What happens? Again, the cost of education skyrockets. Kenyans are getting mad. And then they decide again, let us steal the health money. NHIF people were stealing. Let us steal the money ourselves. Now, everything was just, the guy went on destroying himself again. And as they were going on, Gachagua, the truthful man, I think Gachagua has some character hatukuona. Okay, Gachagua looks foolish in his utterances, lakini pia akona ushupavu mwingine. He's a strong-willed guy. He's brave. Let me use the word brave. He's a brave guy. So I think Gachagua was not a push man, not the kind of a person Ruto would have wanted to work with. So from the word go, Ruto knew, jamaa kweli tutasumbuana. And I think just as much Uhuru worked with Ruto is also like kind of a Gachagua person. So Gachagua naye ni kama Ruto tu, hawangefanya kazi. So he goes ahead and plans the ousting of Gachagua. His advisors tell him to mtoe. Of course, they buy all the Tugeges from Mount Kenya region and everywhere else, and they oust Gachagua, not knowing Gachagua was going to be the next hole that he dug for himself. Now, as if that is not enough, during the Gen Z, the DCI idiots, the Nur Hajis and the others, abduct even Muturi's son. My question, as I asked myself, did they know that was Muturi's son? What did they intend to achieve out of that? Did they expect Muturi to swallow it? Weren't they going to kill that child hadn't Muturi stomped in State House? And what did they expect Muturi to do after that? To swallow the pill and he just keeps quiet? Of course, he tried swallowing the pill and kept quiet. Hey, lakini, I mean, Ruto went on digging a hole for himself. Now, if we talk about the constitution right now and the IEBC, Ruto is not ready for an election right now. He's not ready to chew that pill that uchaguzi yaweza kafanyika na aondolewe mamlakani. So he's trying to do what will take him to mess the whole process. Lakini Mungu naye ni nani? This one will benefit Kenya. So me, I want to tell you guys, one of these fine days, Ruto will go for his so-called abroad trips na hatarudi, because he can't face the truth that he can be ousted and removed from power by the people. So either Kenyans will walk on the streets and even walk to State House, or something else will happen. Thank you, Njiru. Kwani watu wamelala ama mimi nilikuwa ninajiongeleza?
Aya, wacha Mwamba ongee. Mwamba.
Nafikiri Jiro amelala. Anyway, me, my take is number one, I would want to say, Miri Wainaina, as you say, you have a heart for our country. I also feel so bad. The country that I love so much is going through what it's going through. But let me take this issue of Ruto being the president of the republic. I think Ruto, when he came to power, or when he was vying for the presidency, he didn't know how much or what it takes to run the country, because of course he doesn't have or he doesn't know. He was out there just to go and make money, and lots of money. I think that was his idea. So he thought, if I'm the president, I'll make money and all other things will run themselves. Then he remembers that he was Moi's spanner boy, and he thinks he can run the country the way Moi used to run the country, by taking everything upon himself, making roadside decisions and telling people what to do everywhere. And that has also worked against him very badly. Then the other mistake he made is to take Gachagua, thinking that he's taking a pushover, a person who he thought he would turn around the way Moi also behaved when he was the vice president of the late Jomo Kenyatta. It didn't happen that way. Gachagua is a seasoned civil servant. This is somebody who knew how the ground behaves, and he had been in the government for quite some time as a civil servant. He also worked in State House, so he had an idea of how the country is run, and that is what maybe Ruto did not know, and that is why they could not agree, because at least Gachagua would see things are not going right. This guy is stealing too much, or they were stealing too much, and Ruto does not listen to anybody, and we have been told that by several quarters that nobody tells him anything. So that was the second mistake he made. The other mistake he made, and this is my theory, it is the issue that brought this idea of fight for your rights by Uhuru. To my thinking, I think the visit to Ishaweri, and this is when I prosecute why they had to meet in Ishaweri. We know that Uhuru has a house just next to the State House, which is his Nairobi home. These days he lives, I think, somewhere in Narok. And Ishaweri is just a home of his father. We know Mama Ngina lives in Lavington, someplace. I think no, she lives in Modaiga, so she does not live in Ishaweri. So how they went to meet in Shaweri is a mystery. They must have had talked, agreed the only place possibly they would meet is Shaweri, because I don't think Uhuru would have stomached to host Ruto in his house. Neither would he be agreeable to be summoned to State House. So he chose, I think it must have been Uhuru who chose, let's meet in Shaweri. So, and this must have been Ruto's idea, I want to visit you. So when he visited Shaweri and they talked, whatever they talked, we do not know what they talked, because number one, they came with two statements. I believe when two leaders meet, they should have a common either a press conference or a common communique to say what they talked. But this time, Ruto came with a set of ideas of what they talked, and Huru came up with his soon after. So whatever they were telling us, they talked about were all lies. It is not what they talked. Whatever they talked in there, we don't know. Then, and I'm saying this is my theory. It's not a fact. I don't know. So when they gave whatever they said or whatever they told us they talked, it was not what they talked. Then Ruto wanting to make it like they have, or like who has joined the broad-based government, he goes ahead to appoint these three cabinet secretaries to show that actually Uhuru has joined. But I don't think they had agreed on that kind of a thing. And that is why Uhuru looked so mad to actually tell the Gen Z's fight for your rights. I think he was passing a message to the people that I'm not in that government. And I think that was out of anger because of being betrayed by somebody who is telling a lie. And that is my take. That's how I look at it. That is how I think happened. Because it is very unusual, or it is not very Uhuru-like to have come out with his guns blazing. The way he put it that way, it was very, very. It was in a way that showed he was angry, but anacheka cheka vile anachekanga chenka tu. But I think that was the message. We did not talk, and I'm not in the broad-based government. And we also know that who is not likely to join up with Gachagua. I think he was really hurt by Gachagua, and I don't think they have mended their fences. And the only way he could fight was just what he said in his cousin's burial, just to show the true picture of what has happened or what might not have happened. And that's my take for now.
Wow. Mwamba, I love what you're saying, but me, ukweli, nikwambie ukweli, I don't think people should be that forgiving. For Uhuru even to open his gates to Ruto, Ruto wanted to make that appear like tumeongea. Alafu no sooner had he done that, si ameita kina Mutahi and the others. And even at one point, Jeremiah Kioni was beginning to buy that. And according to him, Jeremiah Kioni, the statements he was making, he was kind of warming up, hoping he could be appointed. But now that he was not appointed, he jumped ship again and decided to be aggressive against the government. So Ruto had spoken to akina Mutahi Kagwe and all that, na alikuwa amepanga at our point. Then he made sure he really pestered Uhuru and went to his house. Yani wanaume msikuange hivyo, mtu hawezi kufanya. Sijui mnakuanga hivyo aje, kwa sababu mnaona nyinyi watu mnakuanga hivyo tu, hata mnaocha tu nitumia wanaume na msamehe. Unaona mwanaume bibi yake amemkosea, amemfanya hata karibu amuue, and then she comes back begging and crying crocodile tears, alafu anamkubali tu. Uhuru, I think, is that kind of a person. Yani, why did he open his gates to Ruto in Ishaweri in the first place? Why? Angemwambia, say what you want to say on the phone, tumalizane. Unaona, kama ningelikuwa mimi ningekuwa hivyo. Kwanza mimi hata simu singechukua, angalau ungechukua simu. So that really put off Uhuru supporters. Some of us who believed that he was with the people, I began to buy the idea that he's also as selfish as anybody else, and he's only trying to protect his own interests and his biashara zake. Na amesema ameonyesha Wakenya middle finger na maisha yake ikaendelea. So, and Kenyans will never buy otherwise. That was a wrong. I don't know whether Kenyans we'll try to be fair, to really reason and think Uhuru hakutaka hizo stories za Ruto. Kwa nini why did he welcome him in his house? And then we see them taking pictures together. It's just the same when the first time we saw Raila Odinga taking pictures with Ruto and Museveni in Uganda. Really to bore sana. Eh? And no sooner had we seen those pictures than we heard that even ODM is working with the government. Unaona, vitu kama hizo. So Kenyans will not change their mind. I don't know what you people feel. I mean, that is me. I'm still very disappointed with that Uhuru thing.
Just not maybe to cut you short. Me, I still feel that he was ambushed here. I think he was ambushed by Ruto. Because the issue that they never met in State House or they never met in his house or anywhere else other than Ishaweri, that means he was ambushed, and possibly Uhuru was thinking maybe this is going to be a secret meeting which might not go to the public, because I think he still wants to be with the people. I think he still wants to. If you imagine that he has kept quiet all this while, he has never spoken. This was the first time he came out in public. Even when they raided his farm, he never said anything. So this is what convinces me he was ambushed with this business of the meeting.
How? Si lazima president aseme penye anaenda.
Yeah. But as a former head of state, of course, there is something that he can't. There's some. I mean, he's not likely to behave like the way I would behave with my enemy myself. Don't forget, he's still a very senior public figure. He has to behave. So when the head of state possibly says, "I want to come and visit you," I don't think he would behave the way I would behave. So he's bound to agree. He's bound to agree. I think you should give him that. He's bound to agree and also behave with some decorum. And of course, when it became public,
did you follow Mother Karua's interview ya Inoro?
No, I didn't see that.
I listened to Mother Karua. Mother Karua still was very disappointed. Unaona, let me say, if it was Mother Karua, hangekubali. Hata kama Mother Karua would have been the president, the former president, she would not have allowed Ruto into her house.
Of course, there's a big difference between mother and the other
so
person.
I'm saying
that one I will give you. I know mother would not have agreed. Mother is somebody who would walk out on Kebaki. So come on, she won't agree. But imagine this: the former president and the president has said, "Let us meet," and possibly he thought maybe this guy wants to mend fences and make things better for Kenyans. Who knows? But what I can tell you, this meeting was not like on a friendly term. It's when they came up with two different sets of, we talked about this, and the other one said we talked about this. That means they did not talk about that. They talked about other things. Maybe they were in a confrontation of some kind. These guys have known one another for some time. They have been in government quite a while, and these are people who have skeletons for each other, and these are guys who can actually betray one another like crazy. So I imagine they were talking different. They must have been talking differently from what they were telling us. But they have to pray for the cameras.
So now we agree. If it was Mother Karua who had been the former president.
No. Mother Karua would not agree. That's one I agree with you. And maybe that is why we are suffering as men when Julia talks.
I was just telling you that men wako na hii kitu ya kufunika dhambi. Ati wacha niseme na Kikuyu tutigane na uhoro ucio. Unaona hiyo statement, tutigane na uhoro ucio. Unaona wako na hiyo kitu ya kufunika dhambi.
But you see, do you see my point? The stature, the position of Uhuru and the position of Ruto, it's not on our level. That one we should agree, number one. And they can't be seen to be fighting in public until it is like the way it is now. Maybe he feels betrayed by the appointments of these guys, and possibly he waited for them to be sworn in to also throw his bomb. These are guys who will be throwing bombs to one another like every day. Yeah. So I think I would want to give Uhuru that. And of course, you know how the public reacted after they met. He must have thought, now, what do I do? What do I do? And I think a chance just brought itself. The funeral of his cousin.
Na sijui kwa nini hakuona. Unaona kuna what I'm wondering, Mwamba. Maybe give Kenya maandamano a chance to talk. What I'm wondering why politicians are not reading the signs of times. There's some politicians who are making some very big blunders right now, and some leaders. Unaona saizi it is the worst time even to work with or talk with Ruto right now. Unaona right now anybody mwenye hayuko sure penye yako, any person who hopes to be a leader in future and is not sure of his stand, this is the worst time to identify with Ruto. I think somebody should just decide wacha ninyamaze. So Uhuru, I don't know why he saw the Gen Z uprising, he saw the reaction of Kenyans in the social media. How on earth does he wake up one day and we see him with Ruto in the Tondo? That was let me tell you, however much we give him the benefit of doubt, for those who supported him and believed in his ideology, it was like the worst betrayal. Like, how? Kwa nyumba yako mnakunywa chai na adui wetu.
I don't know. I still feel that he feels he must have been ambushed. He must have been ambushed by. And don't forget, Ruto is also a very crafty creature.
Yeah, he's very crafty because he made it appear.
He is a very crafty creature. He can do anything just to stay in power. That one, I think I have come to believe that. So, if it means to go to Uhuru, and don't forget, he is the big boss around anyway. He can go anywhere where he wants.
So he made it appear tumeongea na Uhuru, nimeappoint wake. Unaona, because the mother said first and foremost, seeing Ruto in Gatundu. And then seeing the appointments of these guys are Jubilee members of parliament. Mother said, I will never understand what went into Uhuru's mind. That is what mother said. He said that puzzles me and that shocked me. And I think I have the same reaction as mother.
Unajua mother pia naye ni mtu wa kuhiokerwa. So possibly she has not thought about it positively with her legal mind.
No, mother is one of the people that have a stand. You know, ukisema this is right, this is right. This is wrong, this is wrong. And you know what has sold the leadership in Mount Kenya
excuse me,
is what has also sold the country because of being tutire nyama, tutire rowaini. People who look at the end justifies the means. People who look at what do I gain with that, and not just gain, what do I gain financially? Unaona, and that is what our leadership has done, and that is what they have sold.
That unfortunately, that's what we are, all of us.
Yes,
that is what we are, all Kenyans. If you look at the parliamentarians, if they could just take money to betray their own, and today was a very good picture. When you saw Maina with that crowd, which was bigger than even the one that was actually worshipping, then you know we are all mad. We are all mad because if everybody is going through what is going through in Kenya, I don't see why you would have such a following in the middle of Mount Kenya. That one really bothers me. What is this in Maina that he can draw that kind of a crowd just to come and fight another?
No, he doesn't draw them. Maina's thing is a cult. And also, right now, he's getting money from the government. And I think Mount Kenya region should not keep quiet.
He could be getting money. He could be getting money. That one I don't deny. But how is he able to pull that kind of a crowd? I'm sure not everybody there was given money by Maina today.
No. Maina's thing is a cult. Mungiki is a cult, and watu wa Mount Kenya region wanatikana waamke wakumbushe Maina kwamba it is Mount Kenya that finished Mungiki. Si serikali. Let me tell you, Mambo, when Mungiki was fought, I was in Kirinyaga County, and I witnessed the downfall of Mungiki. Because by the time the Mungiki was brought down, let's say people say it is Michuki. Michuki played a big role then. Lakini kuna siku mnakumbuka the killings that were somewhere in Madeira. Well, I don't really remember the killings where Mungiki slaughtered people in Madeira, somewhere in Madeira constituency.
I saw them kill people somewhere in Nairobi, not TC. What are you talking about, guys?
They killed about 40-something people one night. Now, in Kirinyaga, this is what Mungiki ilikuwa inafanya. Mungiki wangekuona ukitoka sokoni kama mama, kama umebeba ndizi, wanakuambia, we mama, hujui hiyo ndizi ni ya wazee. Some lads, just some stupid boys would stop a woman and ask for what she bought in the market and share it mannerlessly. They would come to your house and look at your daughter and say that your daughter is being married by one of them. na ungekataa ungepewa viboko sijui 50. Ati umekataza wazee waoe msichana. They would come to your butchery and demand money, meat, and they say wazee wamesema utupimie kilo 2 na ungepima without complaining. Now they went on one month. They decided that they were going to collect levies from houses. Waka decide nyumba ya mawe this money, nyumba ya mbao this, nyumba ya matope. Waka decide hata shule za serikali this size should pay this. Now that was too much. Now they were putting more and more pressure from the locals. Then one day, one man, I don't know who had a conflict with them, akaambiwa kwamba, you remember the place called Hague, The Hague. Sio kama mnasikia story ya The Hague in Kirinyaga. Ujasikia story ya The Hague? The Hague, no. Kuna place naitwa The Hague in Kirinyaga, a place called Kagumo. There is a place called The Hague. One day, mzee mmoja wakamwambia, si mzee, somebody in his 30s, 40s, wakamwambia, we'll come for your head. Wakakwaruzana tu huko, wakamwambia wanakujia kichwa yake. Yeye, and you know, if they would say that they would come and kill you, and they would get away with it from the government. Now, so the man went to the shopping center called Kagumo, and he bought about 4 pangas, na akanoa machetes. Akaambia watu, mimi leo nimeambiwa wanakujia kichwa yangu. Akaambia wazee hapo fulani wameniambia wanakujia kichwa kwa sababu ya this reason. Sasa wazee na yeye akawaambia kesho mimi nitakuwa nimekufa. Lakini nitakuwa nimekufa na one I will die with some of them. So mujitayarishe, mtasikia vishindo. Sasa wazee wakamwambia mtu mmoja huyu amejihamu kujiprotect. Na sisi tumezoea, we have been threatened day and night by these boys. That day, nilikuwa nafundisha, I was teaching in one of the schools there in Kagumo. Nilikuwa nafundisha shule ilikuwa hapo Kagumo. Hiyo siku wazee waliungana wakaenda kwa hadu, I'm telling you can look it up, kwa hadu ya shops. Wakatafuta mapanga, wakanoa vizuri, wakaanza kufagia au vijana from house to house. Unajua au vijana walikuwa na tattoos, wamejimark, wamejilebo. Wakaanza kufagia. DC akaibia vile kumeharibika Kagumo. Akaita mkutano, uangalia look at kwa TV, kwa YouTube utaona walikuwa naona visu kwa barabara. Wanasema wametuambia wanatumaliza, data sisi tunawamaliza leo. DC akawauliza, nyinyi when this goes down, kuna mtu atakesi aulize uliwa fulani when all this comes to an end. Akawambia, see, you'll go to court for murder. Akawambia hawajali. So, do you know what happened? The police now advised them. The mobs in Kagumo now. Now, see, that was the birth of the vigilante. So, vigilante came up. So, the vigilante was now protecting the people against the Mungiki. So, the vigilante, because of the killings that were in Karatina, about 47 people were killed. The vigilante came out to protect the people. If you can look kwa YouTube, kuna mama alikuwa analipa hao Mungiki, alitolewa kwa place inaitwa Kiangai. Huyo mama aliuawa as the press was recording. Yani press ilichukua hiyo picha, KTN na nini.
Alikuwa analipa nani?
It was a woman who was reading them.
The Mungiki now.
Alipigwa mawe. Imagine alipigwa mawe na mob. Na press ikaonyesha hiyo picha. So, vigilante ikaanza day and night, guarding homes. Vigilante ikaanza kutafuta hao vijana. Ikafagia Kirinyaga yote na Nyeri. Wakaanza kuwatafuta penye walipotelea Meru. Walikuwa wanawaleta pale, nimekwambia kulikuwa na mti. Walikuwa vijana walikuwa wanaambiwa wewe ni wa Mungiki. Ni wa Mungiki. Tumekupatia nafasi moja. Tukuwe na mashoka ama ujinyonge. Walikuwa na jinyonga. So ikaitwa The Hague. Na nani alikuja na hiyo idea? Ni DC. DC aliwaambia kwamba mkiua mtu mtapelekwa kotini, kwamba mlimuua. Lakini akijinyonga itakuwa alijinyonga.
I never heard of story like that.
Kenyaga, unafikiri ati when people are saying ati Mishuki finished Mungiki? Kenyaga kuliwaka vibaya sana. Na ni wananchi walimaliza hiyo Mungiki. So this thing ati Maina Jenga has the audacity and the guts to bring that thing. Should be reminded kwamba very soon wacha ajaribu kuokota pesa kutoka watu. wacha utasikia vile kutawaka. Mungiki
Now
ilikuwa
now he has a source and it is for him alone, so he's okay. Si anapewa in millions alone.
Nafikiria Mungiki ingeenda Nairobi, Mungiki haungejenga without paying them. Ukusikianga hizo vitu?
Mungiki Nairobi, I know about it. I knew about it.
Si walikuwa watu wamezidi. So Maina Jenga, if he thinks that Kenyans have forgotten of the wickedness and the crimes that Mungiki committed, I think he should be reminded that his time in court is also coming. Me, I see a situation where when all things comes down and we have a new government, people like Maina Jenga will also pay for their crimes against humanity.
But you see, unfortunately, our leaders would like to keep those kind of people to use them when they need them. That is the problem.
That is because they use
you
them.
know, somebody like Maina was created by Moi. He was created,
and people
then
also
he went out of whatever.
Used him. People also say
Then Uhuru also used him. Now Ruto wants to use him, or is using him. Right? So these kind of people are normally kept by the who is who, knowing that you can use them when you want them.
Yeah. So me, I think what I think is that in the event we have a new government that doesn't condone all that, kuna watu watafungwa because people can go back to the crimes Mungiki committed. Unaona, people can go back to the murders and all that. Just like that DC was asking kwamba when all this is down, now you be sued, tuliwa mtu utajipea kwa aji na unakatakata mtu napanga ukionekana. So Maina Jenga should not forget that he had a case to answer. But now alafu mi nashangaa sana au watu kama Maina Jenga na wengine wanafuata hii serikali. Yani wako na upumbavu gani? Yani does any normal Kenyan in a normal sense, in his normal senses, see this government lasting?
I think that one is the question I always ask you. What is wrong with us when it comes to the issue of money? Because the issue is money. It's not anything else. It's money. It's money. Even the way we don't have an IBC, it's money. Pesa. Cash money. That is our problem. That is our downfall. No, nothing else. You forget even about whatever. Okay, it's corruption, but forget about anything you want to call it. The problem is money. And if I can get money, you don't care about anybody else. That is the problem in Kenya. Na siku tutatoka hapo is the only time this country will take shape. Corruption is like the default position of every Kenyan. Mimi kwanza nasemanga we are all corrupt. We are all corrupt. Manake, when you live in countries like in the West, you will never find anybody even thinking or having an idea that you can bribe a policeman. But can I bribe a policeman in Kenya? Yes.
But they are always there to be bribed. Police wa Kenya hawezi fanya kazi bila kubraibiwa. In fact, they don't work with the ones who don't bribe them.
Yeah. So that is our problem as a society. We need to do something as a society. And I don't know who is going to give us this. I don't know who is going to change our mindset. Because by default, Kenyans, we are corrupt. We are just corrupt. So even our leaders, when we choose them, we just choose the people that are Kenyans, and they are corrupt. They are corrupt.
Mimi sijakufa moyo. I believe mimi niko na imani sana. Niko na imani the next government will be very.
Hebu Mary tuambie wewe umefika wapi? Unaona labda tumeongea sana, we are not giving her a chance.
Na ni Kenya maandamano. Kenya maandamano na juu mmejamaza, endeleeni. Karibuni.
Asanti. Nimesikia Mwamba amesema hapo habari ya Uhuru kuwa ambushed. Surely I believe this guy was going there for PR. And he really wanted to be seen with Uhuru for some reason. Nafikiri already alikuwa ameongea na kina Kagwe na whatever, na labda akafikiria wacha kwanza nione vile nitafanya ndio iwe hii kitu inatokana kwa upande wa Uhuru. This akina Kagwe, I see like they had been approached before, even he goes to Uhuru. And so after Uhuru, then we are left, we wananchi, to connect the dots. meaning that we believe that Kenyatta Uhuru is the one who have frontiered these guys to go to join Ruto. Ruto is a man who always want to be seen with somebody that is at a spotlight. Let's say, for example, you see, even the time when he was talking to Uhuru, akimwambia kwa heri ndio aondoke, he still wanted to show that he is next to Uhuru, and he really was smiling and happy because that picture will portray a lot to wananchi that they are still together with Uhuru. And so when he left, he had the idea that I'm going to call these guys. And these guys already had the idea that it will be called by this Jambazi to join the government. So we Kenyans, we are left to know or to think that Uhuru, the time when he was with Ruto, he is the one who frontiered these guys. That is my thinking. There is this other, there's this other thing you talked about. That point is getting away. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, before it comes back. Now,
Yes.
what was I was also going to ask you something. Just forgot. Oh my goodness. I think there are so many things that we need to talk about. You have so many things in the head. Sometimes you lose thought. You lose the line of thought when you're trying to remember this, that. Now I've just forgotten what I was thinking.
I remember Mwamba before you remember yours too. Okay. We are talking about being corrupt.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. Before you go, let me see. What I had noticed, I was thinking of this person, Kafogo. Kafogo has been in the media for a long time, trying to show how this government is corrupt and how if he was made a minister of interior, blah blah blah, he would end corruption in Kenya. Now he behaves in the one of the most corrupt things that we can see. He has been paid to be there. So this issue of us being corrupt, I think it will never end. I would have expected Kafogo to refuse that appointment on a point of principle, but he looked like very happy to be appointed. That was what I was expecting.
I just want to put it this way. Corruption can end in a country. Corruption can end in a country. This is how I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
If we have somebody who we can elect and stand firmly, and corruption in a country, it's the one which creates these other problems that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we get a person who will be able to deal with anybody involved in corruption perpendicularly,
Like
anashikwa, anapelekwa kotini, anafungwa miaka 10. By the way, the heavy punishment will make each and everyone fear. And if it happens, and if really, in reality, somebody has been put in jail for 10 years because of corruption, and it is not about thousands of money, even $100, 100 shillings, for someone to be bribed to do illegal things, and especially in an office, anywhere in our country, surely that will be a lesson, and people will not dare, and it should be a reality. Kagame took about his country. However, he's being called a dictator, and he could be one, but a dictator that really want discipline in his country. He told people, I don't want to hear this, and if I hear, you'll be here. I'll put you somewhere. What happened? The discipline kicked in, and everybody had to heshimu hiyo amri. So it's not hard to make a country corruption less.
let me put that word, I don't know whether it exists. Corruptionless.
It doesn't exist because you're in Kenya. Before let Ben
So,
go.
so what I mean is that there will be zero tolerance on corruption, and that can happen. Ni yule tu mkubwa anene tu neno. Look, when Gen Zs were being abducted, or Kenyans being abducted, and we were expecting the leader, who is the leader of the country, to say something. He is the one who is abducting them. How about if he stands and say, anybody who will be found abducting somebody will go to jail. And that happens. And really, na iwe inahimizwa ati hiyo ifanyike na ifanyike. People will not be abducted. So that is what I mean. And that is what I stand for my country. Yaani tuwe tuna mtu ambaye ataingia hapo, mtu ambaye hataki kusikia, anafunga macho, anasema sitaki kusikia na sitaki kuona. Anybody who will do against this will be taken somewhere. Not being killed. Kwa sababu ni vizuri sana watu kupatiwa punishment. Kwa sababu mimi hata siombagi Ruto akufe. Mimi naombaga Ruto awekwe jela, tuwe tunamuona akiwa na kongoro, na hata awekwe hiyo mapingu nyuma, awe anatembea tu, awe hai, ndio aone inchi ikiwa great again na macho yake, na asifurahie kamwe. That is my prayer. Thank you.
Resilience tell us that somebody in Oakland has been jailed for 95 years due to corruption. At least somebody is in jail. In Kenya, there has been no corruption case that we have seen. In fact, when you hear of a corruption case, you only hear when they are being prosecuted, but you never hear the case or it's ending. Because where it goes, that is where also corruption is practiced, so you never know when they get out. Here in Kenya, people are normally, sometimes they are jailed, but when they are taken to prison, they break their way out and they get out of prison. So,
you see, in these developed countries, hata hakuna mtu hiyo kitu, hata it doesn't cross their mind. It doesn't even one minute in their mind. One time I went somewhere and I had very good service. And after service, the lady who I ended up talking to her the last minute, I told her, thank you very much, and you'll get a cup of tea. Then she said, oh, no, that is my work. That is my job.
yeah.
And you go happily and you feel appreciated very much. And you feel like those people, and even the environment itself will tell you that those things don't exist in those areas, in those countries. Yeah. They don't. Even you might feel like you are committing a crime by saying so.
Oh, yes.
That is how it is.
It's very demeaning.
So Kenya imekuwa ni kama maji ya kuoga ama chakula ya kukula. Yani kupata, lazima upewe kitu ndio ufanye kitu. And I wonder, let's say for example, policemen, when they are taking bribes and letting other things go wrong, what benefit are they getting? Just for them to get money, but let other things go wrong. Like, for example, they let a car which has got no insurance, miguu ni mibaya, tires, alafu inaenda inaua watu. What do you benefit with 100 and people die because of your carelessness? That is what they don't think about. They don't care. Kwa hivyo hakuna heshima ya binadamu in our country. Ni wao tu wanajifikiria kibinafsi. Asante.
Ngoja mimi nawachekesha kidogo, mama maandamano. Siku moja Nilikuwa natoka mahali fulani ku Houston na kuja Dallas, lakini askari ilisimamisha ndugu yangu na mzee wangu. My dad and my uncle were sitting in the back. Sasa huyu kijana kaendesha sana, lakini askari akatusimamisha. Sasa mzee akaniuliza, si mnasema hiyo ni askari? Nikamwambia ni kweli, ndio. Nasema ile pesa ulinipatia chana, si niko nayo, umpatie kidogo. Nikaambia hiyo askari, akacheka. Hata akaja hiyo kijana akasema, don't do that again just because of your daddy trying to bribe me. Sasa we used to do that when you go to the societies. Lakini ukiwa hapa Kenya, any office you go, kila mahali ni kitu kidogo. Anything they do, they are expecting something. Na hiyo ni culture mbaya sana. We will work on that. We'll work on that. Those are the things that are coming up that we will have to work on, because those societies are those walikuwa na hizo mbaya sana, lakini sasa they have worked on it so hard na zimetoka. And we have hope. We have hope in the future of us too. So let us work hard.
The hope is perfect because it has to start right from the bottom, because we should elect a president who is not corrupt. If we just have a president who is not corrupt, corruption inaisha. It will just go away. But the moment you have somebody who is corrupt up there, and he also requires corruption money from all other departments, because the president collects money from every corner. And that's why I sympathize with the Kenyan policeman.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Ya kwamba hizi Kasongo Kaongo tuli-elect watu tulikuwa tuna support sana. We have come to figure that out, and we have come to realize and accept the reality that yeye ndio mwizi number one. And so vile Julia amesema, let him go somewhere na asirudi. And we have nothing, no hope on this one. Hata tukipiga askari hapa, ukitembea kutoka Nairobi na public transport, askari wanaweka hiyo vitu njiani, they are collecting money. There's nothing you can do. Na hiyo that's expected, lakini ukipata mtu kama huyu wa Rwanda mlisema, from the top, na wale wanashikwa wanawekwa chela ni wote, the rich kina waruke na wadogo wanarusha 100 wote wawekwe ndani. You will see that thing come to an end within 1 year. Na hiyo itapush the economy sana, na kila mahali inaendelea, kwa sababu saa hii those who, it's like a drainage, ni kama kutupa pesa kwa mtaro. There is no service, there is nothing. Kwa hivyo let us hope for that and work on that. Thank you.
I think it can happen because if you remember very well, when Kebaki came to power and he talked about corruption seriously, people had even started arresting police. And it even almost got out of hand because policemen used to be beaten on the roads. But wakasimamisha.
Is the president supposed to be dealing with money or with or dealing with the leadership? Because it seems like Ruto is not there to lead; is there for money,
very good,
collecting question. Money and keeping it. And you wonder, we have got people who are supposed to be dealing with money, channeling money the right way, where it should go, counting and knowing that this budget goes this way, but not the president. But what we have now, the president is the channel of the money. He collects money. So his job is not to lead, is to collect money. So I wonder, how can a country be led by somebody who is so hungry of money, na hizo pesa hata hazifanyi kazi ya wananchi, inafanya kazi yake. So as a country, we are lost. We are doomed. And that is why we don't have services.
Ma'am, can I borrow just a minute? Just
Go.
before I nimaliza kucheka, please.
Go
Does
on.
anybody has a okay? Mimi kwanza kitu imenileta hapa hivi imefanya niingie. Nimecheka nikaanguka nikarudi juu. Story ya Penyagaka kwenda kuonga polisi in the US. Aki nimecheka. Penyagaka, that's a good story right there. But what does it tell us?
It was natural. Na mzee kuova ya kwamba ile pesa ulinipatia askari Kenya wetu, it was natural. Na nikaeleza huyo askari akacheka akasema, I believe you because of your dad. We tell him we don't do that here.
And the reason is it's such a touchy story, even though it's very funny. Mimi venye nilikujanga the day that Mr. Kagi kusema kule niko, the day I went to America, I remember my first being pulled over. I pulled the same move. Ile yeah, I know. Okay. Can I give you something? Wait. Yes, I did. That's why I came in here to tell people. Yes, can I nikupatie? I had actually si hata sikuwa nimekaa sana. I think it was almost 2-3 months down the line. No, 4 months, 6 months, because at least nilikuwa nishapata driver's license. So then I was pulled over. And in my mind, ilikuwa nile okay, you know, like in Kenya where you have a mentality of tuongee kando. And yes, I tried to give. And luckily what really saved me is because that time I had a very thick accent.
Mm.
And they told me that's not what we do here. You might actually get another charge.
They were that kind?
Hmm?
They were that kind to tell you that?
No, the luckiest thing that where I was lucky is because I got pulled over by university police. And so for them, they understand, they've seen people who are coming in with international students who have different culture and whatever. And that, I remember that police told me, never ever do that because on a normal day, if we were not in the campus, I would have given you an extra charge. And that's the time I realized you never, ever give police money, especially like your bribe. That's an extra charge. And how I wish our country can go to that. In your story ya Penyagaka ndo imenisumbua sana, but I'll be here listening to you. Sitatoka, nitakuwa tu hapa even in case anything, nikifikiwa nitafikiwa. Sorry for cutting you guys short, lakini I think that was a big thing that Penyagaka you said that also sisi waga tunalalamika. Hii Kenya kwa nini bado kila mtu polisi ni pesa na hawatufikishi koti. So I thought that was a good conversation na nimecheka hapa yangu yote. Penyagaka, that was a nice one.
Julia, go.
Oh yes, so I wanted to just tell you that there's hope. Mimi nimefanya kazi, I think I can say with 2 governments. I think Kibaki's na okay, sijafanya kazi sana na ya Uhuru just a bit. But then let me say this, I can make comparisons. Okay, I think, yeah, I also worked, when I was employed, Moi was still the president and he was handing over. So when I was employed by the Teacher Service Commission, walimu walikuwa napata mshahara 12, 15, mshahara ya mwisho wa mwezi. Then when Kibaki came in, that month, Kibaki was sworn in. That month, Kibaki was sworn in. We were paid our paycheck at the end of the month. Exactly, our paid at the end of the month. Now, when I was employed, Moi was still handing over. I mean, there was an election and I think Moi handed over. Yes, I was employed, then there was an election, then Moi handed over. So I think I tasted 1 year of Moi because I was employed when the famous Adongo teacher strike happened. Na walimu wakaongezewa mshahara. Now, there was only National Bank, na hizi Standard Chartered Bank, KCB. Standard Chartered Bank, you didn't have kama wewe ni mwalimu ama mtu wa serikali you afford kupakuwa na account huko. Then when Kibaki came in, boom, Equity Bank, boom, the SACCOs just grew and were licensed to have what they called front offices. So the SACCOs did not just now operate as SACCOs, they now had small banks. So we didn't have to earn our pay at National Bank. Nyinyi watu mnajua penye walimu wametoka. Walimu wakwenda ndaka National Bank pale, mishahara iko inakuwa posted. Civil service kunawekwa tick. Teachers no, wanaendaka asubuhi wamebeba jerrycan ya mafuta. Unajua mwalimu lazima angeenda town anunue mafuta ya taa mwisho wa mwezi. Sasa unaona wanaenda kwa National Bank wanaangalia kama mshahara wao imekuja, wanapata X. But when Kibaki came, boom, things just changed. What does that mean? Tell you, somebody is in charge. Somebody is not stealing, right? Somebody is doing their work. That is a sign of a new president with a new, different kind of a character. Now, what was my experience? Even my recent, my experience, I think 10 years or 5 years or something. There are people who are not still corrupt in Kenya. Mimi nimefanya interview ya TSC mara 2 ama mara 3. Nimepandishwa cheo mara 3. When I left TSC, I was a principal teacher. Kuna walimu Kenya wanapanga promotion, wanaitwa, wewe ni mwalimu lakini unaitwa principal teacher. Uko kwa job group ya principal. By the time I left Kenya, nilikuwa nimefikishwa principal teacher. How did I manage to do that? Because when Kibaki came in, Kibaki streamlined the hiring and promotion of teachers. Ilikuwa by virtue of merit. Now, Kibaki aliweka vitu ilikuwa kama marking scheme, how teachers were hired. Teachers were hired and promoted. Ukienda kwa promotion interview, walikuwa na 3 levels. Wanaangalia your qualification, how many degrees do you have, how many years of experience, and 3, what is your KCSE mean score of your class. Na hiyo mean score unatoka na hiyo record imekuwa stamp mpaka na DO ameconfirm kwamba hiyo class ilikuwa yako na lipata mean score ya hii in KCSE. And then they never used to compare Alliance and day school. Walikuwa na comparison day schools. District schools, kama niwe ni mwalimu wa day school na unaleta mean score yako. Wanaangalia which is the highest mean score you have received from a day school. If you are in that category, wewe unafanya vizuri. Unaona? Wanaangalia shule yenu, what is the mean score of your school? Is your school mean score above the mean score of your school? So me, the 3 interviews I went, the last one I went, I was congratulated because by the time I left Kenya, my mean score was among the top in math in Central Province. Na sikuwa kwa national school, sikuwa nafundisha national school. Why? Because I was motivated, because previously from my experience, I had been given promotions that I deserved and I had not been short-lived. There's a time, sikuwa nimekuwa short-changed. There's a time kulikuwa kumeitanywa interviews za job group N hiyo ya principal teacher, na my name was missing from the list of the interviews, and the interviews were the local county offices, education offices, and then mi jina yangu alikuwa na nilikuwa nimeapply. Mimi nikaambia my principal kwamba I don't see my name, and the principal said once you miss your name they cannot call. Nikamwambia hapana, I'm qualified, I should have been called for the interview. Akaniambia utafanya nini? Nikamwambia naenda headquarters kuuliza kwa nini my name is missing. Akaniambia mwalimu they cannot. Nikamwambia they will change because I'm qualified. So she gave me a letter and I went to the TSC. TSC siku hizi ukiask hata saa hizi, by the way, TSC can boast kind of to be doing some good work. I'm saying kind of because there are some officers too there who are still corrupt. Ukienda kwa TSC kuna hapo chini, you are asked what you need, you are shown the office, you're given a ticket, unaambiwa ticket of the office, you go, you don't beat around the bush, you go straight to the office that you need to go. So when I went there, nikapatiwa namba ya ofisi na yule officer I was going to see. When I went to see the guy, Kanduza, madam, what can I help you? Nikamwambia, my name is so I teach in this school. I've taught for this number of years. I'm qualified this much. Now, you people shortlisted people to be interviewed for job group N. You did not shortlist me, and I deserve to be shortlisted. Unaona, nimemwazia nikwambia I deserve, okay, by the way, I'm that kind of a person. I deserve to be shortlisted. Akaniambia, give me your name. Akaangalia. Akaniambia, yes, it was an error. You should have been shortlisted. Na nimeweka jina yako sahi, and because you missed that interview, we shall call you on phone. We will interview at the headquarters. For sure, he called me on phone, and I went for the interview, and I passed. So my experiences with the TSC, I can tell you that there are Kenyans who are doing their work. Lastly, before I left Kenya, I worked for a school principal in Kenyatta County. I was the deputy school principal, and that was is an extra county school. Right now, they're having about 1,200 students. It was the cheapest school in the region, in central region. And by the time I left that school, hiyo shule ilikuwa number 25 national. Recently, I looked, they were number 60. They are still doing good. That school, the girls, it was a girls' school. 98% plus would qualify to the university. And about 100 girls would go for medicine or engineering. Now, that uyo principal, aliran iyo shule, because I went for her board meetings. Our board meetings, board walikuwa nabeba katiba, kusoma. What does the Basic Education Act say about this? So, there are Kenyans who are doing the right thing. We just need the right person at the top. Kuna Wakenya bado mpaka saa hii wameamua nifanye kazi ile Mungu alinipatia na staki ndururu hata extra. Kuna wako, they are remnants. I'm telling you, I've been in those offices. Before this tag came, this Ruto tag came, just 2022, I know my relatives who applied for passports, na walipata within 1 week. Nyinyi watu. Mnasema, Nyayo House was working before this tag came in. I'm telling you. Now, Nyayo House was working. People could get their passports within less than 2 weeks. Without paying anybody, without buying anybody, without bribing anybody. After this tag came, hey, jamani. Hey. Shida ya kutawaliwa na mwizi. I'm not saying Uhuru was straight. Lakini this guy made it worse. That's my take. Sijui nyinyi mnaonaje?
That is a very good lesson you have given in here without you knowing possibly. Because what I also say is Kenyans, because ya kuzoea this issue of bribing their way everywhere, it has become a culture. People don't fight for their rights. You are an aggressive person, I can tell, because you fight for your rights. Kenyans don't believe in fighting their rights. In fact, wakienda kwa hizi maofisi ni kubembelezana. You find them talking in low tones when they want to bribe. So that is also another thing that does happen in Kenya. People don't fight for their rights. I don't expect like go in an office here where I am and not get what I went for there. Because if it is my right, I will come out with it all the time. And nobody can actually buy you from getting what is rightfully yours, especially in a government office. And funny enough, government offices in the West are usually more efficient than private offices by far, which is now the opposite back home. In Kenya, tumezoea kitu kidogo, everything that you get is a favor until you lose that issue of fighting for your own rights. Even what is rightfully yours, you can't demand. Because ukiongea kwa nguvu kwanza unafukuzwa.
Lakini Mwamba, usually they don't chase everybody, wanakusomanga akili. Unaona, mimi nimegundua tu.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Let me tell you,
akili.
even recently, I still had my benefits. I was still following my benefits from TSC some time back. I think, I don't know, in 5 years, when was that? Nikaenda kwa TSC and imagine they serve you. Guys, do you know, TSC sent me a letter here in the US to confirm that they have worked on my demand. A mail posted. Who said TSC cannot communicate, keep in touch with you? Smelled
There are people,
a letter.
I agree with you. They are good people. Let me tell you, myself, I got my passport. I went to Kenya some years back,
Mm-hmm.
during whose time, I think. Yeah, I got my passport, and listen to this. Believe it or not, I got it in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Because I went to Nyayo House, they started pushing me over, pushing me over. Nimefanya application. These guys, when you go there, we kuja kesho, I decided no. Who is the in charge? They told me you can go, I think, 17th floor. So I went there. And I went there, found the passport control officer. And I told him, I'm here. I want to renew my passport. Your people are just pushing me around here. Blah, blah, blah. I told him, sit down. I sat down. They took the fingerprints. And they told me, you go. We shall send you an SMS to get your passport. Believe you me, I took the elevator from the 17th floor, and before I reached down, the SMS came back, your passport is ready, come for it. I went back upstairs and went with my passport home. So things can happen if you demand your right and you see the right people when people are giving you nonsense. I've gotten my passport in 30 minutes.
Yeah, things happen, and you don't play
Mwamba,
like you want to bribe them. You just tell
Yes.
them the way you say that whom do I see? Whom, if you don't want to serve me, can you tell me who the next person I need to see? Hmm? That is always my attitude. Ufanye
Mwamba,
do your
Mwamba,
worst.
I want to connect with you on that one. Actually, look at your passport. For me now, so you know, our passports were being changed from the black to the easy zingine here, East Africa.
In fact, it is when they were changing from the blue ones to the light blue ones. That's when I got mine in 30 minutes.
Yes. Hata mimi nilienda hiyo Nyayo House. And I remember unasumbuliwa kwanza at that time watu wamepanga line kutoka huko. And I'm gonna go back again to that bribery thing. Nika kitu kabaya. And I went, I kind of bribed. Kuja nisaidie hii kitu.
Unfortunately, me, I can never be able to bribe, even if I wanted.
Me too.
I
Me
did
too.
Me
though.
too.
I can't.
Mimi siwezi.
I cannot.
I always tell them people
It
to
is
do
so
their
hard
work.
for me to bribe you. And that is
Yeah.
something I learned from my late father, because he was a civil servant and he never ever took bribes. And there is something he would swear. My father was a Christian. And if there is anything I've heard him say, Mayanga, is when he says, Mayanga is Yanase Koikikaria. Anything from a bribe. And we took that seriously as a family. Me, I cannot be able to bribe.
So Mwamba and
Not
Julia,
possible.
this is what I did. I went nikafika hapo kwanza, tumepigishwa laini huko kwanza. I'm looking at guy kwanza, nimelipa sijui parking sijui it's only $200 for 2 hours. Okay, I mean 200 shillings for 2 hours, itaisha haraka. So I saw a cop there. We niaje, sinikudunge nipitishe laini, but then nikapitishwa. And it's true, unapitishwa mpaka huko mbele. But then when I'm there, I heard someone call me and tell me, are you still in the line? I'm like, yeah. What are you doing? I'm like, why? Why don't you go to the woman sema 17th? Me, I know 19th floor up we go. Why don't you just go there? You remember this and such and such and such. Sitaki kusema majina hapo hivi. But your passport zote ziko na hiyo jina. Yeah. Oh, see, she's in the office. She's asking where you are. Nilienda mwenyewe akaanza kuniuliza. Now whoever I went to started asking me, hiyo pesa umelipa nani? Sasa sitaki kuuza wale maofisa wenye nililipa huko chini. So hapana, sitakwambia. No, niambie ni kina nani umelipa jina. Hapana. But that passport ilikuja within almost 10 or 20 minutes nikiwa nimekaa hapo kwa ofisi ikakuja. Now basically what you know, I wanted to tell you, pia wewe, because imagine kama ningeendelea tu hiyo kuongana so that I pass, how much money would I have made? But that is the system that we have in Kenya for people just give money to get to get any services. And the lady that are in their office, that lady told me, tell me this guy. And I told her, I don't want you to fire them. It's my mistake. She told me, the next time you ever come for a government thing like this, Never bribe anyone. Move on to the next level. What Mwamba is saying. Yeah.
So you see, Mato, that and Mwamba, that's what I'm saying. Kenya, like Mwamba was trying to say, and I think that's the point he was trying to drive. Yani tuko na ka attitude. Lazima nilipia hii. Suppose one day we just said, I'm not paying. If we have many Mwambas, many Mwatos, and many Julias deciding, I'm not going to pay you a single coin if you don't want to, do your worst. Najua mimi tu nakuanga tu na kakichwa ngumu. And I wish people would have that kakichwa ngumu. You don't want to serve me, tell me, who else should serve me? Huh? Are you doing me a favor? Mimi na tuna hiyo attitude. Unanisaidia na unalipa mshahara. A lot of times I landed me in trouble, but I have always dealt with that trouble, and it has I can tell you all my life in my career in Kenya, I never bribed anyone to get my promotions, and I got my promotions because I did what was expected. When I missed something, I knew I missed it fairly, I knew sijapewa hiyo kitu kwa sababu it's fairly, I didn't deserve it. So Kenyans kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia na ni mwalimu ati alikuwa amejipanga pale kwa airport akisumbuliwa na immigration sijui nikamwambia what is wrong with you? If you are coming as a teacher and you've not cleared with the TSC, clear with TSC. Just see how hard is it to clear with TSC na kuja na barua hapo. Sasa mwalimu anajipanga ati atachotea mtu, just he doesn't want to go look for those letters that he needs to have, because if you're a government official in Kenya and you're flying out, the immigration can decide to question you, like unaenda wapi, uko na leave, have you resigned, unaona. So do the right thing. And nikamuuliza, why you can't come there, do the right thing, get your documents ready? Why you want to buy someone at the immigration? Mumewafundisha tabia gani hapo? Ati mtu lazima achotewe nini, kazi yake na analipa mshahara mwisho wa mwezi. What is wrong with Kenyans? Huh?
And Julia, that's the biggest thing that we have to actually tell and educate watu. Because like you asked, why do even me, and I fault myself, maybe nimejitangaza, maybe says nitatafutwa na DCI, but why do even someone like me feel the need of just because I have a little bit of money, kidogo kidogo hivi wacha nipite laini? Why shouldn't they just do their job? And why that goes back to our rights. It's my right to be served. It's my right not to kukaa huko niambiwe pita huko we kaa huko if I don't have kidogo cash. But if I have kidogo cash, I can pass through na nipite watu wengine wamama wameshika watoto na vitu kama hizo. It goes back to our cultural kind of mentality. Why was I trying to bribe a cop in the US? In the US, karibu nijingize kwa shida ingine sijaiona. Luckily, he was a good cop. And anyway, ilikuwa kwa campus. But even though, bado, that was a crime by itself. You see, hiyo ni crime tu nilisamehewa na Karaka niambia, we don't do those things here like that. No. Na Nikara at least alikuwa travel akaona places when you have to get services by actually bribing. Now, where does these bribes go? They go to people's pockets. Yet, it's your right, Julia na Mwamba. It's your right. You're supposed to get those services without having to pay anything extra.
Me, I
Neither.
don't pay bribes. Whatever the case, it doesn't matter what it is. I would rather pay taxes, but not bribes. But even those taxes, I read them easily. Like the other time I went home, I bought some few presents for my family. And then this karau ameniletea shida, oh, you have to pay taxes, blah, blah, blah. Give us receipts for everything. I asked him, my friend, do you have receipts for everything? If I ask you whether you have a receipt for that, what should you have? Unaleta ujeuri hapa. I told him yes. Who is your supervisor? Nikapelekewa kwa supervisor. Nikaenda nikauliza huyo supervisor vizuri, my friend, I've been abroad for 2 years and I'm coming home. Do you expect me I will walk to my mother empty hand or my brother and then you start telling me about taxes here? Huyu jamaa aliniambia enda.
And I've
Sometimes
realized
you have to be yourself. You just have to be
it's
yourself
true.
and tell them Do you expect I stay for 2 years abroad? I've been sending money, I pay them hospital, I pay school fees, I pay everything, and I walk empty-handed to my mother's house? Are you serious? And then you're asking me for receipts of silly stuff here?
Me lately, just last year too, nimekuwa Kenya. I mean, and I'm at the airport. Yes, I heard, of course, kuna ile simu yangu mi hutumia nikiwa Kenya na kuna yangu yenye natumianga nikiwa kule niko. Sitaki kusema. Tuliambiwa tusisemange. And then, niko na, I heard a couple of other things, but unboxed because, or unwrapped. Because, I mean, I was taking them as gifts. I mean, venye tu umesema wendi mkono mtupu. So now I get there and this guy starts asking me, hapana, sasa unajua sisi hizi tuna tax, sijui tunafanya. Nikaambia hapana, hakuna kitu mnapata kutoka hapo. Nini. And then my sister was there pale when you getting out of the customs. Wakaniambia, na wewe kwanza umepita aje hiyo airport zote na hii, what do you call it, the perfume? Wakaniambia, okay, hii tunachukua. Nikamwambia mchukui kitu. Tukasumbuana hapo, tukasimamisha line. And then my sister just came and took the perfume. Akaispray yote alafu akapatia empty box. Wakaniuliza na kwani, I mean, empty can. Wakamuuliza, na nyinyi ni wajeuri aje? Ambia sister yangu kwanza ndo alisema hatutaki hiyo mchezo yenyu, hakuna kitu mnachukua hapa. Nini ingine mnataka kutax? Karao moja akaniita hapo kando akaniambia, we, si unajua nyinyi ni watu ya huko, si mtuachie hata kakitu. Sister yako akakuja, nope, hakuna kitu inafanyika kama. Imagine we walked out with almost 3 packaged boxes that walikuwa wanataka kunitax because ziko packaged at the customs. But we walked out with them. They've already been scanned. Si bomb tumekuja nayo, si bunduki nimekuja nayo, si nini. Why are you trying? I mean, seriously, what kind of nation is that?
Akona tabia zingine hapo, wanachorachora mabox X ikitoka. Me, I went and took a wet handkerchief and I started rubbing those X's when they were looking. Wasema, kwa nini unafuta hiyo? I said, no, this is my box. I clean it every time when I want to clean it up. Why nini mnachorachora masanduku yangu? They didn't even ask me anything. Enda. Unajua ikiwekwa X, that means inaenda inspection. Alafu kuna makanga wanakaanga hapo, wanakwambia box yako iko na X, wewe kuja nikutolea alafu upite. So the me, I don't do that nonsense. Natoa handkerchief nikazifuta zote, alafu ananiona niambia, kwa nini unafuta hizo? Naambia, this is my suitcase, I keep it clean as it is. Kwa nini mnachorachora masanduku yangu? They didn't have any answer for me, so and they told me go. So sometimes you have to be aggressive, you have to be yourself, stand for your rights. Sio kila mara unaambiwa go right unaenda right. Sometimes you say I was going left.
Mwamba mwingine alinishikia hapo, unaona ukienda Naivasha, I was going to Nakuru. When ukianza kuteremka now as you getting into the Rift Valley, I was going to Nakuru. Wakanishikia hapo hivyo and I had my friend tuko naye. And wakaniambia we and they're not hata wakuambii mashtaka ni nini. They're not telling you what you've not, huku una speed, huku una nini. We kijana, wewe tunaenda na wewe ndani. Tukamwambia sawa, twende. Na hiyo kitu ya ujeuri, sijui kwa nini makara wote wanaongeanga hiyo kitu ya ujeuri. Nyinyi ni wajeuri aje? Because they want you to give them something. Ukiwaambia twende, hawatakupeleka.
Akileta jeuri unamtolea jeuri. There is a guy who stopped me and I was riding a bike somewhere in Kangemi. Hapo ya Kangemi. Kaniambia tuingie Kabete. Sasa ananiuliza uko na license? Niambia ndio. Aniitisha license, so I gave him my foreign license. Akasema ye kumbe hata huna license. I'm allowed to drive here with this license. This is an international driving license. If I can drive here, I don't see what is so special with Kenyan roads that I can drive here. And I know the law says I'm allowed to drive. So usiniletee jeuri. Kuna kitu kingine inafanya unipeleke hapo Kabete? Niambia mzee, na green card mtu anapata. Unaweza kunisaidia? Wachana na mimi.
Alafu urudi haraka kidogo, wakiona uko na hiyo kaujeuri, wakiona ushiki hiyo kitu, they calm down very fast.
You
Lakini
know,
sasa mzee, na
operation
wewe si
Rashia,
unajua tuko
number
kazi.
one, ukiongea ukali, they actually don't know who you are. That is the other thing. Na hakuna kitu kama polisi anaogopa kama he doesn't know who he is speaking to. Wanakuanga na uoga mwingi sana, lakini sasa akikubabaisha hivi nao unababaika, utakiona. So yes, Kenyans try to also fight for your rights. When you know you are right, you are right. You don't have to bribe your way through. Because we don't always bribe because we are wrong. We bribe because askari demand. Sometimes for no reason at all. Just because they can intimidate you with a crown or tell you they can take you in. Jamaa, mimi nitalala sasa.
Sawa sawa. Tunashukuru. Hata mimi nafikiri saa yetu ya kulala imefika. Njiru huko. We have analyzed a good thing and we have decided that Kenyans should also change their attitude. I love the way the change of attitude was when Mwai Kibaki was president. Now, but again, we say that the bulk stops at the head. So we hope we have the kind of leadership that decides zero tolerance to corruption. Okay, from the top down to the municipal, the county governments and all that, to the schools. I believe we can do it. Kenyans, we
Actually,
can.
Mimi, I always say it starts with us. We should first elect the leaders we know that are not corrupt. We elect rich
So true
people
venye
by
unasema
us.
Mwamba, true venye unasema, begins with us, because hata venye Julia anasema, because I believe once pia sisi tuanze kujiheshimu tutaheshimiwa, lakini kama hatujiheshimu, and Julia, I think what Kibaki had done your time, what you guys were talking about, when people were actually arresting even the police officers the same, I mean themselves, citizen arrests, I think it's coming back, and that's why saizi you can see people actually refusing to be taken, because we're not going to play these games. In fact, tutafika mahali before a police comes to your house or even comes to arrest you, they have to show you a warrant. And I believe that's a good journey that we are making as we speak. Sijui nyinyi mnaonaje?
That is true. That is very, very true. That is very, very true. You have to fight. And especially when it comes to the police, when they are coming to arrest, you have really to fight for your rights. Places like this, a policeman would never even enter your door if you don't say come in. They will not. Unless he has an arrest warrant. Hawezi ingia kwa hiyo mlango. Hata ukifungua na kuuliza, can I come in? Na ukisema no, hawezi ingia.
Yeah, the police has to be dismantled. In fact, Mimi, I keep thinking that in the event we have a new government, I mean, the police should just be overhauled. Kabisa, kabisa, kabisa. Akina Kanja, waende nyumbani wote. And I don't know about the army, but I think the army will have to help us here before we also think about them. Because probably the army have not had the opportunity to corrupt themselves. I'm saying they have not had the opportunity. Others had, I think they may also behave like the police. Now, but unfortunately, sadly, a lot of the army men have been able to get there because they have bought their way there, either way up or way into the army, unfortunately. But still, because maybe they have not had a chance to corrupt, I mean, we may have to depend on them. But I just pray that something, like I told you people, I'm praying such crazy prayers that even Kasongo goes somewhere and says he's not coming back. And somebody, remember, you asked me, then what? Then Kindiki? I don't know, but I pray
Maybe
that something happens to Kenya and we have a government that is driven by the needs of the people. And we have somebody, whether military or the people's choice, or whoever who decides that for once Kenya is gonna do the right thing, and we'll implement zero tolerance to corruption. I believe Kenyans will change their mind. If you decide that you're not giving any police anything, You're not paying anyone. You're not carrying excess passengers. You're going to have the right kind of vehicles on the road. You're going to run the schools the way we want. You're going to run the hospitals the way we want. And you know, it's not so difficult. Now, Kenyans need provision of services in the health sector, education, na barabara, na security. Those are the three main areas we need to talk about. And then the tendering, you know, the tendering of government services and all that. That is where we have corruption. Okay.
That is the nail right there, tendering.
Yes,
That's
tendering.
it. Umeishika sasa.
We don't need, look, for example, we
The
don't.
the issue of tendering actually is not maybe the bigger problem. The problem is government workers doing business with the government. That is the problem, bottom line. And that is where corruption starts. That is where the corruption starts. Because when it becomes that you work in a certain office and a tender is coming up, whoever ndio unajua who is going to get that tender, and it is in most cases the same people work in that offices, either using proxies or stuff. That is one of the avenues that needs to be corrected. If
And
you are
you know,
employed by the
most
government,
of the
you can't
companies,
do business with the government.
and you know, most of the companies, one thing, there's a research we were doing. Most of the companies that actually do get those tenders, I don't know, I'll give you one case study. You remember that Ngong Road, Nini, Rongai to Kiserian Road, that I think that was Murara Kibaso that actually showed, but that road had been known. Now, do you imagine that road that was there that they were talking about that had cost at least, I think it was 1.7 B. Hii story ya B sijui ilitoka wapi. Me, I used to know million is pesa mingi, but B, billion.
Siku hizi even stealing the B hakuna millions.
Yeah.
And it tells you how much these people, you know, if you look at, I want to bring to your attention how much corruption there is in Kenya. You know, when Ruto actually disbanded his cabinet recently, and they came back for interviews. Did you realize that all those ministers in 2 years, none of them had made less than 100 billion?
Exactly. And you wonder how they
get,
did.
and their salary is 1 million per month. So even if they did not spend a coin from their salaries, they would not have made the money they were claiming to have made.
Exactly. And then
So
you
when
look,
when do they even ever do the public work if they are more in business than what they do?
Yeah, so that road, the reason I'm bringing this to limelight is that that road actually came out to be a part, the company came out to be a kind of proxy company that actually was shared between Kwale. Remember that? Kwale. Do you know where Kwale is? I'm not saying Kwari. I'm saying Kwale. In the coast. An MP in the coast with his wife.
Yep.
Those were the people who were there, and then another one called Moses Kuria. But now, forget about story of Moses Kuria. Let's just talk about these people from Kwale. Mtu na bibi yake. They've gone and taken first name and last name of, confused the names. You know? Ni kama Mimi na Julia. Then we go say Juma Enterprises. Right?
Yeah.
Julia whatever, Enterprises, or whatever you want to call it. And they come to Rongai to get a contract from the government worth 1.5 B. You are from Kwale and you're in the government. You are an MP, a Kwale MP in Kwale, Mombasa.
Yeah.
Unafanya nini kwanza? What are you doing in Rongai in the first place? And why Are you working with the government? You're supposed to be a public servant. And how did you know that there's a road that is going to be there? Unajua watu wanagojaga kwanza, whenever you hear they're passing a commercial law, please, already wote washakimbia huko hivyo kwenda kufanya. It's just like SGR. When SGR was coming, they ran and bought all the lands where SGR was going to pass so that they can sell it back to the government. So you see the nonsense these guys use.
That is what it is. They do. And they do it very well. They do it very well. Okay, guys. Good night. See you. Thank you so much for the engagement. It was good discussion. Thank you so much. See you later.
Thank you very much. Sijui kama kuna mtu anataka kusema. Kenyan Mandama. There's somebody who came in. Okay, I can't see my eyes. Is it Pen?
Pen Niagara.
Pen Niagara. Ulinaishi Niagara siku hizi?
Melala.
Pen umelala. Njiru umelala. Tunaondoka.
Haya, sawa, nafunga. Nafunga. Thank you for everybody.
Okay, bye. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
Good day, good night.